I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa and it's a pleasure to have you start your morning with us today. Let's see what's making headlines today. Naira rises to 1,485 Naira on black market as dollar liquidity improves. Tax reform bills will drive Nigeria towards $1 trillion economy, Senate says. Nigerian economy hits 3-year high on services growth. Putin offers Russian and Ukrainian rare mineral to the United States. Ahmed Musa calls for investigation into mysterious death of Nigerian footballer in Uganda. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the naira has risen to 1,485 naira in the black market. This follows improved dollar liquidity as foreign exchange policies support the naira. The price rise represents a 15 naira gain over 1,500 naira per dollar quoted on the previous day in the parallel market, also known as the black market. Data from the FMDQ Securities Exchange Limited showed that at the Nigerian foreign exchange market, the naira appreciated as the dollar was quoted at 1,497.11 on Monday, the 24th of February, as against the previous close of 1,500.73 naira. CBN Governor Olayemi Cardoso revealed that the following positive developments in the FX market, the Apex Bank's focus on boosting liquidity in forex operations remains sacrosanct. Moving on, the Senate has revealed that the proposed tax reform bills will play a crucial role in helping Nigeria achieve the $1 trillion economic goal set by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. Chairman of the Senate Committee on Finance, Senator Sani Musa, revealed this on Tuesday, the 25th of February, while addressing reporters in Abuja. He revealed that the committee would soon hold a 3-day retreat to review stakeholder memoranda submitted on the bills. Senator Abdul Ningi, the chairman of the Senate Committee on Sports, acknowledged that the bills have taken on a national dimension. Still on, Nigeria's gross domestic product has surged by 3.84% in real terms in the fourth quarter of 2024 from 3.46% in 2023. This is according to the National Bureau of Statistics, representing the highest GDP growth in 3 years. The growth driven primarily by the services sector, which expanded by 5.3%, underscores the resilience of the Nigerian economy despite global uncertainties. In 2024, Nigeria's GDP growth stood at 3.40%, up from 2.74% in 2023, reflecting continued recovery and expansion in key sectors. And to end the local news, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has summoned MultiChoice Nigeria to explain its planned subscription price increase effective from March 1, 2025. The Commission revealed in a statement issued on Tuesday, the 25th of February, that it had directed the Chief Executive Officer of MultiChoice Nigeria to appear before an investigative hearing at its headquarters on Thursday. The regulatory intervention follows MultiChoice's formal notification of the price adjustment, which has raised concerns over the frequency of such increases and the potential abuse of market dominance in the pay TV sector. And on the foreign scene, Russian President Vladimir Putin has revealed he is open to offering the United States access to rare minerals, including from Russian-occupied Ukraine. This comes after United States President Donald Trump has repeatedly pushed for Ukraine to give up some of its minerals in exchange for support. In a deal which is currently being finalized, Putin appeared on state TV on Monday, the 24th of February, revealing that he was ready to offer resources to American partners in joint projects, including mining in Russia's new territories. He added that the proposal could also see the two countries collaborating on aluminium extraction and supplying to the United States to stabilize prices. Also, Singapore's biggest bank, DBS, says it expects to quote about 4,000 roles over the next 3 years as artificial intelligence takes on more currently work done by humans. The bank's spokesperson revealed that it will affect temporary and contract staff, with a reduction in the workforce coming from natural attrition as projects are completed. The bank's outgoing chief executive, Piyush Gupta, said it expected to create around 1,000 new AI-related jobs, making DBS one of the first major banks to offer details on how AI will affect its operations. And now to sports. Super Eagles captain Ahmed Musa has joined growing calls for investigation into the sudden death of former Nigerian under-20 player Abubakar Lawal in Uganda. Lawal, who played for Ugandan club Vipers SC, tragically passed away on Monday after allegedly falling from the third floor of Boys Mall Shopping Arcade in Kampala. Taking to his official Facebook page, Musa expressed deep sadness over Lawal's demise, emphasizing the need for clarity and justice. And to end the news, defending champions Quadri Aruna and Dina Meshref, alongside top mates have delivered commanding performances to advance the knockout stage of the 2025 ITTF Africa Cup in Tunis. Aruna showcased his dominance with back-to-back 3-0 victories over Tunisia's Machal Sabi and Benin Republic's Abdelkadir Salifu. Meshref, however, is through matches to maintain a reign as Africa's top female player. Those were the top headlines this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Coming up next is the front page review.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
It was an eventful 35 weeks, I would say. And he asked me a question. In fact, he had asked me that question the week before. Is it a boy or a girl? I said a girl. If I was carrying a boy, he could probably understand why my gynae was delaying taking out the baby. Because girls tend to do better than boys if they're out before, full term. Yes. And I just realized that I had not felt my baby move up until that time. This is almost 3 o'clock. Nobody has given me any magnesium sulfate. Immediately they connected it and I heard the heartbeat. My first response was, this heartbeat is real. The nurse and the doctor both go, oh, it's just the volume, because there is somebody else in the ward so that we don't disturb the person. I said, by the way, I was not told the result of the CTG. She said, oh, really? It was 125, the FHR. These are heart rates. I was like, 125. Doctor, that's a problem. And then my husband, races down. So as he walks in, my doctor then begins to tremble. She then goes, oh, she's very sorry, but they lost the heartbeat. Several, people told me that what I described to them, and I mean medical professionals, that it's very odd.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adire Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is, this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The girl came from the other states, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body, we have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After cleaning, you use it to work. Like you see what is there now. After cleaning, that is why you get all these finishings work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working now, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest, because in as well forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating, because now we are under the bridge. But still yet we are still managing this place because there is no land and we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some time ago, we wrote to we under a ministry of we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place, and after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country, so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people, they are abroad now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more, because they know better than us. We are not trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could see that one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we'll cut it. I think we brought it to book. Those are the online markets and those that do the events. They are really promoting us. That's why we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by gods. We have two types anyway. We have rattan, we have king, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber,
Okay.
one is king, one is glass. It's like a leaves.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is the newspaper review segment here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is where we have insightful analysis on the front page of our dailies. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I've got here with me in the studio Mohammed Akonji. You'll be joining me to review the papers this morning. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you too. Thank you for
Very
having
lovely
me.
to see you today.
You too. I mean, it is really good. Really looking bright and shine today. Thank you.
Always a lovely day.
It
Always
is.
bright and shiny.
It
You
is.
don't look like
I
what-
don't know if you, at
you don't
least the
look like
president
what we've
just,
been through.
okay. Maybe. But, you know, it's the president just spoke like about 2 hours or 3 hours ago.
Okay, I haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah. So they just finished the APC caucus meeting. And the word he used there was quite touching. I don't know. Maybe I'll be able to ask you. Because he said Nigeria's gloomy days are over. And he was basking in that this morning. The president was, today is our NEC meeting, APC, National Executive Council meeting. So yesterday was like a caucus meeting where he was there with all the governors, you know. And they started around 7 p.m. yesterday, but I think it took throughout the night before they could finish. And then he raised that very vital point about the gloomy days maybe of Nigeria. And he was very happy about that. You see, I'll be glad maybe after the show, just watch the video.
You can't be
and you see
saying
how
the gloomy,
basking.
you cannot be saying the gloomy days are over and
And
be
in
like,
reality,
the gloomy days are over.
okay, you need to be able to show it.
You
What
have
I'm
to
saying
kind
is,
of represent what it is that you're
because
talking about.
the way people have actually reacted is, maybe has the president gone to the streets? Has he gone, that's what I'm talking about. So maybe is it like living in some bubbles or what? But I'm sure maybe he will be, he's also be able to, because he was saying something about farmers are now going to the farm. And he was also reading out some numbers to say prices are going down thick and fast. And I'm sure maybe we are going to talk about that in the course of the program. So, but when he said that, you know, I don't know, I still thinking, I was a bit divided in my mind. Okay, is this really the reality? Because for the president to be able to say that, oh, farmers are going to the farm, the gloomy days are over, the sunrise of Nigeria, I mean the sun of Nigeria has just risen, and then our better days is just about to be able to start. And you know, I just to be able to like listen to that very briefly before I entered into the show, and then maybe after the show I'll be able to go and see back and get some of the content of what we actually discussed. Journalists were not allowed in, but it was after the show, and I think that was actually released, and then we see that they released some of those statements from the president, and then when he was making that speech, but it is really. I'm just really a bit divided as to.
You're a bit divided, but here's what I would say.
Reality?
I'd say that. Yeah, I understand that things might not be 100%.
Of course, the way
things can never be 100%.
Of course.
But I do think, just like I had said from the start of the year, I do think that we are going to see our better days. I think that our better days are here, really. When we attended all of the economic outlook events at the start of the year, we could see that, you know, all of the discourse was leading up to something that this year is going to be a much better business year, a very much more profitable business year. And what does that mean? If it's going to be a profitable business year, it also means that things are going to look up for individuals, for the masses, for a lot more people than you'd expect. So I do think that if he says that the gloomy days are over, I do think that he does have a solid point. Yeah, things might not be 100%. I don't expect that things will be 100%.
Of course, this can never be.
But I do think that
maybe
with the Naira, you see the Naira rally that we've been seeing, we've seen a little bit of stability since the start of the year up until now. And I'm seeing, if I'm to look through a crystal ball and just make a projection, I do think that in the next 1 month or so, we'll probably see, a lot more stability.
When it comes to Naira?
Yes.
Okay.
I
about
think
prices
so.
as well. I'm thinking about Naira. Because, okay, fine.
Yeah, I think so. So when he says that the gloomy days are over and he's bubbly, again, as a leader, what am I expecting as well?
Of course,
I don't expect him to come and say, oh, the gloomy days are here. Maybe there's a little bit of an exaggeration there.
Okay. On his own part. Okay.
Maybe there's a little bit of an exaggeration.
In terms of being over?
Yes.
Okay.
Maybe there's a little bit of an exaggeration, but I do think that there is a percentage of positivity in it, a very higher percentage of positivity in it. I think that Nigerians should just hold on to that. But let's see what we have on the Business Day paper this morning. The Business Day newspaper this morning, probably see some, this is all about Lagos boys drive Abuja housing boom. I love this one because I love Abuja so much. So, well, it's interesting to see that Lagos boys are the ones that are driving Abuja housing boom. Like Lagos just seems to be.
A Lagos person is the Aso Rock.
Lagos just.
So a lot of people trunk there now from Lagos, perhaps.
Yeah. So the old Abuja boys.
Abuja boys.
Thingy, and then seeing that Lagos boys are driving.
The housing boom.
The housing boom.
It's something.
That's actually really interesting. Then we have another story here on the Business Day, on Business Day.
Prices.
I think that one is talking about is it food prices drop?
At the top right hand, top left hand corner. Yeah, food
prices drop. Okay, it says
to ease cost of living crisis.
Food prices drop. Prices drop eases cost of living crisis. Again, is that
I'm going to talk about that.
The gloomy days being over?
So I'll not tell you because maybe a little experience of I think I went to go and shop yesterday to buy a bag of rice, and I think we got it for 71,000, which is still relatively good. But someone was actually telling me they went to the supermarket and the prices hasn't really got a bag.
At the supermarket?
I think he said he got it for 95,000.
But that's also a choice thing. Do you know?
Of course.
You could have gone to the place where you find 71,000.
We got it just yesterday, and the bag was 68,000, the local parboiled one. And then some people telling me that if I had actually gone to another place entirely, it's around 65,000. So maybe that could be, the food prices were actually dropping. And in fact, people were actually saying what is the reason? It's lots of low patronage during Christmas because most of the sellers had unsold stock and they tend to carry them over to January. Some were saying it's as a result of Naira stability that you alluded to earlier. What I was actually saying is importation has increased in the last, most of the major markets have actually seen mass importation, and the importation has tend to be able to increase the supply and buffer up the market. So maybe that could be there is that signal, there's that indication going around to say, yes, the food prices are dropping. And then we're seeing, significant changes, percentage changes from where it was. I did a little bit of an analysis myself when I was looking at some prices when I asked somebody yesterday. And I think maybe if I can't be able to mention that, but maybe let me talk about the Lagos housing boom
Let's talk about that
first, and then before that, So this I think was actually done by two of our Abuja correspondents who were there, and then mentioned that the exodus, the migration of affluent individuals and politicians, majorly from Lagos, that migration has triggered or has brought about sparked this capital city housing boom. In fact, they were saying most of the high-brow areas in Abuja right now have been most of the Lagos boys have occupied a whole lot of those places, especially since after 2023. So the drive towards most of the Lagos boys, Lagos politicians, Lagos big boys, as the name connotes, who tend to be able to follow the precedents in terms of, we have a Lagos person in Aso Rock, and that has been able to drive a whole lot of Nigerians. In fact, now in high-brow areas in Abuja, they are purchasing home to the tune of about 500 million to 3 billion naira. And then most of the people that bought them of those houses, from the investigation that was actually done by Mr. Tony Ailemen and the other person who did the report. Now, one of the things there was a CEO of one of the real estate who in fact confirmed that Benjamin Onigbede, CEO of Sigvent Property Trust Limited, and he said that the demand for most of the upscale homes, upscale homes in high areas in Abuja, of 100%, 70% of the demanders were actually from Lagos, which is actually a shift from what used to be the trend before 2023. And as I said, people have actually been able to pin that down to most of the politicians who, an attempt to be able to get one, maybe curry favor from the government, maybe to get contract, or to ensure that you are within the sight, the focal point of the president. Remember what they mentioned about out of sight is out of mind. So most of the time, they too also to ensure they are there where things are really happening, to be able to justify those contracts, maybe it's contract, or to ensure that when things are likely going to be able to happen, they are actually within the focal view of the president. And I'm sure our readers will be able to get a whole lot of details about most of those big boys
get more
who scoop on the idea of how Lagos big boys, as they call them, politicians and affluent individuals have been on
a lighter note, I think it would be nice to also be one of those Lagos big boys and big girls.
Hopefully,
that would
and then be able to go to the Abuja.
Drive the
because when you listen to there was the interview El Rufai had 2 days ago, and I'm sure it generated a lot of discussions and a lot of reactions. I remember he was even trying to be able to say that people were saying the president is nepotistic. He's stuffing the presidency with people from the Yorubas. And he was saying, no, I don't know. And one of the reactions he gave there at that interview was to say, Yorubas have these ethos of Omoluabi. But the president is only stuffing the presidency, with, the so-called Lagos boys, as they call them. And he was trying to be able to distinguish between, the Yorubas, and the Lagos boys, who have actually been able to inundate Abuja. And maybe this story also be able to make.
But I think it's a good thing for Abuja, because there's this general trend. Just very quickly before we move to the next story, there's this general trend about Abuja boys, because this story says Lagos boys.
Boys now are the ones who is.
So there's this general trend about Abuja boys always looking all. There's a proverb for it. It's always looking all pump, but no. Maybe all pump but no pageantry. Like they just look it, but they don't have a house. But they look. There's a popular trend. They will put on the nice kaftans with their palm slippers, which is usually in Abuja boys, you literally go to a swimming pool and they will be at the poolside with kaftan and palm. Like is that a pool outfit? But that's just an aside. But there's always like a general conversation in social gatherings that Abuja boys just always look like they could be driving a Benz,
but they don't have
a house.
Oh my God!
That they would like to leech on females. So this is a good thing if the Lagos boys go there and show them how it's done. Like you can't be driving a Mercedes for market.
And then you're staying in a rented apartment.
You're staying in a rented or trying to find a lady that you would, because most of those ladies see them and think that,
this is actually.
And then
I
realize that I don't have a house. Where are you staying? Can I stay with you? So maybe the Lagos boys will show them how it should be done. But yes, let's see another story.
But because the rate itself, just quickly, because the rate is the same. An average in Adire area now, in average area goes to like about, to buy a home, there's about 500 million naira. So perhaps that's because, and the demand for it, because just like I said, one of those actually be able to mention, say, if they get 10 buyers, 7 of those buyers are from Lagos.
That's a good thing, because it still shows you that
maybe I'm sure the Lagosians will feel like they're the ones driving up the prices, perhaps, and then try to be able to put in upscale areas, try to be able to escalate or drive up the prices further because of those demands.
What it's going to mean is that it's going to mirror how the real estate sector in Lagos is looking, where there's so much, it's ridiculously expensive. So that's what we're going to be seeing there too.
Exactly.
The Lagos boys are
and
now
the ones transiting there and they're migrating there.
That's the market now. It's going to start reflecting that. So sad for the people that have been in the comfort zone. They will have to shake body now
and then see how to be able to cope with that.
So this one says monthly internet usage surges 93% on smartphones growth. Now this again talks on the conversation we'll be having since the start of the year. It says it surged by 93.35% on increased smartphone growth, and it's to an all-time high of 1,930.6 terabytes in January 2025 from 517.670 terabytes in January of 2023. That's over, just like it says, a 93% surge, and this is as the number of connections on 3G, 4G, and 5G grew to 98.67 million from 91.99 million. Firstly, one thing I need to notice is that we have a very booming telecom sector, and it's a sector that, for me, I think that they're making loads of money, because most Nigerians, yes, we might talk about maybe in the rural areas, people don't have smartphones and whatnot, but generally, maybe in the urban areas, the usage is crazy. So you see how, compared to every other African country, I probably need to do even my own more research, so I'll come with more data. But when I'm just talking from based on what you see how when there are certain trends and Nigerian, like things are happening in the world, when Nigerians latch on it, you see that we have many Nigerians on social media. That's my point, the point of what I'm saying. And that also tells you how booming the sector is. Because if more Nigerians are on social media, that also means that more Nigerians have smartphones. And then you see, you'd see, for instance, Aston Martin now, when they had Thames perform, go and look at their page usually, like the engagement. But that one Thames post, Nigerians just swarmed into it. Now, it's one thing that Nigerians know about it. It's one thing that they're not on social media. They're not going to be able to do. So them being on social media also means that these are all the people making use of data. There are literally people that all day they're just scrolling on TikTok,
and then
on Instagram,
engaged.
just making engaged. I mean, so if we have to pay monthly internet usage, also means that people have to pay more.
Of course, I think buy data.
One thing with Nigerians is we don't joke with entertainment.
It's only that, because I feel like yes, definitely, but most of the time now the smartphones are also acting as people's computer.
Yes,
that's another thing.
Yeah,
for especially most of the emergence of the gig workers, the prevalence of combining 2-3 jobs that people are now doing now, and then you see people using their phones, their smartphones, to carry out some of those things. And the return on that investment, in buying all those smartphones and getting those phones, the return can be quite massive sometimes. And so that explains why, yes, we can complain, the data price has gone up, the voice call has gone up. People will still be able to latch onto those things to buy them, especially to be able to use them to be able to make ends meet. So the report, for example, the report that was actually quoted the report that was actually quoted in that story showed that the internet penetration itself, has actually been able to increase in terms of internet access, broadband is actually available. That has actually been able to increase by 49.5% in the last 1 month. So per customer in a month, it's about 11.5 gigabytes that each customer uses in a month. That's from 8.8 gigabytes in December. Airtel alone, that's what Airtel's report shows that average customers on the platform use about 11 gig in a month, averagely. So, and then what 1 gig will be able to talk about. So they too were forced to be able to expand their infrastructure, internet infrastructure, to have enough broadband, to have bandwidth that can be able to take, take cognizance or be able to be able to meet the demand, that yearning demand of Nigerians. So just like you said, in terms of the entertainment space, in terms of having to be able to work as well, and then having issue of shared spaces, issue of gig working system, issue of you can be able to be working in Nigeria. You can be in Nigeria and actually be working for foreign companies. The gig working model, that flexible working model as well, remote working model, has tend to be able to increase or put more Nigerians to be able to demand for internet services.
Right.
And then they too are trying. Most of the providers too were trying all possible means to ensure that they meet up in that regard.
Yeah, let's see what we have on the Punch paper this morning. The Punch paper this morning has a very interesting lineup. It says why INEC vote count can't be accurate, and this is according to Jonathan. It says ex-president decries ghost voters, regional influences, and he seeks electoral reforms. It's very lovely to hear Jonathan being vocal. Usually he always just likes to take a very very silent
Silent, okay. Where
Yeah,
was that?
I think most times he
I
likes to
think
just
vocal,
take a much more, laid back approach.
Approach to things, okay.
Tax reform on the top left hand side, it says Senate plans review as customs ASU fault provisions. And at the middle it says Afenifere backs Kalu, says declaring Abiola president long overdue. Then on page 30 it says South governors make a move against Wike's camp over PDP Congress crisis. Like we've been hearing of crisis from the start. Then somewhere just at where we have the punch, it says Nigeria's World Bank debt may hit $9.2 billion as federal government eyes 6 loans. Yes, Lord. So then on the bottom side, it says then we have a picture of Owen Omogiafo and then a couple of people. I think this is at I think it's 12th annual general meeting of Transcorp Hilton here in Abuja. Again, on the bottom side, it says Obasa awaiting ruling before returning to assembly. This is according to lawyer. I know that Obasa had spoken about the unfairness towards his dismissal and all of that. Then page 20 says Senate backs Akpabio as Natasha files 100.3 billion naira defamation suit. I'm curious to know more about the story.
Okay.
Then page 12 says, page 13 rather says APC dismisses anti-Ganduje plot as El Rufai absent from NEC meeting. Where are we starting from?
Okay, maybe quite a whole lot. I think it's packed full today. Maybe we just want to start from Jonathan, ex-President Goodluck Jonathan, who was there at Yaga. They had a conference yesterday, Yaga Africa Reflection Conference on Democratic Election in West Africa.
Right.
And he made that very bold remark or swipe remark at elections in West Africa. Even though, he gave kudos to elections that took place in Ghana. At least we all be able to witness that in December. That was that peaceful transition. And then there was easy concession by the sitting president then to the eventual winner, Akufo-Addo. Then the one that actually happened in Liberia as well, where President George Weah, conceded the election to Joseph Boakai. But at the same time, he criticized the elections that took place in Sierra Leone and Nigeria,
right,
and in some of the other Francophone countries, Senegal and the likes. But what he actually be able to mention was that most of the electoral managers, the chairman of electoral commissions, tend to lack the strong and ethical leadership to be able to act with integrity when it comes to announcing election results. That's actually his position. And then one of the things you read there was the fact that, most of the elections there is actually inundated with ghost voters. That a polling unit, for example, that's supposed to have like, let's say, 1,000 voters, and then they'll be reporting about 100,000 voters or thereabouts at the end of the day when the numbers are doctored. So I said one of the major is politicians are domineering, who wanted to be able to dominate some of these electoral officers. But instead of them to be able to act with integrity, you tend to see them, kowtowing or subjecting themselves to the whims and caprices of the politicians. So he was there together with Adire, who was the electoral chairman, the former INEC chairman under President Jonathan. And then the two of them actually be able to mention that about reflection on elections, Africa Reflections Conference on Democratic elections in West Africa. So there were suggestions that came out of the conference, in terms of what Africans need to do to ensure that, we elect leaders. I mean, talking about we appoint electoral chairmen and electoral managers who have strong leadership, who have strong ethos, as well as ethical capacity to ensure that they can be able to act with integrity. And I think that's what he was actually talking about. He cited some of those particular examples. With the fact that most of the African nations, in West Africa, they continue to be able to grapple with credibility crisis. Elections were always with that, people always be able to, politicians would never wanted to be able to accept and wanted to be able to ensure they do everything to win whether by hook or by crook. And in an attempt to be able to do so, they always engage the chairman or the electoral umpires themselves, who engage in that with them, and then tend to be able to do that. So I think that is one. Yeah. But that part was what you said you were interested in.
I'm interested very quickly in knowing what this 100 billion.
Yes. Oh no. So it was Senator Natasha, the senator from Kogi. From Kogi West, I think she's from Kogi West, who sued Akpabio, the Senate President, over certain things that he said was defamation allegations against the Senate President and the spokesperson to him about addresses.
I've been in nightclub.
I've been in nightclub, exactly. Are we in a nightclub here? No, that one happened. That was. But what kind of dress is this? Do you think we're in a nightclub that he mentioned then? And then there was another thing they put on Facebook, that she felt is an act of defamation. But if you read that, just like you said, the Senate yesterday passed, set up a committee to be able to investigate her actions. The one that she did about, that was on Monday, when she had a serious fallout with the Senate President, over the change of sitting positions. There was an issue about, the sitting arrangements there that is actually in the Senate House rule. And then, she went really, really berserk to say, I don't fear, I'm not afraid of you. She was saying that to the Senate President over that particular matter. And then this happened again, maybe just hours after the Senate yesterday, the Senate Chief Whip, announced that a committee will be set up a disciplinary committee will be set up to be able to investigate and then recommend appropriate actions to be made on her. She went to the court. She filed that case in Abuja yesterday, federal court in Abuja.
Sorry, let me just take you a little. What are your own thoughts on that issue precisely when he had mentioned that the sitting, talking about the sitting arrangement thing? Because I do know that there are processes and there's rules of engagement. As much as sometimes we want to be sentimental towards our approach, like I'm a woman, I'm thinking, I like the fact that she stood up for herself, and or maybe why should you do it. But I also believe that people need to understand their rules, because we need to be informed people. So I'm not going to sit here and say, she's a woman, she's a woman because she's a woman. Because we're a man or we're a woman doesn't mean you should not be able to obey tell us that we should not obey rules or do things the way it should be, or think that it should be passed, like swept under the carpet because then I'm going to be emotional towards my approach and say that because you're this, you're that. Against me. So I do. About that part, what are your thoughts on that?
I think I agree with you. I'm very much on the same page, because the Senate President, the face-off, the shout out that they had then was quite unfortunate anyway. And then yesterday at the Senate, it was there, and the Senate President read out the House rules about how the Senate President needed to be able to checkmate unruly senators, or the sitting arrangement, how it is actually to be done. So there is that provision, just like you said. That provision is actually there. But maybe something must have triggered her, and then the two of them have actually had their issues before then. So I think it's a follow-up of it's just a reaction.
I don't know if I see the outfit or whatever it is she wore.
No, that was not yet. That was
no. I mean the previous one. Okay. I'm saying about that one. I don't know if Senator Akpabio also needs to have a little bit of filters in
terms of the way she speaks,
addresses people, or maybe precisely women.
I think filtering
because
is very
every single time he's having this thing, it's women. But again, just so that we are not also erring on the side of caution, she also needs to know, this is actually how things have to be done here, so that when we're speaking. When we're speaking to us, we're not speaking without, facts. We are also, so there has to be a balance, right? He needs to know how to address women precisely.
I think so.
Because I don't think he addresses men or in this way.
No, filtering, that's what people have about. The major challenge people have with Akpabio is that lack of filtering.
Yes,
he has this way of just saying anything and then just go on overdrive, just keep spilling and spilling. He's always like that, So maybe I don't think it's not being chauvinistic, or it's not because he's a woman. He always has that, that issue people have had to just keep spilling and then spilling things and saying.
Could it be a way of him making the news? I don't think he's trying.
Perhaps could that be? I think it's even better now
because
compared to 2023. He has always been in the news, for gaffes. for sleeps like that. He has always been. So he's even better now. But we know that what happened there was quite unfortunate. But so Natasha herself did not sue him over what happened then. It was actually as a result of other things that have actually
every other thing. But I'll be interested. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it all pans out with this 100.3 billion naira defamation suit. That's a lot of money. We'll just see how that pans out. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day today on the Business Day newspaper. It's always a good way for us to end. It says we have is that a chair? That's like a brick.
Hardship, a brick wall.
Yeah, okay.
And hardship, maybe hardship bag. It was like a truckload or something.
It says 100% hardship. Hardship made in Nigeria.
Hardship made in Nigeria. Okay.
Then we have politicians, trying to push, and then they're human beings, masses, like Nigerians.
But look at what the politicians were saying.
Against the brick wall, and they're like, push. They are Nigerians. They would
rather break their hands, trying to push through the wall rather than push back.
What does that mean?
Okay, so instead of them to be able to imagine somebody pushing hardship to you, right? And instead of for you to be able to react, face the person back. Imagine they push you to the wall. People believe that when you push you to the wall, what do? You turn back and face it. But the politicians are saying, no, don't worry. Nigerians will keep pushing. They will rather break down the wall than face the challenges, than face the difficulty, than face the problem. I don't know if you get what
but they are facing them.
That's what I'm saying. You can see they are breaking the wall as well. You can see the way they are breaking through the wall. So what he's talking about there is, these people are pushing. Instead of them for them to push back, instead of Nigerians to push back. Because what they're saying here is, Nigerians will always, the threshold, that's threshold, as somebody called it, what's it called? The former governor of River State, former Minister of Transportation, Osman Amechi, said about our threshold, Nigerian suffering threshold is so high that they can just keep taking and taking and taking everything from politicians. So what he's talking about here is, the politician is saying push, keep pushing them, right? They will rather push, they will rather break down the wall, right? That don't worry, they will never do anything to us. Rather than them to face us, they will rather break the wall, exactly, than facing the sufferers or those that are able to
it just speaks to one thing that every Nigerian has. It's both a blessing and a curse.
Of course,
and that's our resilience. Like, we're always resilient. We're going to
complain.
I know
Nigerians are always, maybe I'm not fully because we have reactions, people always come out. And the resilience is there, but people will always be able to have the Senate press, the Sarah, for example, they have yesterday alone had about 4 cases in court. I'm just talking about here over March 1, for example. We don't know what's going to happen by 1st of March. NLC is saying they are threatening economic shutdown. That they're going to shut down all the masts of telecom providers. Then the CBN the setup took CBN to court over that particular matter. So I'm sure the whole lot of those things will actually happen. And Nigerians will always come out to say, no, we don't want this. They just took them to court over the GoTV and DSTV multi-choice. They're planning to hike again by 1st of March. And then the case was also heard yesterday. The Senate too has taken it up to ensure that status quo.
But here's the thing with us, we might do all of these things, but we'll keep moving. We keep it moving. Like, we're not going to dwell on it. So like other countries like Kenya, we don't mind maybe going on a protest for 4 months, 5 months, 6 months till they have their crisis. But Nigerians, it's not like we're not going to complain or turn it or like we'll turn a blind eye immediately. We're going to complain, but we keep moving. You remember when you were asking me, did you turn off your phone? Did anybody do that? Nobody. We keep moving. Is that resilience that we have? It's both a blessing and a curse. It's a blessing because sometimes it allows you to be able to just keep move through and keep through. But it's a curse because sometimes you need to fight it. But we're just going to keep moving and we just bounce back.
Exactly. So when somebody is pushed to the wall, push you to the wall instead of turning back. You rather break through the wall,
break through, and
then actually be able to face your challenges.
Unfortunately, we have to leave it here today. Thank you very much, Mohammed, for your time on the show this morning. It's always a delight speaking with you. And that's how we bring it to a wrap here on the front page review here on the BDTV Breakfast Show. Just stay tuned for more.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
It was an eventful 35 weeks, I would say. And he asked me a question. In fact, he had asked me that question the week before. Is it a boy or a girl? I said a girl. If I was carrying a boy, he could probably understand why my gynae was delaying taking out the baby. Because girls tend to do better than boys if they're out before, full term. Yes. And I just realized that I had not felt my baby move up until that time. This is almost 3 o'clock. Nobody has given me any magnesium sulfate. Immediately they connected it and I heard the heartbeat. My first response was, this heartbeat is real. The nurse and the doctor both go, oh, it's just the volume, because there is somebody else in the ward so that we don't disturb the person. I said, by the way, I was not told the result of the CTG. She said, oh, really? It was 125, the FHR, fetal heart rate. I was like, 125. Doctor, that's a problem. And then my husband, races down. So as he walks in, my doctor then begins to tremble. She then goes, oh, she's very sorry, but they lost the heartbeat. Several, people told me that what I described to them, and I mean medical professionals, that it's very odd.
Top 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English test. Before recent changes, international students aiming to study in top institutions in the USA, UK, Canada, and Australia needed English proficiency test scores like IELTS, TOEFL, or PTE for admission and visas. Here are 5 countries where Nigerians can study abroad without English tests. Number 1, Germany. Germany's education system offers affordable tuition fees. Nigerians interested in studying there often ask if they need an IELTS test. The good news is, many German universities now accept students without IELTS. They require a proof of English proficiency through specific documents for admission and visa applications. Number 2, Norway. Norwegian higher education offers top academics and teaching methods. It includes all accredited institutions and programs. English is widely spoken in universities, and Nigerian students can study in Norway without IELTS with the senior school certificate from 1988. Number 3, France. Studying in France is a dream for Nigerian students due to its high-quality education. France is a top global destination for studying abroad, but language tests like IELTS or TOEFL can be a challenge for many international students. Number 4, Austria. Many Austrian universities offer alternatives for the IELTS for English proficiency, such as interviews or previous education in English. Nigerians with a strong WAEC or NECO English results can benefit from these options for studying in Austria. Number 5, Singapore. Singapore's diverse population creates a culturally rich environment. It's welcoming for those from different backgrounds to study or work. Singapore offers quality education, career opportunities, modern infrastructure, and affordable education costs, making it a top choice for international students. Nigerian students can study in Singapore without needing an IELTS score for university admission. To read on these and more, visit www.businessday.ng. Follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG. Business Day, news you can trust.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Welcome back. This is the big story here on the BDTV Breakfast Show, and this is where we discuss key issues shaping our nation and our economy. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we'll be exploring the impact of the Monetary Policy Committee's decision to retain rates in 3 years. Our discussions will focus on what this move means for the economy and businesses in Nigeria. The Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria retained the country's benchmark interest rate at 27.5% following its 299th meeting in Abuja. The decision marks a pause in rate hikes after 6 consecutive increases in 2024 as the Apex Bank navigates inflationary pressures, exchange rate volatility, and economic growth concerns. The committee noted stability in the foreign exchange market, improvement in external reserves, and a gradual moderation in fuel prices as key macroeconomic development influencing its decision. Now, to understand this better this morning, we're joined by our in-house analyst. I'm joined by Lolade Akimurele and as well as Eniola Olatunji. Good to have you on the show this morning.
Pleasure to be here.
Well, let's go straight to the conversation. First, let me start by asking you, Mr. Lolade, can we know why the MPC decided to take this decision?
Yeah, so like you rightly said, it's the first time in 3 years that they are retaining interest rates. Throughout, for the most of last year, we had massive hikes culminating in, what the current interest rate level. I think we had a combined rate hike of about 875 basis points last year. So I think the reason why they decided to hold now is because, we're coming off the back of a rebasing for inflation figures, right? So the numbers that we got for January was 24.48%, down from about 34% in December 2024. Now, using the NBS did not release data on the old methodology. So what that means is that the 24.48% that we had for January is, it's rebased, it's different. It's not what would have been the case if we still stuck to the old methodology. Perhaps we might have even seen a hike, I don't know. But the CBN, the MPC decided to just hold off, watch, see exactly, since these new figures have not really settled in yet, see when the NBS is able to release the data using the old methodology, and then that they can make more informed decisions off of that. But to make a decision based on what we saw in January, given that they are rebased figures, would have been hasty for me. Yes, of course, we've also seen some stability in the FX market. That might probably have given them another reason to decide to hold interest rates. But as we noted earlier, I think Business Day did quite a number of stories just looking at how the Naira rally we're seeing today, we had something similar last year, and it all came crashing down eventually. So it's good that they decided not to get carried away too much by the appreciation we're seeing in the foreign exchange market, and just decided, let's stick to our guns here. Let's hold the rates where they are and then see what happens going forward.
Right, I'll come back to ask you, because we need our listeners to be, our viewers to be very informed, I'll come back to ask you on what exactly the CPI rebasing actually means, for like a layman. But Eniola, to you, what does the 27.5% interest rate mean for businesses?
So, obviously there was no change in the interest rates, and that means it's status quo. So businesses will still be borrowing at the same rates at which they were borrowing in the past. But there's something good to notice. So in the treasury bill market, rates have been dropping, and so this means two things for portfolio managers and traders. For traders, they would be sad that the rates are dropping. But for not portfolio managers per se, but people that borrow, like business that like to borrow through commercial papers, they can now offer they can now offer lesser rates for their commercial paper now that rates in the 1-year treasury bills are dropping. So for businesses, they can borrow at a lesser rate. Although the MPC rate is the same thing, but because rates on the treasury bills are now dropping, they can borrow at a lesser rate. But when it comes to banks, the rates are the same because they held rates across all of the rates at the same level. So yeah, for those borrowing at the bank, they will be borrowing at the same rate. So things are still relatively the same. But maybe for commercial papers, you could see maybe rates on commercial papers begin to reduce, because even in the bond market today, there's a bond auction today, and everyone is projecting that this is the last time we might be able to borrow borrow at the bond. We might be able to get bonds at 20-something%. Last week we saw treasury bill fall to like 23%. So it's different for different people. If you're borrowing from the bank, it's status quo. But if you're probably going for commercial papers or other things, it might reduce. You might be borrowing at a lower rate.
At a lower rate, all right.
Yeah, and just to add to what she said, she alluded to the fact that now you have a situation where you have positive real returns for the first time in over 5 years. So even though that's on paper, because the T-bill yields has dropped to 23% as at the last auction last week, but on paper it's a good signal to send to investors that indeed we're on the path of orthodox monetary policy. So the central bank governor has committed to ensuring that we have an environment where interest rate is above inflation, because that's the only way you can cut foreign investors into the economy. That will bring in the dollars that you need to stabilize the naira. So it's a good thing that we have now finally joined the league of other African countries with positive real returns, because if you look at South Africa, Kenya, Ghana, Egypt, they all have positive real returns, and they've had that for close to a year now. So it's good that we finally turned the corner, even though we know that most of that is down to the rebased
and is this the first time that this is going to be happening? Is this the first time
that what is happening, that we have interest rates above inflation? Yes, it's the first time in 5 years.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So before now, you've seen it. We've had a case where inflation has been above interest rates. So that has left investors with negative real returns. So when they are doing their calculations, what to invest in, because you know that you have to back out inflation to get your real return. So if you back it out and then you're left with a negative figure, it's enough reason for investors to decide not to invest in Nigerian assets. They go elsewhere. They go to Egypt, that would probably give them positive return. So now that it's positive, or at least on paper, the reason why I'm saying on paper is if you compare the current inflation rate is 24.48%, right? Yeah. You compare that with the rate on the 1-year treasury bill, which is 23%. The 1-year treasury bill is actually lower than inflation rate. So that's why I said it's on paper that you have MPR 27% and then inflation 24%. So it's positive. It's a good signal to send, and it's a sign that we're moving in the right direction.
And speaking of a good signal to send, what are some of the implications of this for Nigeria's economy and manufacturing? And let's speak about it, both the positives and the negatives, because I'm sure there will be negatives as well.
Yeah, good. So I mean, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, they've been very vocal about their position on interest rates. They think it's too high because, of course, I mean, it's quite difficult to do business in a country like Nigeria, and then you're getting that if you're relying on bank loans, you're getting loans at over 30%. It's hard, really, that you have to service your loans at 30%. I mean, what's the profit margin, the average profit margin of a Nigerian company? If you have to back out 30% of that just to service the loans you've taken, is quite high. So yes, they're still high, but we understand what the central bank is doing. The truth is, like we said earlier, it's important that you set the economy on the path of orthodoxy, and you send a signal to investors that you are predictable. The central bank's monetary policy is predictable. Predictable monetary policy means that if inflation is at fever pitch levels, then you have to hike interest rates to match that, especially if it's demand pull. Some people will argue in Nigeria that, well, our inflation is not demand pull, it's more cost driven. But the truth is, even at that, because of imported inflation, there's still an impact that having a stable currency would have on inflation, whether it's being driven by cost or demand. So it's only reasonable that the central bank has to hike rates to ensure that you keep prices down, and then you mop up the excess liquidity in the market, which, you know, we had a lot of liquidity under the previous central bank governor. So this central bank governor now, Olayemi Cardoso, is probably just trying to roll back some of those policies of the previous governor that knocked investor confidence and led to skyrocketing inflation. So manufacturers obviously would not be so happy about this. Perhaps they would have been expecting a cut. But I mean, on the flip side, at least we're getting, if there's anything that you can deduce from the trajectory this year, is that for sure there might be a rate cut. It's more likely that we have a rate cut this year than a rate hike. So you're not going to see that very hawkish central bank that you saw last year. There's every sense that this time around will be a little more dovish because of the forecast that inflation would trend downwards, which means that it gives them less reasons to keep on hiking interest rates. So if that happens, then of course it would give the economy ample room to breathe, yeah, will be the better for it.
And you know, who do you think stands to benefit more from this decision, this MPC's decision?
So generally, since things are still the same, I think investors stand, not especially foreign investors. I've been saying that the rates on treasury bills are low, but I remember last week somebody was telling me that 23% is still good returns, because for a 1-year treasury bill, the rate should be at least a single digit for a year treasury bill.
So because it's risk free.
Because it's risk free.
You're not taking any risk at all.
So for even as of now, it's still a very good time to still lock in on a year treasury bill, on bonds. I would expect that there's a bond auction today. I would expect that today a lot of people, like, there's an oversubscription on the bond, because people should lock in on these yields currently. So for investors, and you already mentioned that we are in an era of positive real returns. That's something that even foreign investors would be very interested in. And given that we have a stable currency right now, Naira is about 1.5. We don't even have an arbitrage. The black market and the official market they are the same. They've converged like 1,509 and 1,510. So it's a very good time for investors to they are the gainers to be sincere. And for businesses, I think it's just a good time for, like, some businesses also like invest. So it's a good time to maybe for them to invest ahead of time, and then furthermore, they might enjoy from the rate cut. Like you said, that there's going to be a rate cut. The next by the next MPC meeting, would have seen, I think it's in May, would have seen February, March, April inflation rates, and we'll be able to tell from then. And I'm sure, like, things will be better, and there will likely be a rate cut. So for now, it's investors, foreign investors, local investors that are at the receiving side or the advantage of.
So investors, basically.
Yes, and literally everyone should be an investor. So, like, I think everyone could actually benefit from it.
And depending on how you look at it, even Nigerians can benefit from this, the economy as a whole, right? Because you get the sense that what the central bank is trying to do is to stabilize prices, right? Stabilize inflation and ensure that you have a stable exchange rate, price stability, which is essentially the core mandate of the central bank. So if that works out well, then obviously the economy will benefit from that, and Nigerians as well. So, but I get the flip side that, interest rates are too high for some businesses, but you know that people are getting creative these days. There are so many other sources of funding. Most companies are turning away from bank loans and exploring other opportunities like private equity, for instance. Some companies are doing commercial papers, although the companies that can do commercial papers need to be of a certain size.
Yes.
Yeah, the big ones. But you could do private equity. There are other options, venture capital. There are other options aside bank loans, really. So hopefully, what the central bank is trying to do, I mean, they're able to achieve it, and then the economy is on the right footing.
And when you speak of the economy being on the right footing, so last week we had a guest on the show who had spoke, Mr. Ayo Teriba, and he had mentioned that there's nothing for us to be happy about. When we're talking about how the naira has been on a stable since January, we've seen instability. Yeah. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, I think that, I mean, however way you look at it, it's positive that the naira has been stable. I mean, it could be a lot worse. A lot of people went into this year expecting that perhaps the naira could even hit 2,000 naira, right, to $1. But we've gotten that pleasant surprise. Things are stabilizing. However way you look at it, the Trump's presidency was also supposed to be a threat because it was supposed to enthrone a stronger dollar, which would, lead to capital reversals from emerging markets as well back to the US. But Nigeria has been able to manage that fairly well. The Naira has been fairly stable. And I think that the central bank has learned from the last time, late last year, when the Naira went on this remarkable rally, went from worst performing currency to the best performing currency in the space of months, and was as high as 1,003 at the time before it came crashing back down to 1.6 or even almost 1.7. The central bank learned at the time that sometimes if you get carried away by that appreciation and you're not really an active participant in the market, which would mean buying dollars as well. So if you have the opportunity as a central bank to buy dollars at a cheaper rate, you should mop up that liquidity rather than just let it float around and then the rate just keeps appreciating and then it gets to a point where the liquidity dries and the Naira flushes around. So now I think that they're keeping an eye out for liquidity in the market. They're not getting carried away by just the stability in the exchange rate. They're looking at liquidity and ensuring that there's enough liquidity in the market to ensure that even if the Naira doesn't go on some sort of a bull run from here on, it is still able to maintain, that tight band of between 1,500 and 1,510. So exactly overshoot that. So it's positive however you look at it. But what will be decisive is that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Where the Naira just goes on this rally, we're not thinking about liquidity so much, and then the liquidity dries up all of a sudden, and then the Naira just crashes. If there's a change of tack in that regard, then of course we would have much to celebrate.
Yeah. And just before I let you go, Enola, I know you did write a story talking on the CPI and the rebasing and all of that. Just for the viewer who is not too familiar with what this is, what does it actually mean? When you talk about the consumer price index rebasing and all of that.
So the rebasing just generally means that. So there were a couple of adjustments made to the methodology. The most important one is the year to which it's rebased. So previously, the inflation prices were rebased, were compared to prices in 2009. But now the prices are compared to prices in 2024, which was last year. And according to the MBS, their reasons because in 2023 there was a floating of the exchange rate, and there was also like subsidy removal. So prices are more like reflective of current situation, so to speak. So say in 2009 a shirt costs 5 naira, and if you compare it to prices now, there will be great margin between that price and now. But say last year the shirt was probably 500 and now it's 600. So we see why there was a reduction in inflation figures. Also, so there are a number of items they normally take statistics of every month. So those items were about 700 in the past. They increased those items to 900, also to reflect current reality. Some people, we spend more on several other things that we do not used to spend back in 2009 when they were using the previous methodology.
Like data
so
and all of that.
Data, financial services. Now we pay like things like ATM charges.
Sure.
You're using piggy vest, all those financial charges we didn't used to pay back then. Some other ingredients, some other items that are also important was added. Then there's another divisional level. That's where all these items are grouped into a subheading. So there were 12 of them before, it became 13, and now financial and insurance services was added to it. So another thing to note is that the weight of food, transport, and I think electricity was reduced. I think it used to be about over 70%, and it was reduced to much less than that now. So food is still the heaviest. It's still the heaviest item when calculating inflation, but it's not as heavy as it used to be. So those are some of the things there were some of the corrections that they made, or the new method. That's the way they calculate it currently. So that's why we saw a reduction in the inflation. Now they something to also notice that the fact that it dropped from 34.8 to 24.4, does not mean that inflation actually reduced. It just interprets that inflation between last year and now, like prices increased by 24.48%. So it's not that because of the methodology, it has reduced like how do I put it, theoretically
decelerated,
yeah, it has decelerated.
Yeah, it's still rising,
but it's still rising, but like it's decelerated. So it just says that between last year, January, and now, inflation prices has increased by 24.48%. That's what's the new methodology.
All right. So finally, Mr. Lolade, what right now for people who want to borrow money, is this a good time for people who want to borrow money?
Well, we talked about it earlier. Truth is, the interest rates are high. It's definitely not a good time to borrow, to go get a bank loan. You know what I mean? It's not. Especially given that there are forecasts that rates will start to come down. There's likely going to be a rate cut, 1 or 2, before the end of the year. So if at all you want to rely on bank loans, this is not the time to take new bank loans. You probably want to wait till when the rates start to trend downwards. For now, I think what people should be thinking about should be how to take advantage of the high yields in the market. Because when you have high interest rates like the high MPR, then it means that you also have high market rates, high market returns, So they should be thinking of ways, Nigerians should be thinking of, people should be thinking of ways to, take advantage of the high yields in the market right now, because they would not last forever. You might start to see a winding down this year. Eniola did a story last year about the T-bills market and how the party might be over, in some sort of way, that because, yields have dropped from about 25% to 23%. 23% is still high. Yeah, maybe the party is not entirely over, but you get the point is that, this might be the beginning or the first sign that the party is nearing an end, right? Because you're coming from, in January 2024, the yields on T-bills, the 1-year T-bill was about 9%. So it's likely that we start to return to that era if we're able to, keep a lid on inflation. And that would mean that, these high yields that are easily accessible now will be no more. So that's what the focus should be, really, not necessarily taking bank loans at this time.
I also want to add that so in the bond auction today, in January, there was a new bond that was opened at 22.6. That's the highest coupon ever. They did not add it to this auction. So the government, they're really trying to reduce their spending, so yields are decreasing. But I also want to add that it might also be a good time to start investing in the equities market. Because theoretically, when interest rates start to come down, the equity market starts to perform well. And when is the best time to buy? Is to buy when the market is still relatively
on the low side.
Yeah, on the low side. So now might be time to start investing in the equities market too, aside locking in on high yields.
Yeah. Although the stock market has been, Nigerian stock market has been swimming against the tide, if you like.
Yeah.
Like as you said, theoretically, when interest rates go up, the stock market tends to, because it means that the finance cost for companies listed on the exchange goes up. So it reduces their profitability, and then that also kind of dampens their attractiveness to investors. But we've had a situation where Nigerian stocks have been doing well, irrespective of the high interest rate environment. So it's only normal that if rates even come down this year, then it's even likely that the stock market will do better. So people should focus more on investments now, rather than taking up bank loans. If you must take a loan for working capital or anything, I'd advise you explore other more affordable sources than going to the bank.
Well, we've heard from the experts. It's a good time for us to invest. So thank you very much for your time on the morning show this morning. And you're now Latunji, banking and finance reporter here at BusinessDay, as well as you, Lolade Akimurele, our deputy editor here at BusinessDay. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. And that's how we bring it to a wrap here on The Big Story. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Do stay with us for more.
You are watching Business Day Television.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adire Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business. The production process is
This is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other states, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body. We have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After cleaning, you use it to work. Like you will see what is there now. After cleaning, that is why you get all these finishing work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working hand, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as our forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of us, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating because now we are under the bridge. But see yet we are still managing this place because there is no land and we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some time ago, we wrote to we under a ministry of we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place, and after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country, so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. Some people they are abroad now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are not trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could see that one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we cut it. I think we brought it to book. Based on the online markets and those that do the events, they are really promoting us. That's why we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by God. We have two types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber,
Okay.
one is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves.
Oh.
So those are the three major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. You know, it's from God. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
Can I?
yes, they brought this one from like this one. This one you see now. This is rubber, but we call it rattan.
Okay.
They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane.
Yeah.
When you see that, you like it. But
It's fine.
Yes. But even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and we don't know. They begin to start to produce this long ago, and it is we that doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we learn work from them, but we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will learn work from you, and that's why we take over the business.
This is the Craftsmanship Chronicle series on Go Local, and on this episode, our focus is on wood, trees in our hood. Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. Now, Go Local is a podcast where we delve deeply and explore our nation's local uniqueness. Go local, buy local, and together we stay global. As we get into it, do also grab a cup of your favorite drink and a snack you would love to munch on. Oh, and make sure to make it a Nigerian snack and get ready for an amazing ride. Since humans first realized they could make use of the materials they found in the vicinity, wood has been used and altered by us. People eventually learned about the special qualities of wood as they utilized it to satisfy a wide range of human requirements in peace and conflict, farming, and industry. Throughout history, trees and their wood have been essential to human existence. Since ancient times, wood has been one of our most vital building elements, used for construction as well as for production of tools, weapons, and furniture. Wood has historically played a key role in a lot of areas, and we Nigerians are part of that history. For this episode, I went to the Itamaga sawmill in the Ikorodu area of Lagos State, where I was able to speak with the General Secretary of the sawmill.
My name is Alhaji Kabiru Adewega Ibrahim, and this is Sogidowo Sawmill Itamaga. So I'm the secretary to the association, General Secretary to the association, Sogidowo Plant Marketers Association of Nigeria.
Here in Nigeria and around the world, we have several uses of wood, such as agricultural purposes,
for making musical instruments, for carving religious figurines, to create household furniture, for casket production, for fortification, as well as for source of energy supply, for example, our firewood and general logs for fireplaces. The wood production in Nigeria has specific process, and I will leave the explaining for the experts.
The woods normally come in 2x6. That is for roofing. So when they boil to it, like the ones you are looking there now, and it's 2x6. So when they bring it here, so if you want to saw it, you saw into 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. Those are the roofing planks. So we saw it to those sizes if you need it for roofing. So we take it from the shed down to the machine side. So we saw it there. If it is roofing, so it's all 2x4, 2x3, 2x2. So for facing board, that one is 1x12, 1x12x12. So now like the one that they are putting down there, so that is 1x12x12 for facing board. So after you roof, to facing board, so you cover breeze or whatever. So that's what they use that one for. So to seal the roof with the ceiling. So that's what they use it for.
Just like other industries, the wood industry sure has its challenges.
The challenges we usually face is the problem of this marine police or guard or whatever. You know, they are extorting us too much. You know Nigeria, that's Nigeria system, corruption. After we will have saw wood, process it, take the license, but they usually collect approval for wood, any wood cut. After that, if you pass through the water, if this marine police or whatever see you, they will still collect money as if you never collect any paper. So that's the Nigerian problem. So we face many challenges, yeah? At the same time, after they are coming from the river, the canoe those the trucks that are coming into the sawmill, those are the policemen on the road, trying to collect something, collect money. Those are the challenges we have.
The vegetation of Nigeria can be broadly classified into two types, that is, forest and savanna. Now, according to Statista in 2021, Nigeria exported forest products amounting to nearly $109.7 million US. Most of these products were roundwood and sawnwood, amounting to roughly 52.4 million and 8.1 million US dollars, respectively. Other main exported forest products included paper and paperboard.
The wood always come from Bayelsa State, Ondo State, Edo State, and from Oyo as well. But the one coming from Oyo, that's 1x12x12, and at times 2x12. But 2x6 wood for roofing normally come from Bayelsa, Edo State, Ondo State, and at the same time from Ogun State, Ogun Water side. The customer you have, if it is an old customer, you must have a relationship. He can call you on phone and place order. So you call transport for him. When you've concluded with him for the quotation of the wood, so if you help him process it, you call transporter to transport it. So they will take it down to him. Or some do come inside to the market by themselves. So they will negotiate price, buy the wood, call a motor to pack it. Because the transporters they have their own association as well.
According to the United Nations, Nigeria has the highest deforestation rate in the world, with an estimated 3.7% of its forests lost every year.
That's what I'm saying, our problem here. And these forestry people that are supposed to be handled at Ministry of Agriculture. Wherever they cut timber, supposed to plant it back immediately. They don't do that. In a question of say 5 to 10 years now, there will be the issue of a wood scarcity. Those places that I'm talking the other time, Edo, whatever. If you want to get wood now, it's very, very far to the upland, to the river self, to the swamp self, too far. That's why the wood is very hot now.
This is a call to action to the Department of Forestry, Federal Ministry of Environment. We in Nigeria are losing our trees and we need a solution to this loss. When one tree is cut down, I believe 10 more should be planted in its stead. Wood in Nigeria plays a very vital role, and leaving our forests to chance of the trees growing on their own accord is very risky. We need to be more intentional about our forests, and yes, also the trees in our hood. If you've ever wondered where you can get wood from, well, look no further. The sawmill at Itamaga area of Ikorodu in Lagos is right there for you. Now, if you happen to be a lover of DIYs, or you're a professional wood carver, an artist that uses wood for their craft, or one who uses wood in their everyday life, for example, writers, well, always remember, wood is good, but we need more trees in our hood. Plant a tree today, save our environment.
It was an eventful 35 weeks, I would say. And he asked me a question. In fact, he had asked me that question the week before. Is it a boy or a girl? I said a girl. If I was carrying a boy, he could probably understand why my gynae was delaying taking out the baby. Because girls tend to do better than boys if they're out before, full term. Yes. And I just realized that I had not felt my baby move up until that time. This is almost 3 o'clock. Nobody has given me any magnesium sulfate. Immediately they connected it and I heard the heartbeat. My first response was, this heartbeat is real. The nurse and the doctor both go, oh, it's just the volume, because there is somebody else in the ward so that we don't disturb the person. I said, by the way, I was not told the result of the CTG. She said, oh, really? It was 125, the FHR, fetal heart rate. I was like, 125. Doctor, that's a problem. And then my husband, races down. So as he walks in, my doctor then begins to tremble. She then goes, oh, she's very sorry, but they lost the heartbeat. Several, people told me that what I described to them, and I mean medical professionals, that it's very odd.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Kemi Michael here, your Yoruba named Akwa Ibom girl, welcoming you to Go Local. We took a trip down to the town of Kenta in the heart of Abeokuta, where we met with the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Kampala Market and a few traders.
Chief Mrs. Olukene Somuyiwa Odunlami. I am the Otun Iyaloja of Kenta Adire Kampala Market.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Kaka Aisha Remilekun.
Adire was once, and still is, a closely guarded family secret in Egbaland. Parents carefully taught the techniques to their daughters, and the wives to their sons. This tradition was so sacred that outsiders were initially barred from participating, as Adire production echoed the whispers of a family's heritage.
Yes, my grandmom did it, my mom did it, and now to me. And by the grace of God, my children are still on it also.
They're learning.
They've learned it. They are growing up. They've married, and they are doing this business.
Okay.
And they are educated too.
Yes.
At least I have PhD holder among them. I have BSc among them. But I made this business compulsory for them. They have passion for it because it's something they grow up with.
It's a family thing. So my mom do, my grandma, I was born into it. So after schooling, the challenges in the economy, have to come back into the business.
Different countries go through challenges. Our motherland, Nigeria, sure has her fair share of those. In these trying times, the Adire makers and producers are also affected by several challenges.
The challenges that we are facing presently is the material we are using. You see, they are not producing the material, the clothes in Nigeria now. Most of the industries that produce it, like Gaspia Textile, United Textile, Arewa Textile, they are fold up. So the white material that we are using now, the brocade, is from China. And you see the dollar is moving up. So it's made the price to cost now. Before, when they are producing it in Nigeria, we do buy it like 100,000 per bill. Even it was 55 before. It's jumped to 100,000. Now it's 600,000 per bill. So it's very expensive presently. Then secondly, the dye that we are using is not made in Nigeria. It's an imported also. So the price has risen up. Even the common candle that we are using is now expensive. It's not made in Nigeria. They are imported. We call it paraffin wax. So with the price now that moves up, it affects the production. You see, when we produce it finished, the price will rise up. There are some we are selling before 880, 880. It's now like 15,000, 20,000. So those are the problems we face now.
Now, this is a call to action for the government to go ahead and invest in infrastructure, because quite sure these companies that produce the white cloth used for Adire making would not fold up if the right infrastructures were put in place. Now, this is your sign to go local, buy local, and stay global. Visit any shop, or you can take that trip down to Abuja and shop for some Adire products. To be part of this podcast, send an email to customercare@businessday.ng with the title Go Local Podcast, and we will be there to answer all your questions. Don't forget to follow us on all social media platforms at BusinessDayNG.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello there, welcome to the Business Day exclusive. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today I'm in conversations with Ms. Adire Ayoade. She is the MD, CEO, and lead coach of EZ37 Solutions Limited, and she has over 30 years of diverse industry experience in HR and management consulting. She's a professional coach focusing on executive and strategic leadership. Welcome to the show, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Lizzie. Great to be here.
Awesome. Very lovely to be speaking to you today, and you look awesome.
Thank you. Thank you.
So let me start by asking, how did you, find yourself in this field of, professional coaching, and what are some of the impacts that your time on this job, what are some of the impacts that you have recorded?
Interestingly, the way I found myself in this space was based on a request from a multinational client who recognized they had a need for coaching in their organization and reached out to me. And really, that was where the journey started and my whole interest and passion in coaching began. Now, with regards to the impact of coaching and the achievements recorded in the many years that I've been in this space, I would say that I'm increasingly and really very grateful to Almighty God, because there have been so many numerous achievements along the way that I struggle to think of which one to actually name as the greatest achievement. From being the president of ICF Nigeria chapter. Now, ICF is the International Coaching Federation, which is the leading and largest body of professional coaches globally. So from being the president of the Nigerian chapter to being the global co-leader for Europe, Middle East, and Africa for ICF Education.
Fantastic.
Thank you. To being featured in Forbes, to having co-authored, the very first book on professional coaching in Nigeria, which is, coaching from the African perspective, to having received awards, leadership award, and most recently a Coaching Excellence Award. There have been so many achievements, and even the testimonials I have received from numerous organizational leaders that I support, multinational organizational leaders, who talk about the impact that coaching has had, not just on their personal lives, but even contributing to the success of their professional lives and, towards the impact in their organizations. When they talk about how coaching has led to and contributed to success in their organizations and the ROI that they were expecting, having received that, it's really been huge achievements for me and very rewarding. I would really say that the greatest achievement would be serving as a CEO of EZ37 Solutions. We are one of two accredited organizations in Nigeria by the ICF. And so being able to support thousands of individuals all over the world to transform lives, to impact organizations, really has been the greatest achievement. So really it's being the CEO of EZ37 Solutions and working with really incredible team members. That has been my greatest achievement.
Fantastic. So what role do you think that coaching plays in organizational and individual transformation in general?
So Lizzie, we're in a very fast-paced world, and we really cannot bring the knowledge of yesterday to solve the ever-changing problems of today. And so for individuals, coaching unlocks their potential. It really helps them to have a growth mindset, to really consider creative and innovative ways to find solutions to a number of challenges that they may be facing. Sometimes they have, obstacles they have to cross, and they're looking for ways to be able to do that. So coaching unlocks the potential of individuals, untapped potential. It unlocks that. And then for organizations, you find that, coaching really supports in improving performance. Organizations have goals that they want to achieve. And so coaching supports in enabling the achievement of those goals and creating a very enabling environment for people to really thrive and to feel engaged and to contribute towards the success of such organizations. So culture transformation, leadership transformation, clarity, change, courage. There's so many benefits that coaching provides for individuals and the organizations that they serve.
Yeah, fantastic. And but speaking of leadership transformation, what are some of the areas that you have seen in your time working as a professional coach? What are some of the areas that you've seen leaders lacking in?
So interestingly, self-awareness. Lizzie, a number of leaders are, they may feel, I know myself, so they may have the internal self-awareness, but the external self-awareness is lacking sometimes. So coaching really enables them to have a better perspective of how their behaviors are being viewed and, perceived and received. So I think self-awareness is a huge one. I think decision-making is another key one. You find that strategic leadership, being able to have that strategic mindset is another area of need. And then, of course, emotional intelligence, Lizzie. Emotional intelligence. Sometimes you find that, people are dealing with things from different angles, and how do they navigate but still, maintain the front, that enables people not to sort of run away from them because they feel this person is going to explode. So emotional intelligence and resilience. Yeah.
Awesome. So what areas do you say that individuals must pay more consideration to as they grow?
So individuals generally, I would say there are a number of ways, number of areas individuals should pay attention to, and some of which I've just spoken about, because we are all leaders in different capacities. We're all influencing individuals or organizations in one way or the other. So we need resilience. We need resilience. We need to have that change management mindset. We need to pay attention to having a growth mindset. We need to work on our emotional intelligence. We need to work on our critical thinking skills. And sometimes people have these blockers. Some people call it obstacles, things that get in the way. And coaching helps them to, in that safe, non-judgmental space, it enables them to look beyond those obstacles to identify solutions that they may not even have realized was within them. So, these are some of the areas that people, individuals, leaders should pay attention to.
Fantastic. So knowing full well about the importance of coaching and all of these things you've said, are there sectors in Nigeria that need urgent coaching attention?
That's an interesting one, Lizzie. I think I would say almost every sector in Nigeria could really benefit from, coaching and coaching interventions. In particular, sectors that there's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress, there's a lot of, high targets to be met. Such sectors could actually really benefit from coaching because they're looking at ways to think creatively, to come up with novel and new ways to stay competitive. So you find sectors like finance sector, very fast paced. You have people having some targets and you're like, this is interesting. So financial sector, oil and gas, you have, telecommunications, FMCG, sectors where they really need leadership development. They need improved governance. They need effective policies and programs. So across various sectors, coaching is needed.
Good. So would you say Nigerians are engaging enough in the areas of coaching, and what would you say are some of the best practices that will make Nigerians thrive when they adopt coaching? I don't know that generally people employ professional coaches. It seems to be like something that is very elitist, like, oh, have I finished eating and I want to employ a professional coach? So what would you say are some of the best practices that Nigerians can actually adopt in terms of engaging with professional coaching?
So I would say that, the awareness of coaching is growing in Nigeria, and I really want to applaud BusinessDay and, the efforts being made to create the awareness around coaching, because there's still a lot of room for people to recognize the transformational impact, the benefits of coaching. And when you say it's seemed as elitist, there's a lot more democratization of coaching. People are embracing coaching at different levels of organizations, or even entrepreneurs, even individuals, not just businesses. I would say that I spoke about the International Coaching Federation earlier.
Yes, you did.
And they are the gold standard. Now, I am an ICF professionally credentialed coach, right? I'm certified by this gold standard. My organization is also certified. We're accredited by the International Coaching Federation. So really, when we're thinking about how does anybody ensure that, the standard is maintained, is to engage with organizations like ourselves, EZA 37 Solutions, who have a promise to ensure that we consistently maintain, world-class standards and employ best practices in what we do when it comes to coaching. So we're offering coaching to organizations and individuals. We also offer pro bono coaching opportunities to organizations and individuals. So we're making it accessible. So when I talk about the democratization of coaching, it's real.
So finally, you've spoken about the work that EZ37 Solutions is doing, which is amazing. So for someone who probably wants to venture into professional coaching, not just the people who want to use your services, what would you say are some of the traits they should see in themselves before they say, you know what, I think I should venture, I think I could reach out to EZ37 to coach me? What are some of the traits they should look out for?
Somebody who wants to be an agent of change.
Okay.
If you want to be an agent of change, if you want to make an impact in your world, if you truly want to show up as an authentic contributor to making the world a better place, that's what you need. We will then, being a coaching institution, we will then support with the skills, with the competences, with the mindsets, with the tools, everything that's needed. Having that passion, having that desire to be a change agent, to bring about sustainable change. And our world needs more change agents. So I think with that, you've got all you need to get started.
I think you've said it all. I mean, you literally just said just being the person who wants to be a change agent. And I think everyone should want to be a change agent. I want to be a change agent.
Beautiful.
I'm a change agent, so I think it's fantastic. I want to really commend you for the work you're doing.
Thank you.
And I hope that we keep seeing, this impact that you're making every day. We keep seeing it around our world, in Nigeria and even beyond. So well done, ma'am. And it's lovely talking to you.
Thank you, Lizzie. It's been a pleasure speaking to you too. Thank you. And I truly appreciate Business Day for creating this vibration around coaching.
Absolutely. So there you have it. I've just had a very enlightening conversation with Mrs. Adire on professional coaching. It was indeed very remarkable. We hope you keep watching Business Day. We are on all social media platforms at Business Day NG. Thank you for watching. My name is Elizabeth Musa.
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day Television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello and welcome to the news update on BDTV. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Let's see what's making headlines. Senate accuses CBN of frustrating investigation of 30 trillion naira ways and means. Anambra gubernatorial, APC raises 350 million naira from nomination form sales. Nigerian economy hit 3-year high on services growth. Putin offers Russian and Ukrainian rare mineral to United States. Ahmed Musa calls for investigation into mysterious death of Nigerian footballer in Uganda. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the Senate had a committee investigating the 30 trillion naira Ways and Means facility granted to the federal government between 2015 and 2023, has accused the Central Bank of Nigeria of frustrating its efforts to uncover how the loans were utilized. The committee chairman Issa Jibrin made the allegation on Tuesday, the 25th of February, after receiving an interim report from its consultants. Jibrin revealed the CBN has refused to provide the necessary documents to facilitate the investigation, thereby delaying the completion of the assignment. Under the administration of former President Muhammadu Buhari, the government reportedly borrowed the 30 trillion naira through this facility, with Godwin Emefiele as CBN governor during the period. Moving on, the ruling All Progressives Congress has realized 350 million naira from the sale of its nomination and expression of interest forms ahead of its April 5th governorship primary election in Anambra State. According to reports, no fewer than 7 governorship aspirants will secure the 50 million naira forms before the end of the deadline on Tuesday, February 25. The 7 aspirants who bought the forms are Professor Obiora Okonkwo, Nicholas Ukachukwu, Chukwuma Umeoji, Paul Chukwuma, Onunko Obina, Valentine Ozigbo, and Edozie Madu. However, only 4 aspirants have submitted their completed forms. Still on, Nigeria's gross domestic product has surged by 3.84% in real terms in the fourth quarter of 2024 from 3.46% in 2023. This is according to the National Bureau of Statistics, representing the highest GDP growth in 3 years. The growth driven primarily by the services sector, which expanded by 5.37%, underscores the resilience of the Nigerian economy despite global uncertainties. In 2024, Nigeria's GDP growth stood at 3.40%, up from 2.7% in 2023, reflecting continued recovery and expansion in key sectors. And to end the local news, the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission has summoned MultiChoice Nigeria to explain its planned subscription price increase effective from March 1, 2025. The Commission revealed in a statement issued on Tuesday, the 25th of February, that it had directed the Chief Executive Officer of MultiChoice Nigeria to appear before an investigative hearing at its headquarters on Thursday. The regulatory intervention follows MultiChoice's formal notification of the price adjustment, which has raised concerns over the frequency of such increases and the potential abuse of market dominance in the pay TV sector. And on the foreign scene, Russian President Vladimir Putin has revealed he is open to offering the United States access to rare minerals, including from Russian-occupied Ukraine. This comes after United States President Donald Trump has repeatedly pushed for Ukraine to give up some of its minerals in exchange for support, in a deal which is currently being finalized. Putin appeared on state TV on Monday, the 24th of February, revealing that he was ready to offer resources to American partners in joint projects, including mining in Russia's new territories, adding that the proposal could also see the two countries collaborating on aluminium extraction and supplying to the United States to stabilize prices. Also, Singapore's biggest bank, DBS, says it expects to cut about 4,000 roles over the next 3 years as artificial intelligence takes on more work currently done by humans. The bank's spokesperson revealed that it will affect temporary and contract staff, with a reduction in the workforce coming from natural attrition as projects are completed. The bank's outgoing chief executive, Piyush Gupta, said it expected to create around 1,000 new AI-related jobs, making DBS one of the first major banks to offer details on how AI will affect its operations. And now to sports, Super Eagles captain Ahmed Musa has joined growing calls for investigation into the sudden death of former Nigerian under-20 player Abubakar Lawal in Uganda. Lawal, who played for Ugandan club Vipers SC, tragically passed away on Monday after allegedly falling from the 3rd floor of Voicemall Shopping Arcade in Kampala. Taking to his official Facebook page, Musa expressed deep sadness over Lawal's demise, emphasizing the need for clarity and justice. But in the news, defending champions Quadri Aruna and Dina Meshref, alongside top mates, have delivered commanding performances to advance to the knockout stage of the 2025 ITTF Africa Cup in Tunis. Aruna showcased his dominance with back-to-back 3-0 victories over Tunisia's Michal Sabi and Benin Republic's Abdel Kadir Salifu. Meshref, however, eased through matches to maintain her reign as Africa's top female player. And these were the top headlines this morning. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Stay tuned for more updates.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
So actually started officially 2021. That's 4 years, but this is the third edition in 4 years. And the beauty for me is the high moments, days like this, where we get to share the vision and also see that the vision is catching on everybody. So we've graduated about 9 mentees already, and we have 15 of them that have been chosen today. So just having to see that people are growing, they are becoming better persons because they joined this program is enough satisfaction for me. Yeah. Okay, so a future big jumper, the growth is undeniable. Like we said, it's not just only marketing. We are teaching people what it means to be mentored, in life, not only marketing. And that's, for me, is something that anyone that desires that, you can actually apply. And in applying, just follow Beat Jumpers on Instagram, on Facebook, on all the social media platforms. You will get to see the details of this. And yeah, we are going to be on TV too, so they get to see some of this. Okay, so for everybody that didn't make the list but applied, they are now in the community, and we engage them very well. So in as much as you didn't apply, we can actually still help you. If you are good enough and we know we can vouch for you, we can help you get a job, placement in different marketing firms, because we have that network. Even in different industry, we have that network. So just keep at it. First of all, signify your interest in BJump. Then we can take it up from there. Okay, so you've not heard of BJump, but BJump, I will tell you, is the first reality show kind of mentorship for the corporate world. And for us, you will get to see our products than the name. We are very, very much excited of what we have built in the last 4 years, and we are hoping that when you get to meet any big jumper, you can distinguish them from every other person, and that what would be my recommendation at this point in time.
I tend to shoot straight. Yes, please. Actually, was asking the question: what actually is your motivation for doing what you're doing? And secondly, who finances this? Because I know that mentoring or training people is an expensive exercise. We have done it. We still do it. Now imagine you take on 18 young people as this, and they go through a 1-year apprenticeship, in which period you're just paying them and teaching them, and they are not really contributing to the core business. So it's a very expensive exercise. So I want to thank you and congratulate you for what you're doing.
You really can't tell. You must have an idea who your mentor is, either in terms of his professionalism, his attitude to life, whether you think it can actually positively impact your life. So you just don't walk in and say, oh, this is going to be my mentor. You must, I think, you must have looked at that individual. You must do a little bit about that individual. You say, look, I want this person to be. That's what I would.
Initiative is going to go a long way because we find out that a lot of young ones are not taking advertising seriously. So with this initiative, having mentors is going to go a long way because they're going to learn, firsthand. They're going to have hands-on experience, and this will be a dramatic change for them.
So it's exciting to be here this evening, and I'm very, very, very grateful to the organizers of this mentorship program for bringing this in a time where we young marketing and advertising people are not really and are not really tutored on what it takes to be a successful adma. So I'm expecting great stuff, basically to learn from industry leaders, as we told and according to the things on social media. There are successful marketing professionals that are going to be taking care of us, by mentoring us, teaching us on the nook and cranny of what it takes to be a successful marketing practitioner. And as you know, the program is all about marketing, entertainment, and technology. How these three sector works in hand to create magic in the advertising industry. So what I'm expecting is to learn, unlearn, and relearn about the things it takes to be a successful marketing and advertising practitioner. Thank you.
Mentees should look out for. I think not just okay because I like this person. If where you're trying to go is where this person has already attained, so I think that's what you should be looking out for. Availability. This person has attained where I'm trying to go, and not just because you like that person, you like the aura, you like everything. I think that's one thing you should look out for. Okay. One thing is commitment. I believe a mentee is not supposed to come like all good or excellent, but commitment. If a mentee shows commitment, means no matter how hard the journey gets, that person will be willing to stay, learn, and grow. So that's one thing I look out for, like your willingness to commit. You really mean this thing, and you're yet to do it. So that's one thing.
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I was one of the BJump 2.0 mentee, and the experience for me was very incredible. My career never remained the same since then. I learned so much. I was stretched. BJump is the kind of program that you come in and you look back after the program and you see yourself doing things that you could never have imagined that you can do, because Mr. Babaji personally will stretch you. We give you tasks, assessments that will really stretch you. And we had opportunities to visit different agencies. So that means we were exposed to, experiences, we were exposed to experts, and that really made us be so fast. And what I have to say to BJump 3.0 and every other BJump said that will be coming is that, put in your best to this. Put in your best to this, because you never can tell who is watching. It's very good to put in your best to whatever you have opportunity. Grab it very well and put in your mind to it, and you definitely no regret. You get the best out of it. Thank you very much. Thank you so much.
The importance of mentorship cannot be overemphasized. I'm a beneficiary of mentors, and I have mentors in different areas of my life that I want to excel in. Now, when you have a mentor, the mentor handholds you and ensure that you don't have to keep reinventing the wheel. You get to sort of even have shortcuts in getting faster to where you want to be. And like our guest speaker mentioned, it's not just about learning in one channel, it's about an overall thing. So irrespective of every area of your life, it's better to have someone that has gone ahead of you, that can teach you, mentor you, guide you on these things. So its importance cannot be overemphasized. It's an amazing thing that Golaji is doing. Anybody that's into mentorship is definitely someone that is passionate at heart and interested in giving back to the society. Now, this mentees today has had a wonderful lifelong experience that they're going to cherish for many years to come, and it makes their journey ahead easier. Like I've said, the importance cannot be overemphasized. I wish so many other people, individuals and organizations can embrace the act of mentorship, because it is the way to go. Thank you.
My most memorable moment was the first time we met Dr. Mr. Bolaji. Yeah, so it was very, very, how would I put it? His presence was very, very interesting, unique. This has been such a surreal experience. I really was not expecting it, and I am so grateful to have been chosen because this is such a once in a lifetime opportunity. Because where else can you find the opportunity to have access to people like this? I mean, just the experience of Dr. Biodun Shobanjo being here, and then the list of the mentors, very impressive people. So I'm just pretty excited, and I hope and pray that I'm able to make the best of this opportunity. Okay, my expectations, to be honest, I'm going into this with an empty mind. I'm emptying my mind of what I knew before, and then I'm just going into it ready to take in everything I can and also apply myself the best I can. So I want to come out of this a way better version and prepared for like the big dreams I have. Prepared to be able to apply myself in the industry and fly so high. So yeah.
I think it's a very, very welcome initiative. I think it's high time someone, stepped up to this challenge. We are at a particular time in the industry where we need to deepen our talent bank, and having professionals come through this BJump program, learn the trades, tricks of the trade, become better at it, and get to learn from lots of mentors. The lineup is really mad, very cool. I think it's just very welcome and brilliant. I think for the guys who have been chosen for this program, it's an opportunity of a lifetime. Dive in head first. Worry about nothing. Give it your best. If you give your 100% to anything, particularly to opportunities like this, trust me, you'll get many folds return.
Okay.
Like the popular saying, if you don't trade them, they will leave anyways, right? I think a lot of people are speaking from a place of disappointment, but it's something we have to keep doing. We have to keep, putting back, into the industry, training and bringing up the next generation. It's very critical. Our future depends on it as a business and as a category.
But this Global Labor Market Conference is really important because it's a place where all the different stakeholders from all around the world are coming together and can exchange views, can share best practices in the way labor market should be organized. So that's why it's really important. And we have about 5,000 participants from 100 different countries. So a major conference. And indeed, when you look at all the different challenges that labor markets are facing at the global level, but most importantly at the national level, there is a need to bring all those parties together to look for solutions. And when I'm talking about the main challenges of the labor markets, clearly you have the demographic shifts, you have the impact and the disruption coming from new technology to develop. We have, of course, the new relationship between the employees and the employers and the companies, and not to mention the use and the need for skilling, reskilling, upskilling, cross-skilling the workforce. So as you can see, many topics to be discussed. And clearly there's an issue because labor market is a market, but it's not a perfect market. This is what we see. And the match between the supply and the demand is not optimal. That's why we have unemployment in many countries around the world. That's why we have people who do not manage to enter the labor market. Therefore, the level of inclusion also in the world of work is not as good as it should be. And once again, this is why it's really important for this event to take place, to bring stakeholders from all around the world and to address all those challenges. And more important, of course, to look for solutions. Well, the main challenges I see for the labor market at a global level, first and foremost, and I'd like to start with some good news, is that actually there had never been so many people at work in this planet as we speak, today. 3.2 billion people are currently working, around the globe. This is the highest level we have never seen. The level of unemployment is also rather low. So again, this is the good news. That's, the world of work might not be optimal. There still might be some issues, but as as I said, many people are now working, which is really good. The second key challenge for me is about demographics. As we know, there is a very strong imbalance between some countries or some regions in the world when it comes to demographic and the size of the working population. Some countries are already seeing their working population shrinking. Russia, Japan, Germany, the US, but thanks to immigration, they managed to cope for that. But for those countries, indeed, the working population is decreasing. While in some other countries, and of course there we have to look at Africa, because Africa has a very young population overall. So for most of the countries in Africa, we see an increase of the working population, which is a very good signal for Africa, because this is where the newest talents will be coming from in the future. So that would be for me the second key challenge to discuss and to address. And the third one, of course, it's all about technology and the new technological development, creating disruption in the world of work, positive ones, less positive ones, I'm afraid. And of course, the buzzword on that one is all about AI, artificial intelligence. This is where the attention is now focusing, and rightly so, because we see already the disruption, coming from AI. Again, in a positive way, new jobs are being created, but we see also some jobs that will be destroyed probably in the future as part of the adaptation to this new technology. I would say that what we are seeing is actually the rise of the global south, as it is mentioned, of the BRICS countries in the broad sense. As you know, the number of BRICS countries, starting with Brazil, Russia, Indonesia, China, and South Africa. The number of those countries have extended now. The group has become larger. Actually, countries like Saudi Arabia are not part of the BRICS countries, which is really good. What we are seeing is that in the developed, you could say Western world, or the north, the global north, if I could say, you can see that in those markets, they are almost saturated in terms of consumption. You have as many goods and services that you want. So companies are now looking for emerging markets where they can sell their products and services. And this is why they are specifically turning to Africa, for instance, where there again, you have young population, growing young population. You still have some needs that must be, served. And therefore, this is why also companies are all offshoring their activities to Latin America, to Africa, to the Asian part of the world, because this is once again where the consumers of tomorrow will be, or are already actually, and where indeed also it's important to produce locally for cost reasons and global supply chain management. So for me, it's very positive for the global south, that indeed this is the market of tomorrow. This is the working population of tomorrow, because once again of the young generation. And this is where, for business, it is the place to be, because this is where, there will be some money to be made. Well, the answer to that question is very simple. It's three words: skilling, skilling, skilling. This is where we have, and where the African countries have to invest. This is because it's nice to have a growing working population, but if the working population is not skilled, to answer the needs from the companies and from the private sector and the public sector too, this is not leading to employment, this is leading to unemployment. So clearly education and the skilling part is essential for Africa if they want to succeed, if the countries want to succeed in the future. So really important. The other dimension that Africa still has to deal with is informality, labor informality. And there are too many people not having a proper, labor contract to work, not being covered by a minimum level of social protection, not making enough, to make a living from a financial point of view. So there is really, really some efforts to be made there. And this is part of, regulating the labor markets in the different countries. Some countries are already well ahead for that. Some other countries might be lagging behind. But clearly, there is a need for proper regulation in Africa. And Nigeria is a very good example, because recently Nigeria ratified the Convention 181 from the ILO on private employment services, recognizing the need for having private companies, employment and recruitment companies operating to facilitate the match between the supply and the demand of work. And this is going to improve the regulation, and not only the regulation, but the efficiency of the labor market in Nigeria. And I would strongly encourage some other countries from Africa to do the same, to make sure that the level of regulation when it comes to the labor market is as appropriate in order to support the further development of the economy. This is exactly what I call the great mismatch between the new expectations from the employees and the reality they face on the ground when they go to the workplace. And this mismatch is between indeed the expectations. Clearly, people nowadays, they want to have more autonomy, more freedom in the way they organize their work. When it comes to the working place, but also the working hours, with whom and where they want to work. This is really a new expectation from the workforce and from the employees. If you look at the companies, some of them are fine with that, some of them are still reluctant and not fully willing to go into that direction. Hence the mismatch, the great mismatch as I call it. So yeah, there is a need to reconcile the two parts. Clearly remote working is there. It's not going to disappear. Let's keep in mind that it does not affect the full working population. On average, it's only about 40% of working populations in countries that can do some remote working. So let's keep in mind the 60 remaining percent. That those are people who cannot do remote working because they work in a shop, they work on an assembly line, they work in a factory, they work in hospitals, so they have to be there to serve, the customers or the patients. I think, as I said, remote working is good. I don't believe in full remote working, people working from home 5 days a week. This is not good because this is killing the collective approach of work and the fact that, at work you need also to interact with your colleagues. This is where, innovation is. This is where you can develop creativity. So everybody stays at home, and do not go to the office any longer. This is not good. So the question is really a question of balance. What is the good balance between working from home, going to the office? Probably for me, I would say it's still important to go 3 days per week to the office and then having some freedom to organize 2 days working from home. But again, let's be careful not to forget about the collective approach at work. Why are we working? First of all, to make a living, but also to meet other people, to have social interactions. And if everybody stays home, this is not possible any longer. So on that one, I have a bit of a balance, a nuanced approach, but that's important. When it comes to AI, AI will disrupt the labor market for sure, for the best and the worst. Let's say it that way. Clearly, jobs are going to be destroyed because those jobs will be replaced by AI. And you can think maybe of a lawyer, in maybe 5 years' time, everything will be done via artificial intelligence. We might not need lawyers anymore. The same for, I don't know, maybe musicians. Tomorrow the music will be created by artificial intelligence. But I'm not that worried about that because if you look at history, any new technological development has always created more jobs than it has destroyed jobs at the end of the day. Yes, jobs will be destroyed, as I say, or maybe it's even less jobs than tasks within a job. I think this is where the difference will be. Jobs will not be replaced. It's jobs that, or people that do not adjust and do not use AI, who will be replaced in the future labor market. But if, as an individual, you are learning, how to use AI, you are really savvy, becoming, AI expert, well, your job will probably be protected. Probably 20, 30, 40% of the tasks you are performing today will be replaced by AI. But on the other hand, that means that you will have more time to really focus where you add value as a human being, again, in the social interaction, into the creativity part, into the innovation part, into the interactions with your colleagues. And this is really the essence of being a human at work, making the difference. And every task that will be routine, repetitive, then indeed will be replaced by AI.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Breakfast show, and this is social listening, and this is where we analyze top trends making the rounds on social media. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this morning I've got joining me Mr. Obidike Okafor, our in-house analyst. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great, Elizabeth.
The rainy
always
morning,
nice
always very lovely. Did you see the rain, like we say in Nigeria?
No, I did not see the rain.
I felt the rain.
I heard the rain. I didn't see
Interesting. Well, let's start the conversation today. It's a shocking viral video of Afenifere youth leader Prince Eniola Olatunji. Interesting name, right? Eniola Olatunji.
Yeah, very interesting.
Who has been humiliated by kidnappers demanding 100 million naira ransom. But before the conversation, let me give you a little context. Now, the national president of the Afenifere National Youth Council, Prince Eniola Ojajuni, has appealed to Nigerians to help him raise the 100 million naira ransom demanded by the kidnappers who threatened to kill him if the ransom is not paid. This was disclosed in a trending video on Monday, showing the disturbed Afenifere youth chieftain pleading for his life. The video showed the kidnapper pointing an AK-47 at Ojajuni's chest as he appealed to the public for financial assistance to secure his release. Let's see some of the reactions on social media before I come to you, Mr. Obidike, to talk about this situation with Eniola Ojajuni. You know, initially I said Olatunji because I found it really interesting. I just admitted I was thinking, what are the odds of our banking and finance reporter having the same name? But it's Eniola Ojajuni. So that comment is from Debola YP. It says the fact that Nigerian police can't track kidnappers easily, but can easily track people with hate speech online is very disturbing. Debola seems sad. Tribunal boss says this is so disturbing, Nigeria. This is so disturbing. Nigeria is in Cold War, and the government has always been playing politics with insecurity. Let's see if we have more reactions. Abidoye Abdulazim says, these are the accounts Nigeria police are meant to be tracking, but no, they only know how to run after content creators. This person seems to have a grudge with the authorities. Wisdom says, imagine the emotional trauma the family of this man will be going through now. This is sad. I hope something is done very fast to save his life. Mr. Obidike, what do you have to say about the story? You were telling me something just off cam, like extra information that would be.
Okay, so let me just start from the beginning. The bottom line is, when I first saw the video, I didn't want to believe it in full because there have been stories of people kidnapping themselves, and when I watched the video, somewhere in the back of my mind, I felt like this was a setup. But when I started reading more details about it, I said, okay, this might actually be true because there is an account of a driver who was driving the bus that was conveying them to, according to what I heard, they were going to Abuja they left Ekiti, and it was somewhere between Ondo and Kogi that the kidnap happened, a border town between Ondo Ondo State and Kogi State. So that was where the kidnapping happened. And the driver said he was shot on his leg, but he was able to escape. They found him unconscious. So that's when I believed that, okay, there might be truth in he was really kidnapped. It's not one of those hoaxes. It's an unfortunate event. He was kidnapped. They asked for 100 million, and then when they didn't get anything forthcoming, out of, I don't know if it's vexation or something, they added 2 tricycles, and then they extended the date to Tuesday, which was yesterday. That if they don't see the money by yesterday, they will kill him. Today is Wednesday. I'm hoping wherever the chieftain is, the youth leader is, I'm praying that for the sake of his family that he's still alive and they haven't killed him yet. Like somebody mentioned on social media, police should be able to track, use it based on video evidence. If it was in other parts of the world, they will have used that video to trace and least get an approximate area where the kidnappers are, and then send police people and rapid response units to those places to fish out the kidnappers and save him. But at this point, like somebody else said on social media, we play politics a lot of things. This is becoming less about finding him and becoming more of like a political thing where politicians are coming out to talk. Adire youth president has come out to talk. They've spoken to the governor of Ondo to do something. They've sent message to Tinubu. And in my mind, I'm like, what's all this about? The focus should be on saving him and any other person that has been kidnapped. It's just unfortunate that this thing might drag on for too long and put the man's life in more danger. Or the kidnappers might have a change of heart and reduce the ransom, which will be paid and he'll be freed. Or it could get worse and he could lose his life, but we pray it never reaches that. So right now, the situation is wide open. It can take any direction very fast. So I think the earlier, because according to what they said, they've already sent the special units and police to comb the area, because they mentioned the border town. That is the border town between Ondo and Kogi. So they sent police to comb the bushes around those areas. So hopefully they will come up with, they will use their intelligence and they will come up with something. But I won't hold my breath for too long. I think at the end of the day, if he's eventually freed, it might be because they paid the ransom. That's just my own take.
Difficult to pay?
You said?
Difficult to pay the ransom.
No, that they will, no, I said they will pay the ransom. Okay. That's how he will be freed. Not that police will find him. That's how I see it, because
that's just your perspective.
That's my perspective, because it has happened times without number where somebody was kidnapped and police said they were looking for the person. And at the end of the day, when the person is freed, it was mentioned that money exchanged hands. Not that police found the person. More than one occasion, I can't think of a specific one right now, but it has happened on more than one occasion where money was paid and the people were freed. Kidnapping is one of the ways that bandits have used over time to, acquire arms and all of that, because they make people pay huge amounts of money, or they kidnap a broad number of people so that they can have like a large loot, for lack of a better word, a large loot to get from them. And that's just the way it is. With this Afenifere youth leader, I don't think it's going to be any different.
And I'm hoping he actually gets released as soon as possible, whether with the ransom or with police finding him. I do hope that he's released as soon as possible. But that's where we will have to put it, to wraps. That's where we'll have to end, unfortunately. Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Obidike. It's always a joy, a delight hearing from your
I'm always happy
insights.
being here.
Thank you very much. And that's how we bring it to wraps here on the social listening segment. My name is still Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching BDTV.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing. but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like savings again, no. You only pray for that money to even reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking will spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Was an eventful 35 weeks, I would say. And he asked me a question. In fact, he had asked me that question the week before. Is it a boy or a girl? I said a girl. If I was carrying a boy, he could probably understand why my gynae was delaying taking out the baby. Because girls tend to do better than boys if they're out before, you know, full term. Yes. And I just realized that I had not felt my baby move up until that time. This is almost 3 o'clock. Nobody has given me any magnesium sulfate. Immediately they connected it and I heard the heartbeat. My first response was, this heartbeat is low. The nurse and the doctor both go, oh, it's just the volume, because there is somebody else in the ward so that we don't disturb the person. I said, by the way, I was not told the result of the CTG. She said, oh, really? It was 125, the FHR, is her heart rate. I was like, 125. Doctor, that's a problem. And then my husband, you know, races down. So as he walks in, my doctor then begins to tremble. She then goes, oh, she's very sorry, but they lost the heartbeat. Several, you know, people told me that what I described to them, and I mean medical professionals, that it's very odd.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adire Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is, this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The girl came from the other states, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body, we have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane.
After cleaning, then you use it to work. Like you will see what is there now. After cleaning, that is why you get all this finishing work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working now, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, this is, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest, because in as well forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of all, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we can enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating, because now we are under the Adire, under the bridge. But still yet we are still managing this place because there is no land. And we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the center of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some time ago, we wrote to, we under a ministry of, we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place. And after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country, so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students will train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. So people they are abroad now from this work. Wow. We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more, because they know better than us. We are only trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could sit down one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we cut it
I think we brought it to book. Those are the online markets and those that do the events. They are really promoting us. That's how we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by God. We have two types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber,
Okay.
one is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves.
Oh.
So those are the three major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. You know, it's from God. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
Can I?
yes, they brought this one from like this one. This one you see now. This is rubber, but we call it rattan.
Okay.
They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane.
Skin.
When you see that, you like it. But
It's fine.
Yes. But even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people that are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and we don't know. They begin to start to produce this long ago, and it is we that are doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we let work from them, but we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will let work from you, and that's why we take over the business.
Nigeria's economy grew by 3.84% year-on-year in Q4 2024. This was the highest growth since Q4 2021, when the economy grew 3.98%, and also faster than 3.46% in the previous 3-month period. Hello, welcome to Global Business Insights, where we look a little deeper at the main business stories. Today we start with a dive at the latest data on the Nigerian economy. For economic growth to be inclusive, it must be able to raise standards of living for a broad population and be growth that delivers social benefits, tackles inequalities, and reduces poverty. Growth must be broad-based, cutting across sectors where different job groups, pay grades, and levels are found. Looking at the Nigerian GDP data in Q4, the services sector remained the primary engine of growth, expanding by 5.37%, also making up 57.38% of total GDP. The sector was helped by growth in the financial services and insurance institutions and the telecommunications sector. The financial services sector, specifically the money lenders, have thrived in an atmosphere of high interest rates that has pushed up their margins, no doubt, helping them to be able to raise salaries to address the inflation. But other sectors were not as lucky. Growth in the interest rate sensitive industrial sector sank to 2% from 3.86% in Q3, and also in the labor intensive agricultural sector, growth slowed to 1.76%, down from 2.10%. In the oil and gas sector, growth collapsed to 1.48%, down sharply from 5.17% in Q3. Indeed, average daily crude oil production reached 1.54 million barrels per day in Q4, marginally up from 1.47 million barrels per day in the third quarter, but still below 1.56 million barrels per day in the same period last year. It is positive that in the year 2024, Nigeria's economic growth reached 3.4% compared to 2.74% a year earlier. But that growth was not broad-based growth. When some sectors like, say, banking shoot up as others like manufacturing shrink, you have a recipe for expansion in inequality. The 2024 growth rate, however, is also still a far cry from the 6% target set by President Bola Tinubu when he took office in mid-2023. President Tinubu has, however, implemented bold reforms to unleash the country's full economic potential, and we are seeing early signs of improvements. The 2024 data released yesterday was not affected by the ongoing rebasing, which is expected to push higher the GDP figure for the first quarter in 2025, as the new base year 2019 is used instead of 2010. The rebasing will factor in growth from hitherto underrepresented sectors like the marine economy, arts, culture and tourism, information and communication technology, and e-commerce, all of which have expanded significantly since the last rebasing in 2014. The last rebasing led to a spike in gross domestic product that made Nigeria the largest economy in Africa, but it has since falling back due to devaluation of its currency. The International Monetary Fund forecasts Nigeria's economy will grow 3.2% this year. But looking ahead to 2025, according to S&P and Stanbic IBTC Bank in their PMI Purchasing Managers Index survey, PMI fell to 52 in January 2025, slightly down from 52.7 in the previous month. But it was the second consecutive month of expansion in the country's private sector as new orders and business activity continued to rise. The PMI report also said that despite inflationary pressures, input costs and output prices rose more slowly than in December, with input price inflation at its lowest since April 2024 and factory gate charges increasing at a 6-month low. More good news was that business sentiment hit an 11-year high, driven by optimism for future output, though still below historical averages. There were signs of inflationary pressure softening in January. Analysts expect a moderation in the inflation rate in 2025, although the pace of the moderation is only likely to be faster in late Q3 of 2025. However, agriculture is still expected, according to the S&P IBTC survey, to lag the long-term average amid lingering internal security challenges, high input costs, and extreme weather conditions. The Central Bank of Nigeria, in their own inflation expectation survey, sees abating inflation, but not in the near term, holding back any remarkable growth till the second half of the year. The next big good news on the economy is likely the rebased GDP print, which could take GDP growth over 4% in Q1 2025 and provide evidence of a more broad-based growth in economic activity. We also just got rebased inflation down to 24.48%, not so far from the 15% target. Even better news from Nigeria, as the Securities and Exchange Commission announced a significant reduction in the time it takes for companies to obtain approval for offers, bringing the time frame from over a year down to just 2 weeks. Confirming the change in a statement released on Monday, the Securities and Exchange Commission stated that approvals would now be granted within 2 weeks once all necessary documents are complete, aiming to enhance the efficiency of the capital market and better support the development of Nigeria's economy. Now we are talking. Markets closed with the S&P 500 sliding for a fourth day after U.S. consumer confidence data was disappointing. The conference board's closely watched consumer confidence index fell in February to 98.3, the steepest decline since August 2021, and far worse than the 102.5 expected. The report also showed average 12-month inflation expectations up to 6% from 5.2%. Bitcoin was also below $90,000 in a risk-off move as it sank to a 3-month low. Apple boss Tim Cook says it may have to change its diversity practices as the U.S. legal landscape shifts. This was minutes after a majority of shareholders rejected a proposal calling on the tech giant to consider ending its diversity policies. However, despite the vote, Mr. Cook yesterday acknowledged that the firm may have to alter some of its practices. Quoting Tim Cook, he said, as the legal landscape around this issue evolves, we may need to make some changes to comply. But our North Star of dignity and respect for everyone and our work to that end will never waver. Well said. AI market leader Nvidia stock was also down today as investors consider the potential impacts from new tariffs and new Chinese chip sanctions and other pressures. The tech giant due to report its Q4 performance after the market closes later today, and investors are nervous that results will not match the extremely high expectations that have been priced in. Also, DeepSeek heralding a lower cost structure for AI may have caught Nvidia and other big spenders by surprise. Further adding to the uncertainty were the recent wave of tech earnings and narrow misses by the cloud units of Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. Home improvement bellwether Home Depot's Q4 slightly topped expectations as the chain posted a 14.1% increase in revenue year over year to $39.7 billion. Earnings per share also grew to $3.13, up from $2.86 last year and above estimates of $3.04. Market expectations were low as shoppers held off on major renovation projects, and given high interest rates plus the more cautious spending overall. Kyiv was reported to have agreed terms with Washington on a minerals deal that Ukrainian officials hope will improve relations with Trump administration and enable a long-term U.S. security commitment. Ukrainian officials argued that they had negotiated far more favorable terms and said the deal broadens the relationship with the U.S. and forges an economic partnership which will be difficult for Putin to ignore. The UK also said yesterday that it was lifting its defense spend to 3% of GDP as Europe also ramps up defense spending, even as Macron and Trump seem to be mostly agreed on a plan for peace in Ukraine. South Africa Reserve Bank Governor Lesetja Kyanyaho, on the sidelines of the Group of 20 meeting of finance ministers and central bankers in Cape Town, has said global trade tensions and a potential VAT hike in South Africa could derail 2 years of slowing inflation. He also said uncertain trade conditions and retaliatory tariffs could tighten global financial conditions and affect South Africa exports.
Oh, there are all sorts of difficulties, and you can't always anticipate them. But one thing that is looming large had been the uncertainty, the elevated uncertainty that had been created by some of the trade measures that are taken by some of the major economies. When you impose tariffs, you expect that the other countries will respond, whether through tariffs or through some other measures. What is in no doubt is that an increase in tariff does impose a cost on the consumers of the country that is imposing tariffs. What that would mean is that the central bank have to look at the impact of the tariffs and say, is this a once-off shock that will get out of the system, or is this going to be a shock that leads to second-round effects in the price formation process?
The G20 summit has been overshadowed by trade disputes, with key figures like Japan's finance minister and U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent not attending. The African Renaissance narrative has to be independent of China or the U.S. perspective or interests, and more importantly, robust to accommodate the simmering but unavoidable trade war between the two major powers. A lot has been already said on addressing the corruption and reducing dependence on aid for Africa, and doing more to advance win-win mutually beneficial trade positions at a time when the growth potential in Africa is a major opportunity for investors. Pursuing radical improvements in ease of doing business and competitiveness has to be top priority, especially for the main trading hubs. Just in, Germany GfK Consumer Index, a leading indicator of the level of consumer confidence in economic activity, decreased to minus 24.7 points in March from minus 22.6 points in February 2025. The reading was also lower than minus 21 expected. The US plans to offer a new gold card visa with a path to citizenship for $5 million. The new card replaces the EB-5 visas created by Congress to generate foreign investment, available to people who spend about $1 million on a company that employs at least 10 people. Asia-Pacific markets mostly mixed, tracking declines in Wall Street benchmarks overnight after the latest U.S. consumer confidence survey reading came in weaker than expected. Nvidia earnings out later today could also either deliver a blow to a nervous stock market or reignite a recently shaky AI rally. Nvidia is expected to report quarterly net income jumping more than 60% to $21 billion in the December quarter. Well, that's all we can take on this episode of Global Business Insights. You can watch us on BusinessDay TV YouTube channel Monday to Friday at 11 West Africa time. Thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
It was an eventful 35 weeks, I would say. And he asked me a question. In fact, he had asked me that question the week before. Is it a boy or a girl? I said a girl. If I was carrying a boy, he could probably understand why my gynae was delaying taking out the baby. Because girls tend to do better than boys if they are out before, you know, full term. Yes. And I just realized that I had not felt my baby move up until that time. This is almost 3 o'clock. Nobody has given me any magnesium sulfate. Immediately they connected it and I heard the heartbeat. My first response was, this heartbeat is real. The nurse and the doctor both go, oh, it's just the volume, because there is somebody else in the ward so that we don't disturb the person. I said, by the way, I was not told the result of the CTG. She said, oh, really? It was 125, the FHR, fetal heart rate. I was like, 125. Doctor, that's a problem. And then my husband, you know, races down. So as he walks in, my doctor then begins to tremble. She then goes, oh, she's very sorry, but they lost the heartbeat. Several, people told me that what I described to them, and I mean medical professionals, that it's very odd.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
This is a National Cane Weaver Association. Normally, we call it Cane Village. My own name is Dennis Omadide from Delta State, the chairman of National Cane Weaver Association in Lagos.
My name is Adire Olamide Sandra. I run sanora.ng on Instagram, which is a rattan business.
The production process is this is a raw material. We thank God for Nigeria because the cane we are using, not that we planted it, is from the forest. The guy came from the other states, from Edo State, even Ondo State. So we have a different body. We have a supplier. So when they come to Lagos, we buy them. So after buy them, we now do the process. How can we scrape the cane to make sure we can bring the cane to design anything needful? So that is the process of the cane. After that, you use it to work. Like you see what is there now. After painting, that is why you get all these finishings work. You know, I have a lot of process. We scrape it, we tear it. After tear it, then we have to smooth it so that we can use it to design whatever that we do. And most of the things, they are in the market, you can see. Because I'm not working hand, but they are finishing products. We use hand, we doesn't use machine. Well, we call it water cane. We have two types of material. We have water cane, we have willow cane. Willow. Those are the two material, the major material we use in Nigeria here. But in the best cane work in the world, Indonesia, their cane is planted, but our own is from God. So those cane, they can never finish from the forest because in as well forest exists, the cane also exists. So we, after they bring them, we buy them. When we buy them, before we can come to cane like this, when we are even in primary school, we know how to do handwork. And the handwork is from cane. Sometimes we used to tie broom. Sometimes we will do something like KG fish. So in that process, we know how to use the cane in the village. Because most of all, we are not from here. Because the majority in this place is from Delta State, 99%. So we know how to do KG fish, do handwork. When we come here, we now know that cane is so very useful for many things. So that's why we put the idea through even the white men who give us catalog. Then from there, we have been working. That is how we can enter this. The challenges of this work, the place we are now, this is not the best place for the business. We want a place that we can use it as a tour. When people came, they will come and see what we are doing. But presently now, based on Lagos State, there's no new place. We need a place that we can display our market, showcase our market, so that people will know that we are operating because now we are under the bridge. But still yet we are still managing this place because there is no land and we have no authority. That is why we are managing this place. But this is the centers of the business for all Nigeria. This is the center. In terms of finance, even apart from the finance, we want the government to intervene on the work. Because some time ago, we wrote to we under a ministry of we are under the ministry. So they promised us that they will give us a better place, and after that place, when we even work, they can export the work to another country so that they will not say that our youths are not working. So even students, we train them. Those in university, we have a lot of graduates here anyway. So people they are blood now from this work.
Wow.
We have at least less than 3 people are doing their master in the US from here. So we want the government to teach us more because they know better than us. We are only trying to operate on our own. But by the time they put their knowledge on the work, I think we expand more better way for Nigeria.
You can use rattan for literally anything. I always tell anybody that you can use rattan for literally anything. You can use rattan to make a standing fan. I'm not kidding. You can use rattan to make vases. You can use rattan, for your interior decoration. You can use rattan for your event decoration. I mean, look at beautiful traditional weddings. Have you seen what makes them beautiful? Rattan, you guys, raffia products, right? So yes, you can use raffia products for mirrors. You can use raffia products. You can use raffia products in hotels. You can use raffia products for consoles, TV consoles. You can use them for mats. You can use rattan product for literally anything. You can use them for chair. I wish my rattan chair was here that I could sit down one. Gosh, you can use rattan for that as well. You can use rattan for literally anything, yeah.
Customer is not coming, but based on the online, we are selling. After you produce, you deliver, they pay your money. And we are not the people that will collect money for someone and will not do the job. And that's why we have a leader. So if anyone does such, we cut it. I think we brought it to book. Based on the online markets, and those that do the events, they are really promoting us. That's how we are still sustaining for now. Raffia is made by goats. We have 2 types anyway. We have rattan, we have cane, we have another one, but all the name is under rattan. One is rubber,
Okay.
one is cane, one is glass. It's like a leaves.
Oh.
So those are the 3 major things we really use here. But the best one is cane. It's from God. Even the other one that is leaves, it's not as last as cane, but it's beauty. It's fine. You can see this one now. This is rubber.
Okay.
This
Can I?
Yes. They brought this one from like this one. This one you see now. This is rubber, but we call it rattan.
Okay.
They export this to come, and it's very expensive. It's not like cane, but it does not last as cane.
Skin.
When you see that, you like it. But
It's fine.
Yes. But even though we can use cane to do it, then the only thing we will now spray to this milk color. We can use cane. We can now spray to this color. And why this cane? When we started this work, when those white people that are coming, we didn't know that they are taking the measurement of our cane. They take it from here, and we don't know. They begin to start to produce this long ago, and it is we that are doing it now. When they came to Nigeria before, we learn work from them. But we tell that you cannot come to our country, they will learn work from you. And that's why we take over the business.
Someone like me, they say jackpa and jackpada. I say let people jackpa because guess what? They will jackpada. When I left here over 30-something years ago, I left here very sad and I thought I was running away. Because I was just a young doctor, I didn't see any hope. Well, after doing everything I did, I've practiced medicine over 25, 26 years in private practice. I've gotten involved in all kinds of businesses in the United States. Guess where I am? Saglev is an electric vehicle manufacturer. We're actually a US company. Our principals actually manufacture vehicles in the US, but the Saglev Electromobility Nigeria Limited is our Nigerian subsidiary, just like we have a subsidiary in Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, and then soon in South Africa. All of these countries will have their own assembly plants. That's the plan, where we assemble in every of this market. Already, we've been testing vehicles in Nigeria and Ghana. We've been collecting data from rideshare drivers, fleet drivers. We've been literally paying drivers to submit their data to us. How much do you make? How much gas do you buy? We are tracking their vehicles, seeing the distance. So the research and data collection part has been going on probably a year and a half. Same thing in Ghana. At this point, developing an assembly plant in Nigeria. There is also an assembly plant in development for Accra, Ghana. Is going to be in Tema. The other activity, to fully answer your question, is we are already training and recruiting electric vehicle technicians. So that is going on. As a matter of fact, we just hired 16 or 18 of them. They are getting ready to start their online training, then they will go to classroom, and then they will go to practical training. So that's where we are in summary. Challenges, interestingly, because Nigeria is a country that has, so to speak, experienced a lot of trauma relating to electricity. You find out that the average Nigerian person, all through the first question is power, right? But that has not been our experience, and we can talk more about that. So power could be a challenge, but power is very much a perceived problem. The other challenges we've had is that this is just a new product. 90% of what our company does is to actually educate people, because so many people don't even understand that they are perfect electric vehicle customers. So that is there. This is a novel product. So some of the other challenges are just, again, the charging network. Even though we are an automotive manufacturer, we have to reluctantly get involved in developing charging. It's just like being Peugeot or any automotive manufacturer, and all of a sudden you find yourself developing gas stations. Foreign exchange rate, we find ourselves in a challenging economic condition. But the way I like to tell people is that SAGLEV is actually a solution to that. So the fact that we understand that we bring in factors that actually help you to maneuver, around the economy is very encouraging to us. So, the challenges are there, but those are some of the main challenges. The data is surprisingly encouraging, because that is why you actually go somewhere and you collect the data. You can't just sit back and say, oh, this is what I think the data is. But the data is very surprisingly interesting. I want to tell you, when we first started talking about coming to West Africa, while gasoline was 180, 140 at some point a liter here, Naira, gasoline was 850 Naira a liter in Ghana. Same in Cote d'Ivoire. So for you to sell an electric vehicle in Nigeria, it was not economically really viable. You can't make the economic case easily. But that has changed. A gallon is what, 617 now? So the story is different. And all of a sudden, and that actually led us to understanding that we have to fast track our plans. A rideshare driver that uses the smallest available vehicle on the road is spending 9,000 Naira a day on petrol. If you are saying a Toyota Corolla, Toyota Camry, Honda Accord, now you are looking at anywhere 17, 18, 19, 20,000 Naira. Now, if your car is even older, then you're spending more because an older vehicle, an older motor burns more gasoline. Now, that is compared to an electric vehicle, which that smallest vehicle, some of the examples I will show you here today, it costs for 300 kilometers of distance, it costs less than 3,000 naira to charge it. That is such a big. What we've also found from the data is just the cost of ownership of an electric vehicle. It's not what people think it is, because the average electric vehicle will cost you 50 to 60% less in maintenance cost if you just take the first 4 years of the vehicle, talk less of down the line. An internal combustion engine vehicle will keep costing you more. An electric vehicle has much less moving parts. There's no transmission, there's no kickstarter, there's no crankshaft, there's no oil, there's no moving parts. It's just a battery and a transmission. Surprisingly interesting. We've always thought that this would be possible. I've driven electric vehicles in the US since 2013. I drove one of the first Teslas ever manufactured. And I've always wondered, why is it that in Africa, in Nigeria, we don't drive more EVs? But a lot of it is education. So that's why I say we have to educate people. What we think is impossible is actually possible. Now, what the data tells you is a little bit scary, because what it tells you is that between 50 to 70% of Nigerians are actually potential electric vehicle customers. Listen, SAGLEV wants other people to manufacture electric vehicles in Nigeria. So it's not if you are able to invest in EV manufacturing, we don't mind you coming on board and saying, hey, listen, I want to do this. This is a country of 200 million. Listen, SAGLEV is not going to satisfy that market. I can assure you of that. We just want to make sure that people get the benefits of electric vehicles. And it's not just in personal vehicles, all the way to last mile transportation, all the way to even trucking, public transportation, Uber, because you want to attack the highest offender, which is public and mass transportation.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Day TV. I am Kemi Michael. Now, stop motion has been an age-old form of animation, and in Nigeria, it has been very unpopular. And I know you're wondering what stop motion animation is. Well, wonder no more. I have Esther Kemi Badamosi, CEO of Radio City, right here with me.
All right.
Good
Thank
afternoon.
you very much. Yeah,
Welcome.
good afternoon. Thank you. God help me now. Help your boy now. I did try now. Because this also no be pure water. Oh.
So tell me, what is stop motion animation?
Stop motion animation is the movement of physical objects, in time. That's unlike 2D and 3D, that's done in the digital space, on your PC. Stop motion is done physically. That means you move a physical object, but you move it frame by frame, in the space of time. So in practical, you take your camera and then you take one shot at a time, So if you have to move your hands from here to here, you just move it in bits, and then like take this and take the shot, take this and take the shot and take the shot, and then the eyes, the illusion of movement just occurs when you put all the frames together. So it has a sequence. The sequence of frames causes there to be movement. So you do this, in creating a story. Obviously you have lots of movements, and so that's all that you put together. So you have lots of shots, to make up scenes, and then of course to make up a film.
That sounds really exhausting.
Well, yeah.
But why did you choose stop motion? I mean, you could have used, as you said, the 2D and 3D tools on the internet right now. Why not use those? Why stop motion?
I'm not sure I found stop motion. I think stop motion found me.
Okay.
I used to be a 3D animator. I was a 3D animator for about 8 years. Then I got married, had kids, and then I couldn't cope with 3D anymore. And then, at the point where I was really trying to figure out what I needed to do, I started, posing their toys, the children's toys. And, I had this Spider-Man that I would, have the Spider-Man poses kind of thing. And because I liked the poses so much, I'll take a picture of it, and then I'll do another one, then take a picture of it, that kind of thing. And, when I put the sequences together, there was interesting movements. And after that, I worked on short sequences, basketball sequences, all of that. And they were quite interesting, until 2019. This was 10 years ago, this year, and 2019, I decided, okay, let's work on something, just something very short, about a minute long. It was just some sort of mannequin we used. And we just told this story, simple story of the power situation in Nigeria. When we were done, we submitted it festivals, and here was different festivals, all over the world. And we're like, whoa, it was just about a minute, and that was it. It was like, we can do something better than this, let's do something else. And so that's how we made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 films so far, like that. So it's essentially stop motion finding me. I'm not sure I found it, because I did, at the point I started it, I didn't even know what the name was, but it seemed like something I could use to express myself. I could tell my stories. I had done documentaries in the past, so I wasn't new to filmmaking. I had made short films. I'd won awards doing documentaries. So we're doing it on a sort of big scale. But then, this was animation, which was something that was really dear to me. It was kind of like a side thing. I think it was a side thing till COVID. COVID was what made it become up and center for me. It's suddenly becoming something that was way beyond, our local space, and going international, has been something that has come some sort of a surprise. But then, yes, I love the process. So yeah.
I see that you were made fellow at the Berlin Ale.
Yes,
Please tell us more about that.
Oh, okay. Last year, for the first time, Berlinale, what they do is every year, being one of the biggest festivals in the world. After Sundance, Cannes, you have sort of like Berlinale, and they pick 200 filmmakers every year. So for the past 22 years, they have picked 200. And so usually you have maybe 1, 2 Nigerians, sometimes 3, that filmmakers that are, very high profile ones, that they pick. But last year, for the first time in animation, they picked me, as a Berlinale talent. Mm-hmm. So I was in Berlin last year, and it was sort of like out of this world experience, for someone who was even for Berlinale, it's a film festival, a film festival that has almost 500,000 registered, attendance. So it's huge, so even for them, animation is a little bit not their usual thing, but, having to bring in someone from animation, I really needed to find my feet there. Among the talents, I think we're just probably around 5 of us, that were from animation. And so we really just had to find ways to connect, and which was fantastic, for all the other things as well. And so what that did was it gave me the opportunity to be able to apply last year, towards the end of last year, for fellowship. Now, what happens is that of the 10,000, there are about 10,000 talents now, because it's been over 22 years of picking 200 people. So they have the opportunity to apply for fellowship. You understand? It's a partnership between Benali, Talent, and MasterCard. So now, if you have a project that you want to push, you just needed to apply for it, and they picked only 2 people. So it was crazy that, So I applied. I'm not sure I was thinking they would pick, but as far as I was concerned, they can only pick if you apply. If you don't, your chances are 0. And so I applied. I was really shocked. In January when I saw congratulations. You have been said. I was like, did they pick many people? Because that was my first thought. Maybe they picked many people this time. Only to find out that we're just 2 that they picked. It was very humbling experience. Because it took things to another level completely.
Yeah.
For someone in stop motion, completely unknown field. In Nigeria, even internationally. There's a fight for us to be able to have space. When Pinocchio won Best Animation last year, it was a big deal for us, considering there's a stop-motion animated film, And so it's everything we get. It's huge. And so when Benali gave us that, focus front and center, that was all that was in my head, that, look, this is a big deal for us.
Kind of is.
Yes, it is. It is a big deal because, it gave us the opportunity to have conversations, with lots of people that were really interested in seeing Africa, because stop motion is also not so big in Africa, seeing Africa develop in this light. Because to be honest with you, I think that stop motion is the perfect medium for us in Africa. Why do I think so? Because we don't have too much equipment, and all of that tech thing. Stop motion doesn't require so much. You don't need to have a high-end PC to do stop motion. All you need to do is to have that creative ability. You need to be artistic, you need to be able to sculpt, because at some point we started making our puppets. We didn't have to use the objects we were using at first. I think we did that in our first 3 films. By the time we got to the 4th one, we made our puppets from scratch. So virtually everything you see was made, artistically like that. And so, for us, us having that opportunity, I think it will open the eyes of a lot of young people that probably maybe went to Yaba Tech. You understand? They can draw, they can paint. You understand? Stop motion is just the movement of what they are doing. You're already, just moving it. It requires a lot of patience, but patience is free. You understand? It's not something that you need 500k to buy patience. You understand? It's just something you really need to sort of discipline yourself to do, and somehow that's really essentially what we've done. You just need to be patient with it, bit by bit. And as we make each film is better than the previous one because our skills are improving.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, and then of course with more exposure, having the opportunities to go to different festivals, different studios. I've been to some of the biggest studios, worldwide for stop motion animation. It's just because it's a field that we are not too many. You understand? So quite a bit of opportunities, also in that light. And so it's something really exciting for us, and we actually look forward to pushing it even more.
Now, speaking about being unpopular, I'm talking about stop motion being unpopular here in Nigeria and Africa at large. How exactly did it feel when you started, seeing as you did not have anybody to show you the ropes in doing it?
Okay, well, in the beginning it didn't make sense. I think that was our first goal. It didn't make sense to people around us. It didn't make sense to, friends or whoever it is that saw that that's what we did. So in the beginning, it was kind of like, it almost felt embarrassing sometimes, when you're dealing with objects and just trying to move them around and people not understanding what exactly this is and all. Yes, so we experienced a lot of difficulty. You could imagine that we had zero support. But I think that seeing that, I knew that if we could make it make sense, we'd have an opportunity. I knew that I didn't have all the skills at the time when I started. So there was no way I could instantly prove that it was a viable means of making films. Not that animation is film, So people needed to see the film capacity in it. And it was going to take a while for us to be able to do that. From first film to second to third, I think when we won our first Best Animation Award, it's clicked to people that, you understand, this stuff might actually be making sense. And then we got a nominations in Afrif, AMA, all of the major festivals, in Africa and all. So it was okay. Wow. Okay, yes. So this might make sense actually. So it's being able to, we've been to all of the major labs, DLA, DFM, CTIAF, when Nigeria was going to MIFA, that's 2 years ago now, and that's the biggest animation festival in the world. And we wanted to pick our project one, overall. So it's just been, it's been a journey of trying to also prove, that this is viable, and so, yeah, we did keep our expectations low, and I think that helped, us to be patient enough to just ensure that we just continue to work. It was hard. It was always hard to have resources to be able to make the films, but we tried to find a lot of things that were available locally, things we could find. Yes, there's some things we couldn't do without importing, but they weren't the very expensive stuff. We just tried to make it was more like use what you have to get what you want. If we knew we couldn't do something big, so we just do the small bit of it, just to ensure that we show up. That kind of thing. Instead of just complaining that we don't have support, we don't have this, we don't have. When people see what you have already done, you understand, it speaks louder than when you complain about what your situation is. And I think that essentially has been, what it was, from that time where, it didn't make sense to now that it's making a bit more sense.
Okay, now I understand that a lot of people do not know about this, and if you've seen as you've gone through a lot of challenges to get here, would you advise people to get into it?
I would gladly do. I feel that we're just scratching the surface right now. It's this huge opportunity, not just in stop motion, in animation. Animation also is still small here. Yeah. And statistics, global research has shown that in the next few years, this might be the biggest, this part might produce the biggest animations in the world, say in about 20-30 years. So you can imagine the process there. Nollywood has not become what it is in one day. It took a few years for us to go to cinema and then want to watch Nollywood films. At first, we would all go and watch Avengers, that kind of thing, or Black Panther. And then now, you would go there and you would happily watch Nollywood films. So it was that journey. And that's essentially the journey animation is going through now. We may say that it's not the most viable, but this is what our children watch at home. You understand? And all of that. So naturally, it will grow. And the world knows that. And everybody's sort of like trending towards Africa. Disney just produced their first African set of films to show that, yeah, Africa does need to be represented on the global stage with our stories. So everything is kind of like trending towards Africa. So right now, positioning is key.
Yeah, we have to tell our own stories ourselves.
If we don't tell our stories ourselves, they will tell it for us. Naturally, that's what will happen. So people need to, artists, people that already have this flair, need to position themselves now. And it may not look very favorable. It may not look, because, you don't have all the attraction and nobody's shouting your name or your work or anything like that. You really have to sow the seeds, and I think it's a good time to come in, before the highlights come, so that you'd be in a good position to be, people will say, oh, okay, yeah, we want to give an opportunity to a studio. We want to give an opportunity to people to be able to produce, African stories and all of that. And then, they're not going to go to somebody's house and go and say, okay, yeah, we figured out that you might be the person. No, you need to be there already, and I think I'd gladly, because I hear people say a lot that stop motion it's hard, it's difficult and all of that, but it is possible. It is possible. I never really had that thought about it being difficult. I was always so excited, to be able to work on a project, and because I knew that, I didn't need so much to start. I just, as I get funds, I put in, from other things I do. But then the whole idea is that I start with the aim of finishing. Sometimes it takes a long time. I remember a particular one of the films I worked on, because most of that film was me. I animated the entire thing from beginning to the end. And I remember that while working, I had a group of people that were supposed to work with me throughout the film. And after a while, they kind of got frustrated. It was taking too long. It was a really short film. But we did it in 7 weeks, just production. Every day. I remember that I would be there first thing in the morning and out there till late in the evening, animating. Some days that are really good, I probably have maybe like 2 seconds, or 3 seconds of animation that worked. And the days that are bad, I have 0, because while I was animating, the character fell. And then I have to start all over again, that kind of thing, because once the shift movement is a lot, I can't find that spot anymore. So if to make sure that the quality is good, I have to start all over again, that kind of thing. So yes, it was there, but then when I think about it now, with the benefit of hindsight, I see that it was worth it. For you to start, it's not heavy on costs. I think it will really be a good opportunity, particularly people that already have the natural talent. Yeah.
All right, that's beautiful. Now, what are you doing towards helping the stop motion animation industry when it comes to bringing up people to learn it?
That's probably, the biggest thing that we're doing right now. Because the truth is that for us to move to the next level, there definitely needs to be a lot more people involved in stop motion. We obviously not stopping with short films. We want to do series for children. We want to have more children content, in stop motion. Stop motion is perfect for preschoolers. And so we figured out that we needed to work on a school, and that's the Radio City Stop Motion Animation Academy, just for stop motion. And so we would be bringing global experts, people from some of the bigger studios that have done really successful stop motion animated films, to come and teach our local talents, which we have quite a bit. That's one of the things that makes me so excited. The fact that we have people that when I see their talent, I'm like, my own talent is learning work here. This is raw. This person was born with it. The person doesn't have exposure to the skill, to the training, professional training that can actually harness that talent to be able to do this stuff. And so what we want to do is to bring global experts to talents, and with that, would have the opportunity to be able to make more films because there are more hands, that kind of thing. And we can be part of something historic, in that sense. Because for us to be able to produce a good, high quality, very good story as well, animated film, from Africa.
welcome to the news at noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. First, the headlines. Drop in food prices ease cost of living. Anambra traders sue NAFDAC over alleged market invasion. 4 mid-sized banks' net interest income surged 78% on CBN's rate hike. Trump floats $5 million immigration gold card as route for United States citizenship. We begin the news now, where the net interest income of 4 mid-sized banks in Nigeria surged by 78% in 2024 compared to a year earlier, a situation driven by the aggressive rate hike by the Central Bank of Nigeria, and this is according to a BusinessDay analysis. The banks which are listed on the Nigerian Exchange Limited are Wema Bank, FCMB Group, Stanbic IBTC Holdings, and Sterling Financial Holdings Company. Latest unaudited financial statements of the lenders show that their combined net interest income rose to 938.3 billion in 2024 from 526.6 billion in the same period of 2023. According to their financial results, the net interest income of Stanbic IBTC Holdings rose the highest amount to 410.4 billion from 175 billion, followed by FCMB Group with 225.4 billion from 176.5 billion, and Wema Bank amounting to 170.2 billion from 91.7 billion, and Sterling Holdco with 132.3 billion from 83.3 billion. A breakdown further revealed that Stanbic reported the highest net interest growth of 134.2%, followed by Wema Bank with 85.6%, Sterling Holdco recorded 58.8%, and FCMB Group had 27.7%. Nigeria's cost of living crisis has eased for the first time since President Tinubu assumed office in May 2023, offering an unexpected respite for households and a possibility of the Central Bank of Nigeria's interest rate cut in the next Monetary Policy Committee meeting. In a survey of major markets in Nigeria, BusinessDay found that the average prices of some key staples declined in February 2025, easing the burden on cash-strapped Nigerians who have been dealing with accelerating inflation since 2020 pandemic. A BusinessDay survey of markets in Lagos, Nigeria's economic capital, shows that the average price of a 50-kilogram bag of foreign parboiled rice now sells for 85,000, depending on the brand and size of the grain, as against 110,000 sold 5 months ago. Moving on now, 4 traders from Ogbo-Owu Bridge Head Market in Onitsha, Anambra State, have taken legal action against the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, the Standards Organization of Nigeria, and 2 officials alleging unlawful interference in their fundamental human rights. The traders Peter Okala, Yunusa Tanko, Samuel Anidike, and CC Emeronwu filed a suit at the Federal High Court in Oka seeking judicial intervention to halt what they described as arbitrary actions by the agencies. They are also members of the United Nigeria Group. Through their counsel, Chibuike Wabueze, the applicants claim that not all traders in the market are involved in counterfeit drug dealings, contrary to NAFDAC's allegations. The traders are requesting the court to issue an order restraining the respondents and their operatives from further breaking into their shops without a valid court order or search warrant. And on the foreign scene, United States President Donald Trump on Tuesday has floated the idea of replacing a visa program for foreign investors with a gold card that could be bought for $5 million as a route to American citizenship. Trump told reporters he will replace the EB-5 immigrant investor visa program, which allows foreign investors of large sums of money that create or preserve U.S. jobs to become permanent residents with a so-called gold card. The EB-5 program grants green cards to foreigners promising to invest in United States businesses. Moving on, Singapore's biggest bank, DBS, says it expects to cut about 4,000 roles over the next 3 years as artificial intelligence takes on more work currently done by humans. The bank spokesperson revealed that it will affect temporary and contrary staff, with the reduction in the workforce coming from natural attrition as projects are completed. The bank's outgoing chief executive, Piyush Gupta, said it expected to create around 1,000 new AI-related jobs, making DBS one of the first major banks to offer details on how AI will affect its operations. And now to sports. Super Eagles captain Ahmed Musa has joined growing calls for investigation into the sudden death of former Nigeria under-20 player Abubakar Lawal in Uganda. Lawal, who played for Ugandan club Vipers SC, tragically passed away on Monday after allegedly falling from the third floor of the Voice Mall shopping arcade in Kampala. Taking to his official Facebook page, Musa expressed deep sadness over Lawal's demise, emphasizing the need for clarity and justice. And to end the news, defending champions Quadri Aruna and Dina Meshref, alongside top mates, have delivered commanding performances to advance to the knockout stage of the 2024 ITTF Africa Cup in Tunis. Aruna showcased his dominance with back-to-back 3-0 victories over Tunisia's Michal Sabil and Benin Republic's Abdel Kadir Salifu. Meshref, however, is through matches to maintain a reign as Africa's top female player. And these were the top headlines this noon. My name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Michael. I am Kemi Michael and a broadcast journalist as well with Business Day.
Ladies and gentlemen, today is a very, very important day. It's one of those days where we have to look serious, but we don't really have to be all that serious. But though we're going to be having very serious conversations here today, I'll tell you a little bit of a background story about my introduction to blockchain so that we can have a little grasp about it. So I came into Lagos in 2021, September, and I conceived the idea to start a tech show on the radio, which we eventually started. One of those days I said, okay, you know what? The conversation about crypto is making rounds. Let's have a conversation on the radio about cryptocurrencies and blockchain. And we had that conversation. And you won't believe what happened next. Immediately I was off the radio, I got a lot of calls. Are you sure NBC is not going to come after us? Did you take permission before you had this conversation on air? Did you get clearance for your guests? Why? Because we had this conversation. Because there's an issue of trust going on, ladies and gentlemen, in the Nigerian tech space, in the ecosystem. We have an issue of trust between the government and the people, trust between the experts and the
beginners?
Not the beginners, actually, regulators, you know. Yes. So we have all of that issues all there. And over time, like I was telling the C-band president just a little while ago, I was telling him experts and people in the ecosystem have done quite a lot. In the last 2 years, I would say you've done quite a lot to push this. You know, there have been a lot of pushbacks, but you've been resisting, like you've been relentless. And I would say a round of applause to everybody in the room. Please, a round of applause for yourselves. You've done great. You've kept the conversation alive on traditional media, on social media. You've kept pushing because you understand the benefits of this. The future, you understand the future. You know that the future is digital, and we cannot wait to get there. We have to start now. We cannot just say, let's envisage the future. We have to start making it practical. We have to start making it work. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let us welcome you to this very auspicious occasion. We have a very special guest here with us, seated here. In a very short moment, we're going to start. I'll give my co-host the pleasure of leading us in, and then we can begin. Ladies and gentlemen, my co-host, Kemi Michaels.
Thank you. You can clap, you can. Thank you very much. Now, you are welcome to Business Day's Blockchain Conference. And this year, this is our first event. This is our first blockchain event forever. Well, this is the maiden edition. And I'm happy to welcome you. And I'm glad that you are in the room. You are a change maker if you are in this room. And I'm glad that you are here. So welcome to Blockchain Conference by Business Day. And the theme for this year is Building Africa's Future, Harnessing Blockchain for Economic and Social Transformations. And that's exactly what we're talking about today. But I'm not going to be the one doing all the introductions. I have got our publisher here, ably represented by Lolade Akimurile, who is the deputy editor. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Day.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning once again, distinguished guests, industry leaders, and blockchain enthusiasts. My job this morning is a simple one, just to welcome you once again. I'm truly honored to welcome you to this exciting and timely conference centered around the transformative theme, harnessing blockchain for economic and social transformation. Today, we are gathered here not just to discuss the latest developments in blockchain technology, but to explore how this revolutionary innovation can be a catalyst for meaningful change in our economies and societies. Blockchain is no longer a futuristic concept. It's a force driving transparency, inclusivity, and efficiency across various sectors from finance and supply chain management to healthcare, governance, and beyond. The economic and social potential of blockchain technology is indeed immense. As we navigate a world where trust, transparency, and efficiency are paramount, blockchain offers solutions that can empower individuals and communities, foster decentralized collaboration, and create a more equitable global economy. In Ukraine, Estonia, Georgia, for example, governments are looking to set up land registries using blockchain technology. Azerbaijan is experimenting with digital IDs for banking, while Lithuania has opened a blockchain center to incubate startups. Switzerland aims to become a blockchain hub and is leading in adjusting regulations to these technologies. These examples show us what is indeed possible with blockchain technology. This conference is a platform where we will engage in rich discussions on how to leverage the benefits of blockchain for economic growth, social equity, and global cooperation. I would like to extend my sincere thanks to our esteemed speakers, panelists, sponsors, because their expertise will guide our conversations today. This is a unique. You represent the pioneers at the forefront of blockchain adoption, and your insights will undoubtedly inspire action and innovation across the spectrum. This is a unique opportunity for us all to learn, collaborate, and explore how we can use blockchain technology not only to drive innovation, but also address some of the pressing economic and social challenges of our time. Let us remember that this is not just about technology, it is about transformation of industries, of lives, and societies. It is about ensuring that blockchain's benefits are inclusive, accessible, and used to build a better future for everyone. I encourage you all to actively engage in today's discussions, network with fellow attendees, and explore new partnerships that could further our collective goals. Once again, welcome to this groundbreaking event, and let's together chart a path toward economic and social transformation through blockchain. Thank you, and you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lolade. That was a very beautiful one, and I'm hoping you listened to him. And next thing that we're having right now, we're moving straight to it. I have to apologize for us starting late, but we're going to go straight into it and make sure that no time is lost at all. And the next thing on our program is the keynote address, which will be done by Dr. Emomotomi Agama, and he is the Director General of Securities and Exchange Commission. Please let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. Please keep clapping, don't stop. Welcome.
So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's indeed my pleasure to be here this morning to join the future. Because indeed, you are the future. And I'm part of that future because I've decided to join the future, even though I have color television in my head. Right? But you're as young as you feel, right? Not necessarily by age or the scalp of your head. So, and that's why, for me, it's actually a privilege to be admitted into your world. And so, I feel honored to be here, and also to let you know that the perspective of the youth of government to change. Because oftentimes, the idea is government is not interested in us. Government does not bother about us. But I represent government. And I make bold to say so any day, any time. I'm the Director General of the SEC, appointed by the President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. So I represent government. And if I represent government and I act in the way I do, being part of your ecosystem and your space, it speaks about what government really thinks. and how the president thinks about the youths who are mostly here and who always run this show. I see some people that, have some semblance of being in my category as ancestors, and I'm happy that they're here, because at least they reduce my fear that I'm the only one that belongs to that range. But maybe not. Sometimes these white bears, I heard that these days you can get it as early as 30. But then, it's indeed my pleasure to be here this morning. I arrived here this morning, came from Abuja, my first flight. So while some of you are still snoring, I was already awake, making my way to be here. And when I got here, I was told, that since I came early, I should join them in sweeping the compound. So I decided to run back, in order that the capital market will not see their DG sweeping the compound. But I'm here anyway, and it's nice to be back. So it gives me great pleasure to be here today at the inaugural BusinessDay Blockchain Conference. We gather at a pivotal moment in the history of our continent, where innovation and technology offer opportunities to shape our economic and social future. Today's theme, Building Africa's Future, Harnessing Blockchain for Economic and Social Transformation, resonates deeply with the challenges and possibilities facing Africa. I'm honored to share my thoughts with you on how I believe blockchain technology can be developed to create transformative change in Nigeria and across African economies and societies. Blockchain technology has moved beyond being a mere buzzword. It is becoming an essential part of the global financial and economic ecosystem. It is decentralized, transparent, and secure nature has led to innovations in various sectors, ranging from finance to supply chains to healthcare and governance. Indeed, there is no part of the world or the system or the economy that you do not have an impact of blockchain. Blockchain technology has moved beyond in Africa already. In Africa, where we have significant issues such as financial exclusion, lack of transparency, and inefficiencies in public and private sectors, blockchain presents an opportunity to build a future where these challenges are addressed. Today, I want to explore a future where blockchain can be harnessed for economic and social transformation. And I will discuss the regulatory frameworks necessary to manage its growth, and subsequently urge all stakeholders to embrace and leverage the technology for the sustainable development of Africa. Blockchain, as it were, is a digital ledger technology that securely records and verifies transactions across a network of computers. Each transaction is grouped into a block, and these blocks are linked together in a chronological chain. You will ask, why am I saying this? It is important because I assume, as a regulator, that there may be one or two persons that don't even understand what we are talking about. And of course, it is for media, for every other person to understand that blockchain is what it is, because it is what it is. Over time, I've been enthused about blockchain, maybe principally because I'm an accountant, my first training, before I jumbled into some other spaces. But clearly, when you talk about blockchain, and you speak about debit and credit, and you speak about the ledger part of it, then you ask yourself, as an accountant, what is this talking about? It's something we've been doing since the time of Luca Pacioli. If you know who Luca Pacioli is actually the founder of the debit and credit system in accounting. So that speaks clearly to the fact that, what are we talking about? We're talking about records. We're talking about a record that links to data which is the king. So that is actually what blockchain is. But because you have turned it into a computer iterative action, it has become so difficult for people to understand. But it's as simple as it can be. So for me, it's exciting to find accounting, playing the role it is playing, in our systems. but yet not being defined or identified as accounting. So blockchain technology offers multiple solutions that can significantly impact economics. Cryptocurrencies and financial innovation. Cryptocurrencies have emerged as digital assets enabling secure, fast, low-cost transaction across borders. For Africa, with its large unbanked population, cryptocurrencies can offer a pathway to financial inclusion by providing access to financial services without needing traditional banking infrastructure. Blockchain is already demonstrating its ability to revolutionize how we transact, save, and invest. With over 60% of Africans still unbanked, blockchain-based financial services offer a gateway to financial inclusion. I'll stop here. Why? Because I want to change our mindset. The narration about cryptocurrency and indeed other digital assets, sometimes makes me wonder, is it that it is that bad? Or is it a deliberate attempt, right, to give it a bad name so that you can hang it? Are there no good things that come out of it? Is it only about fraud that we hear everybody screaming about the value and use of cryptocurrencies? And the other answer that I will always give, are currencies not currencies, be it digital or paper? Don't we have digital currencies already in the cards that you use to purchase, whatever you want to purchase? Do people see it that way? That you don't have to carry the billions in your pocket, but it's just in one small card. And that's simply speaking about digital currency. So it is our responsibility here, not only to come for a conference like this, but to change the narration, trying to get people to understand that this thing is not as bad as, people make it appear. What value does it create? Has it created value? Has it been useful? That usefulness, have we explored it in making sure people actually understand what this particular innovation, as it were, could be? But did it start today? No, it didn't start today. It only became popular today. It only became popular today. Has it been in existence? Yes, it has been in existence. Has it been thought about? Yes, it has been thought about. As far back as 1950. Joseph Schumpeter, creative destruction. Then it became so popular, even in 1974, by Friedrich von Hayek, who named it freedom money. But when people do not understand, they try to give it a name that it does not really have. Even the money that we're speaking to, the cash that you have in your pocket, whatever currency it is, does it not also promote money laundering? Is it not used for money laundering? Is it not used for those bad deeds that has been ascribed solely to digital currency? It is, even much more. So it is our responsibility to share the knowledge while creating risk management around digital currency, giving it the transparency that it requires. But even more so, the beauty about digital currency is its ability for traceability. Because if they can be traced, then people will desist from using it for negative, purposes. So why don't we look at the positive sides of this rather than emphasizing on the negative sides of it? But the reason why the negative side is taking the day is because you and I have been quiet. You and I have been quiet. The MC was speaking about, trusts and trusts from regulators, from government, and all of that. You may think so, right? But that's not true. Because as government, one thing that we must do is to protect investors. As the SEC, it is our major responsibility to protect everyone that is going to be involved in it. Then we, as much as possible, try to understand and create regulations around what we do not understand. Does not mean we lack trust. It only means we are careful. Oftentimes, a child never knows that, the water is hot until he puts his hand in it. No child understands the nature of vapor until it's burnt by the water. But the parents see the vapor from far and tells you, don't go near. So, smart contracts. Smart contracts are self-executing contracts with the terms directly written into code. Can revolutionize industries such as real estate, insurance, trade finance by reducing costs, speeding up transactions, and minimizing the risk of fraud. This can stimulate business growth, attract investment, and enhance economic efficiency. The speed at which some of the transactions can happen via a smart contract, are mind-boggling. The fact that by a code, you can simply see the entire nature of an asset and have the assurance to deal in that asset is as a result of blockchain and smart contracts. The value of blockchain can actually open up, a space that you never can imagine. So, one of the advantages and the use of blockchain is smart contracts. And that is beginning to gain ground. And once it does, like we all know, one of the greatest challenge in our industry today or in our country today is around land, certifications. Not knowing who owns a land and who does not own the land. Also, the fraud in the land system, from the traditional methods, can all be dealt with via blockchain. You can imagine the fractionalization that can take place and the ability to raise capital via the smart contract. Let's talk about tokenization, which is the next revolution, because tokenization is actually securitization. It's an old traditional method that was physical, but now translated into digitalized form, which is now tokenization. And the ability for each and every one of us to have a small pie or a small part of that whole big system is what we are speaking to. And what does that really speak to? It speaks to democratization. Democratization of financial assets via a digital system. If you do not know, you do not know. But if you do not know, you have a responsibility to learn. So as a regulator, I have learned. And I know the value that this can create and the revolution that can come out of this. So land tenure and verification. In many African countries, land ownership and title verification are fraught with challenges, leading to disputes and lack of access to credit. We know that as we speak today, the amount of locked capital, or what we call in finance dead capital, in cities like Abuja and Lagos is unbelievable. Africa, and indeed Nigeria, is one of the only few countries still existing that you have to buy a property with cash complete. Complete. Do you know the multipliers principle and the credit creation that can come out of the fact that you can only, you can mortgage, you can create a mortgage through, digital process? It is unbelievable what we can do. All of these properties here, if we are able to unlock the financial value in all of these properties, just in Ozumba and Badiwe, it will build a city in less than 1 month. And that is the value and what you can gain from digitization. So improving, besides that also, a lot of families are in serious dispute today. Why? Because you cannot actually trace who actually owns the property. And the disputes are for so many years. Very influential families don't see eye to eye. This can be solved via blockchain. So the value is immeasurable, and that is why I'm excited that we are beginning to speak about it and beginning to tell people more about the opportunities that exist in this area. So improving the reach of traditional financial products is very important, and blockchain can help. The blockchain has the potential to increase the reach and accessibility of traditional financial products such as savings, loans, and insurance by making these products more cost-effective and easier to distribute. However, beyond the obvious economic benefits, blockchain can drive significant social change. Addressing difficult social issues, it can be used to solve complex social challenges such as corruption and lack of transparency in public services. For example, using blockchain for transparent voting systems or government procurement process can increase accountability and trust in public institutions. Do you know what can happen if you have a blockchain in a card where you can go to an ATM to vote? Imagine what can happen. That with your card, you can go to an ATM to vote. All you need to do is put your card in there and you press your buttons and you are able to vote. The accessibility, the number of people that can vote, and how you can create decisions. My business here is to open your mind. That closed part of it, open it to see what we can actually do with what we intend to do. So, financial inclusion-based solutions can provide access to finance for millions of people currently excluded from the formal financial system. By reducing costs and eliminating intermediaries, blockchain can make micro-lending, remittances, and other financial services more accessible and affordable. Improving user experience and settlement speed, blockchain enables real-time transactions and settlements, reducing the time and cost associated with traditional financial services. This can lead to a more efficient and inclusive financial ecosystem, benefiting both individuals and businesses. Of course, it encourages creativity and innovation. The flexibility of blockchain technology allows for endless possibilities for new applications, from social impact bonds to decentralized applications that can address specific community needs. This opens up room for creativity and innovation, particularly among Africa's youth, increasingly driving technological change on the continent. So while we celebrate the transformative potentials of blockchain, it's important to address the role of regulation in enabling its growth. Regulation is often viewed as a barrier to innovation, but it is, in fact, essential to building a stable, trustworthy environment for innovation to flourish. The truth is, simply, if you do not guide water, it will flow to every part. You need to guide water for it to float to the direction you want. The regulator is that guidance that you need to be able to flourish. So, while we celebrate SEC Nigeria's approach to digital assets regulation, recognizes the potential of blockchain and digital assets to revolutionize the capital market. We have introduced several measures to ensure that these innovations are harnessed responsibly. Of course, we have the Accelerated Regulatory Incubation Program and the Regulatory Incubation Program. The ARIP and the RE program were designed to onboard firms operating in digital asset space and provide a controlled environment to test new models, products, and services. These programs foster innovation while ensuring that robust consumer safeguards are in place. The recent approval in principle granted to 2 digital asset exchanges and 5 firms participating in these programs is a testament to our commitment to enabling innovation. I am government. I represent government. I represent the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, who takes the youths seriously. And if I do not have the powers enabled by the law, which is the Investment and Securities Act, we won't be doing this. But because the government cares about you, the youths, cares about the people in this room, hence we are doing what we need to do. We may have come very late in doing it, but it is better late than never. We try as much as possible, because in being late, there are things that may have been impediments. What are those impediments? Trying to study, understand exactly how this animal looks like. So, today, we have started, and there is no going back. And we believe that with the feedback we've gotten, we are all in the process to getting it better done. So meanwhile, we are consistently aligning with international best practices, by collaborating with global regulatory bodies, such as the International Organization of Securities Commissions, and this ensures that our regulatory framework remains robust, adaptive, and aligns with global standards, enabling cross-border collaboration and fostering investor confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, in this era of technological innovation, the question is not whether Africa will adopt blockchain, but how we will shape its adoption to maximize its benefits for all our people. I call upon all stakeholders, regulators, innovators, businesses, and civil society to embrace this technology with open arms and a collaborative spirit. For regulators, let us continue to refine our regulatory frameworks to foster innovation while protecting investors. Our goal must be to create an environment that encourages responsible experimentation and rapid scaling of successful models. For innovators, we encourage you to seize the opportunity to develop blockchain solutions tailored to Africa's unique needs. Focus on solving real-world problems such as financial exclusion, inefficient supply chains, and lack of transparency anywhere else. For our investors, invest in blockchain technology and partner with innovators to drive the adoption of blockchain solutions. Leverage this technology to create new business models that enhance competitiveness and create value for all stakeholders. For civil society and the academia, we expect that you will engage in research, advocacy, and education to build a broad-based understanding of blockchain and its potential benefits. Help us to demystify the technology and promote its responsible use in addressing social challenges. I'm also excited at the panel sessions that will explore the real-world applications of blockchain technology in Africa businesses and the regulatory frameworks needed to build a trustworthy blockchain ecosystem. I expect these discussions will provide us with the insights and tools necessary to unlock the full potential of blockchain technology for social and economic transformation. In conclusion, blockchain offers an opportunity to transform our economies and societies. We commit to this journey as the SEC with a shared vision, a spirit of collaboration, and an unwavering focus on building a prosperous and inclusive Africa, and I dare say, a prosperous and inclusive Nigeria. Thank you, and God bless.
Thank you very much for that beautiful keynote address. Really do love it. And please, you don't have to go anywhere, because right about now, you would be handling the fireside chat. You'd be on a fireside chat right now. And that is going to be handled by our head of tech and entertainment, Jayola Temitayo. Please, let's give him a round of applause as he comes on stage.
Yes, good morning once again, everyone. And once again, welcome to Business Day's blockchain event. So you can see that I'm trying to adjust a couple of things in my pocket. Yeah. So picking up from where you left off, I think the most interesting conversation that everybody wants to hear today is around Quidax, Busha. I mean, we have a new cryptocurrency stance. I mean, for the first time since 2022, I know 2022 SEC came up with something, then something happened around the CBN. But the question that I think I want to ask first is, while you've changed your stance, there's still feelers in the banking sector that crypto is still not acceptable. Is there anything that is SEC doing something to correct this, especially in the banking sector, from the banking sector?
Okay, so first disclaimer, I'm not the governor of the Central Bank of Nigeria. I am the Director General of the Securities and Exchange Commission. However, the Central Bank of Nigeria is a co-government institution that we, as the SEC, are proud of and we partner with. I just want to put that out there. But the question also will be around, what have we done? And how have we been at the SEC? The SEC, right from day one, right, has started this journey long before most of you even knew about it. So we had the FinTech Roadmap, which was a very important document created out of the community of capital market operators to identify, the next course of action around FinTech and everything related to FinTech. And having done that, we set the ball rolling and, of course, the tune cracking to getting people to understand that for us as the regulator of the capital market, we see, the opportunities around FinTech, blockchain, cryptocurrency, just name it. All of it. We saw what we saw. The definitions we gave to cryptocurrency are still there. So either a security or a commodity. It's the responsibility of those who are involved to tell us it is not. Right? So if it is, under the Howard's test, it becomes a registrable item with the SEC. And if it's going to be traded on a securities exchange or an exchange for that matter, by virtue of our powers in the Investment and Securities Act, it has to be traded on an exchange registered by the SEC. So, this has been our position. We provide clarity, in our statement in September 2020 regarding what we say these are. So I speak for the SEC, and more so as the Director General of the SEC, it is my responsibility to give clarity to issues. One of the reasons why I decided to be here this morning is to at least give you an opportunity to hear from me. What are we doing? What have we done? And where are we? And where are we going to? So the idea around, government not cooperating is totally false by what we have done. And hence, we said, like I said earlier in my speech, that the time we have taken is actually to enable us to understand this new myths, this, animal in the house. You don't just jump into anything. Oftentimes, the innovators come first before the regulators. Yeah. So it is not out of place that you guys are running ahead and we are almost, playing a catch-up game. But that notwithstanding, some of us have been into it. I, went into cryptocurrencies via the academic route. And for that reason, I understand the animal. But that animal being understood by me may not be understood by others. So we need to be patient in getting everybody on board to be able to provide the guidance that is needed for us to grow this industry. We need to grow this industry together. The government is interested in the population, which is over 80% of the people of Nigeria that are interested in this area. And if the government is interested in it, then the government has a responsibility to protect the investors that will come into it. Besides, the SEC is the only securities commission in the world that has the developmental role of market development, besides investor protection. So we have a twin goal, investor protection and market development. Some of the things that we are doing will be around market development. Some of the things that we need to do around education is market development. We need to be able to educate people, you understand? To educate the citizens, to educate investors, to educate participants. Because there's something that we can't take away. In every investment, there's a risk. Yes. That risk must be understood by the people. And the SEC has a responsibility to share that information with people that whatever you intend to do, you must be aware of those risks. So when you get into it, and if for any reason the risk turns the other way, you know exactly that you were aware. You just decided to. Of course, investment is about risk reward. And that risk reward is the higher the risk, the sweeter the reward. The lower the risk, the less beautiful the reward is. So I guess I have spoken to your question, but if I have not, please come again.
No, I think you have, because I think from what you said it's going to take time to get everybody on board.
Of course.
So, yes, the sector started. We still need to wait for others to also join. And I think that will still bring me to still on regulation. And this is going to more touch about your approach towards regulation. Because I know earlier, last year, you brought back your regulation on digital assets, the drafts. And in that draft, there were concerns from players, key players in the industry. And I mean, some of them had to do with entry, market entry. You set a price for people to be able to enter the market. And you said here that, we're trying to encourage innovation. We want the youths to come on board. But some of this cost, the average youth in Nigeria might not be able to afford it. So how are you going to, is there still more? Should we still expect more from a collaborative approach from SEC towards, okay, how do we see regulation? Okay, now that there's this feedback, are we expecting, I wouldn't say a drop in price, but are we going to expect a more market-friendly regulation, in quotes?
All right, so it's interesting that you asked that question, and I can say something that is important for the young people to know, right? Everybody cannot be a CEO. Everybody cannot be a CEO. You need collaboration. The challenge the youths have is they don't want to work together. Everybody wants to, do their thing, right? Because we can understand what I want to say now, I'm sure it will make a meaning. They say now corporation I make rice full pot. If corporation not there, rice no go full pot. So you need that cooperation amongst yourself to be able to build a strong and virile industry. And indeed, company, the greatest challenge that the youths face today is that even in the startups and fintech businesses is one, the lack of structure. Two, lack of governance. Three, lack of accountability and transparency. Once you hammer, the next thing you do is go and buy Range Rover. Once somebody invests in you, rather than using the money to run the business, use the money to run yourself. It won't work. For you to be able to build a sustainable business, there must be that cooperation understanding of what you need to do and how you need to grow on to bar people from coming. No, far from it. We're saying we want you to put yourselves together to come up with strong institutions that will be lasting. Ask yourself, how many of you in your businesses have failed? Failed with very beautiful ideas because you refuse to cooperate. So the regulations that we put out there are regulations that will allow you come together. In as much as we understand your feedback and we have taken them on board, we're actually reviewing those regulations, but we will not water down the regulations to make everybody an all-commerce business. Because if you cannot meet certain criteria in regulation, there's something that will happen. And I can tell you from my experience in this market for over 30 years that you will not be able to meet compliance. You will not be able to meet compliance. And if you don't meet compliance, you have failed. I understand your mindset. I understand your, the zeal. I understand what you feel like. You just want to blow out. Yes, you can blow out, but you can blow out together. That is important. So, as much as we are looking at, very important and very reasonable advice, because we are a listening commission. We won't water down regulation. We'll encourage people to put themselves together, and we are open to even speaking to you to, fashioning your way as to what you need to do. It's important that you now start talking to each other. If Mr. A and Mr. B and Mr. C have an idea that is common to each other, why don't we come together? What stops you from being able to tolerate each other? Because what I have discovered among the youth is that you can't even tolerate each other. Oftentimes, you get into partnerships and relationships, in less than a month, you get off. Right? So, we, as the SEC, we have been able to bring ourselves out to help innovation and create institutions that will grow our economy. So, it is my candid opinion that you do not look out for a watered regulation. No. You look out for a more friendly regulation, but maintaining high standards, so that when you go out as an institution, you will be of value. The international community is waiting for you to come with a structure that they can rely on, not come with a watered down, structure that they cannot rely on, and you will not be able to access funding.
Thank you, DG, for that. I think a final one for me from regulation, and then we just go to something else because of, we're here at a blockchain event. And how do you intend to balance transparency and, sorry, I wrote it down here, transparency and privacy? Because I know it's a key concern for players in that industry. Okay, you want us to be transparent with our dealings. Well, how can we trust you? You are the government, as you said. The first thing you said today was, I am here representing Mr. President.
Sure.
So you are the government.
Sure.
So how can we balance, how can the industry trust you in terms of balancing transparency and privacy, especially of transactions?
Okay. So you should understand that I asked you the question, how can you balance you as a son to your father and trusting your father? It's your father. You must come from the point of trust that your father means well for you. That's important. You are also a father or a mother. Do you think that your children should be suspicious of you? Is that the way to go? The government's intention is clear. For the government, provide guidance. You can't always be suspicious of the government. And again, the analogy, will you always be suspicious of your father? Your father has good intentions for you, always. Like you will have good intentions for your children. So, the youths of this country, this industry, must begin to see beyond their fears. They must begin to see beyond their fears. Because what drives this argument is fear. These people are not trustworthy. No, we can't. No. That means you are also going to grow up not being trustworthy. What goes around comes around. The SEC is here today to show you that government is trustworthy. I wouldn't come here if I knew that government is not trustworthy. I wouldn't have been part of you in this scheme if that is not the case. We wouldn't have released what we have released if we think that is not the case. We have over 50 applications for exchanges right at the SEC today. But we are releasing them in measured form because for now it's experimentation. As long as you meet the requirements, we will release it, but in measured form. Whatever advice we will give to you to coordinate this process, we will give to you. This is a market we know you play in. And we know also how passionate you are about this market. But we are there to support you to grow. My joy would be to see people in this room, people in this space, progressing globally and internationally, and challenging the status quo. As much as it is, you all know that Nigeria and the youths of this country are among the best in the world. Questions are being asked. How do they do it? They ask these questions. I have schooled internationally. In my class, they call me. How are you people trained? My initial degrees were in Nigeria, but I went out to school and appears that I knew everything. So how do you people do it? Do you have a special school? This is what the content of each and every one of you here is. And so, going back to the question, trust is earned, right? If you, as the youth, the entrepreneur, the innovator, gives me the opportunity to understand that you are trustworthy, I will trust you. Sometimes the actions of government are based on your actions. But once it has become clear that you will responsibly practice your trade, government will embrace you with all hands. But once it is clear that your intentions are evil, sorry, government will not hesitate to bring down enforcements. So it is very, very clear that in your innovation, you must also be patriotic. How nice are you when you are part of the destruction of your own economy? How? Because you want to have a personal gain? No, it shouldn't be so. Your patriotism should be top notch. Nigeria first, irrespective of the gain that you are going to have. So, and lastly, to speak about this, the information government has, none of you can have it. We are more or less like an helicopter. What we see, you can see it. So some of the actions that government takes is predicated on what we see and know, which sometimes is difficult to say outside in the public. But what we desire as government is that you act responsibly. Do the things you need to do and protect your country, protect your government. This is Nigeria, it's your country. You do not have any other one other than this country. Don't allow others who do not mean well for your country influence your actions. Think first about your country, and the country will be better for you all.
So I think we've come to the end of this session. But I mean, this is not really like a question, although it might still be like a follow-up on what you said around trust is hand. I mean, trust is a two-way street. I mean, okay, we want the youth to trust us, but has the government done enough to earn that trust? I mean, so far, in terms of how the government has viewed and in terms of how the government has related with the industry, it seems as though it's clamp down, clamp down, clamp down. And we want the industry to trust us. I know you are doing a lot now. You're doing a lot different.
Am I government?
No, yes, sir.
Am I government? I'm government.
So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so if I am government and I'm doing all I'm doing, and we have been doing what we have been doing at the SEC, take it or leave it. I've been part of this system, I'm part of this space. There's hardly anybody here that does not know me, I guess, right? Even before my ascension to becoming the DG of the SEC. Will you not think that government trusts you? That is why I decided to bring somebody who is part of you to lead the SEC. Will you not see that the actions of the one government has brought to lead the SEC is beginning to yield some positive results by the registrations we have done? Will you not see that the one government has appointed to lead is interacting with you in a free manner without any inhibition, that government is trusting you? Will you not see And for this reason, government needs to protect the citizens and the investors that are its citizens who probably do not know so much. That is why the team at the SEC is working day and night to making sure that we get results and develop this space. Will you not see that one of the, men, what I call you men, strong men in the industry, is the Minister for Information Technology, and it's part of you? How else do you want government to demonstrate its transparency and its trust? Is it by allowing the wrong things to happen? Is that where government demonstrates those things? Let me give you, a story. I have a daughter, right? She's a woman now, and she was young. And she took the knife, and she was playing with the knife. In the process of playing with the knife, I love her so much because she's my first child. And I don't want her to cry. Anything I can do to protect her from crying, I will do. And one of such things was the holding of that knife. I knew if I take it away from her, she will cry, and I will feel hurt. So I refused. I didn't take it away from her. Unfortunately, she used the knife to cut herself. It was only when she cut herself and she was crying and there was blood that I had the courage to take it away from her. Fast forward. 15 years later, one day, she had the courage to call my attention. She said, "Daddy, what happened to my hand?" Excuse me. And there, what will I do? I needed to tell her the truth because I teach her truth. And I explained to her what happened. And the next question came like a bomb. If you had removed the knife from my hand, would I have cried to death? Now you see, you didn't remove the knife from my hand because of your love for me. Now I have a scar that will live with me forever, which would have been better. And on that note, I leave the question.
Thank you so much, DG, sir. Thank you, sir. It's good to meet you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Pictures.
All right, I would like to call up, before you go, sir, I'd like to please your indulgence. I'd like to call up Dr. Ayodele Bakari of NITDA to come up and take some pictures, as well as a representative of the publisher, Mr. Lolade Akimurili, and CMO, Chief Marketing Sales Officer, Ijoma Ude. Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. All right, we're going to move on to the next thing on the agenda right here, and that is the keynote address by Mr. Kashifu Inua Abdullahi, who is the Director General of National Information Technology Development Agency, the NITDA, and he's represented by Dr. Ayodele Bakari, the Head Digital Technology Development Division, NITDA. Please let's give him a round of applause. Thank you. Please, let's keep clapping till he comes up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anytime I hear the word blockchain, I am always super excited. Is it because I see a chain of blocks that stores my money and transactions? Or is it because I see a chain of blocks that ensures that anytime I want to do a transaction,
I do not have to go through a third party? Is it that whenever I see a chain of blocks that ensures that any time that I store information or I do any transaction, it is immutable, it is trackable, and that I'm able to track the chain of custody? Blockchain technology is a very, very powerful technology. And that is why it is very important for Africa to leverage and harness the power of this technology for social economic transformation and development. On this note, I want to say a very good morning to everyone that is here present, for this event. The publisher, BusinessDay, the deputy editor, our honorable and eloquent, DG SEC, the blockchain industry, the blockchain ecosystem, ladies and gentlemen of the media, our participants, a very good morning to you. I am Dr. Ayodele Bakari, and I'm the head of the Digital Transformation or Digital Technology Development Division at the National Information Technology Development Agency. I am also a proud member of the Nigerian Blockchain Policy Steering Committee, and I can see some of my members here. I can see the President Siban, he's also a member of the National Blockchain as in Policy. Is Mr. Chuta here? Because I saw his name in the list of as speakers. Okay, he'll be on his way. And unlike the DG SEC, I am here to represent my DG in the person of Malam Kashifu Inua. He actually wanted to be here, just like you have the DG SEC here in person. However, due to other exigencies, he could not make it. And for this, he sends his most sincere apology. I hope you accept that. However, he has given me a very long speech, just like the DG SEC as in speech, as in to read to you. But before I start with the DG's goodwill speech, I want to let you know that the National Information Technology Development Agency is a government agency that is saddled with the responsibility of the development and also regulation of information technology in Nigeria. We help ensure that information technology is used as an enabler in different sectors of the economy. That is, every organization, either within the public sector, private sector, academia, can use information technology to improve its efficiency, its productivity, its profitability. Because we strongly believe that having an effective digital economy is a very strong tool and strategy, to ensure that Nigeria achieves an effective social economy. So without further ado, kindly to read the DG speech. It is an honor to stand before you today as the keynote speaker for this conference with the theme, Building Africa's Future, that is harnessing blockchain technology for economic and social transformation. This theme is very apt considering the power of emerging technologies such as blockchain in transforming nations. Blockchain is often associated with cryptocurrencies, just like the DigiSec distilled, effectively. But its potential goes beyond digital currencies. At its core, blockchain is about decentralization, immutability, just like I mentioned earlier. Anything that is on the blockchain does what? Stays on the blockchain. Transparency, accountability, and security. It allows for the creation of trusts in systems without the need for intermediaries, just like it was mentioned earlier, ensuring that records are immutable, traceable, and verified. For Africa, this technology can address some of the continent's most pressing challenges while unlocking new avenues for development. Africa has historically been marginalized in global trade and finance systems plagued by issues such as lack of trust in institutions, inefficiency, and economic inequality. Blockchain offers an opportunity to bypass traditional barriers and create systems that are more inclusive and equitable. But to fully grasp its potential, we must look at two key areas where blockchain can have the most profound impact. That is talking about economic growth and social transformation, which aligns perfectly with the theme of this conference. According to the World Bank, about 57% of Africa's population remains unbanked. Nearly 60% of adults in sub-Saharan Africa lack access to formal financial services. This exclusion hampers economic growth, perpetuates poverty, and limits opportunities for entrepreneurship. However, with blockchain-powered financial system, Africa can significantly reduce the percentage of its unbanked citizens. We see this everywhere, especially with how well the fintechs, are doing in Nigeria. In fact, as of 2021, Nigeria alone, had about 4, to 5 unicorns, as far as the fintech industry, is concerned. So peer-to-peer lending platform and decentralized finance models can bring affordable loans to small businesses and individuals without the need for traditional banking infrastructure. Moreover, blockchain can facilitate cross-border payments, which is critical in a continent with about 54 countries, each with its own currency, regulation, and trade barriers. Using blockchain, international remittances, one of Africa's largest sources of foreign income, can become faster, more secured, and far cheaper. This reduces transaction fees, ensuring that more money goes directly to families and communities and small businesses. Intra-African trade, particularly under the African Continental Free Trade Area, could also benefit enormously. Blockchain could streamline customs processes, eliminate corruption, and provide real-time tracking of goods. It promises to bring more transparency and efficiency to supply chains, ensuring that African products reach global markets faster with fewer roadblocks. So in terms of its social transformation attributes, Africa's developmental challenges are not limited to economic issues. They extend into government, public services, and trusts in institutions. One of the most significant challenges Africa faces is corruption. Blockchain's decentralized and immutable nature can make it an invaluable tool for promoting transparency and accountability in both public and private sectors. Government records, from land registries to tax collections, can be securely stored on the blockchain, making it nearly impossible for data to be tampered with. Like it was mentioned earlier, one of the characteristics of having a blockchain-based solution, is immutability. Ensures that everything that has been stored on the blockchain remains on the blockchain, and it can be as in tracked. So this should significantly reduce corruption, empower citizens, and promote more equitable access to resources. In healthcare, blockchain can be used to store medical records, track the distribution of medicines, and ensure that aid reaches those who need it most. Imagine a healthcare system where patients' data is secure, portable, and accessible to doctors across borders. And that is part of what NIDA, has been doing for a very long time, as far as, the blockchain adoption and implementation is concerned. We've had series of interactive sessions, with local blockchain as in companies that have been developing blockchain solutions, especially in the health sector. There's a particular company that we've been working with, and they have a solution to help trace the chain of custody of drugs, meaning that you know who has handled the drug, you know the source of the drug that is coming to you. That's one thing that NIDA has been done. And again, I was part of a stakeholders event, I think about 2-3 months ago, organized by the Ministry of Health. And what their plan is to see how they can unify the electronic health records of patients that patronized government-owned tertiary hospitals nationwide. And one of the solutions that I gave to them is to use as in blockchain. So I want to use this as an open invitation, because once you come to events like this, part of the benefit, is to get information, such as this. So if you know you are here and you're a blockchain company or a developer, especially in the health sector, my chairman just entered, and I will explain why he's my chairman later on. So if you have such solutions, consider this as an expo, but don't mention my name. Get to the Ministry of Health if you have this solution, and I can assure you, that they will be ready to receive this solution, because it's something that is urgent on the agenda right now, to see how they can unify the e-health records or electronic health records of patients, that patronize tertiary government hospitals in Nigeria. Blockchain can help improve service delivery and resource allocation, contributing to better health outcomes. Education is another sector that stands to benefit. The DGSEC has been talking about the financial side of as in blockchain, but we are talking more of sectorial use cases. NIDA is not a financial as a regulator, but of course, we have the powers to ensure compliance and also regulate information technology, including emerging as in technologies. So as far as education is as in concerned, part of the plans of NIDA, and we've started discussions already with local blockchain companies, because we believe so much, in the local blockchain industry. So we've been discussing with so many local blockchain companies to see the possibility of approaching, for example, the DG NYSC, to see how we can put NYSC certificates on the blockchain to help with authentication and validation. And we're also thinking of collaborating with the Ministry of Health, to see how same can also be applied to that sector to reduce the occurrences, of fake certificates. So we are looking at seeing how certifications, either at the primary, the secondary, and the tertiary levels of education, we can have certificates, on the blockchain, for proper authentication and validation. So, I know I've given you hints of as what has been done, but this section that I'm going into now talks about what government has really done as far as blockchain development is concerned. The DGSEC, talked a lot about, what SEC has done, especially within the financial sector. The Federal Ministry of Communication, Information and Digital Economy, in collaboration with NIDA, launched the National Blockchain Policy in May 16, 2023. And the purpose of this policy is to drive the growth of blockchain industry in Nigeria for socio-economic growth and prosperity. This is also in line with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's action plan for a better Nigeria, where he promised to encourage the prudent use of blockchain technology in finance and banking, identity management, revenue collection, and the use of virtual assets. You can look this up, under the APC promise, as a Nigerians. Blockchain is an important focus area for the government. And in government, there is no better way to know that you are doing well if you have approval or buy-in at the highest level, which is the presidency. And that is why an organization like NIDA is very proud, to be associated with the development of blockchain in Nigeria. So it shows you that all what we're doing, all what SEC is doing, CBN is doing, NIDA is doing, is in alignment with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's promise, in terms of ensuring that he uses information technology as a developmental tool for our social economy. The National Blockchain Policy aims to achieve its purpose by focusing on 3 overarching areas. I'm still talking about the policy. That is innovation, talent development, and blockchain adoption. And I use my words carefully here. Overarching doesn't mean that these are specific focus areas. So under these overarching areas, there are other specific areas that constitute success factors, okay, for a blockchain implementation for a national as a use case. So the innovation focus area of the policy, we implement strategies for creating innovation, blockchain solutions, for different sectors of the economy. Talent development will implement strategies for building the talent pool to power the Nigerian blockchain industry. And just like the DigiSec, as I mentioned, why we experience failure, especially among startups, is because startups, do not have the necessary skill, to thrive in this industry. So as a result, the talent development focus area of the NBP is to ensure that, we have this whole, we put in strategies to ensure that we attract this talent that will power the local blockchain industry. And finally, blockchain adoption will implement strategies for encouraging the adoption of blockchain solutions in different sectors of the economy. When it comes to technology, there's usually two parts of it. Implementation, where we have techies as in like you. And adoption. Adoption is where the money is. If you do not have strategies for adoption and you keep on implementing, you keep on coding, then definitely money will not be made. And part of what NIDA is doing in the area of adoption, just like I mentioned earlier, we are collaborating with lots and lots of local blockchain companies. I cannot overemphasize this. There are lots and lots of blockchain viable solutions, viable products, not minimum viable products that are out there. And we are collaborating with them. And I'm sure later when the chairman, speaks, he may also, want to, chime in on that. We've done a lot of that, to ensure that we have solutions because we are looking more at the use cases. We're operating at a strategic level, that is in terms of the policy, standards, guidelines for as in blockchain. We are also operating at the operational level, talking about use cases. We need use cases for different sectors, the health sector, educational sector, land management. I loved when he talked about, fractional tokenization. This is something that we have been talking about at the agency level and also at the committee level. We are looking at how we can ensure that, we enable fractional tokenization of properties. You don't need to have billions, to own an apartment. You can own a fraction of it and also use it as a store of value. So these are use cases, that we're actually looking at, and we are working with different organizations, especially local blockchain. Of course, we are still working with international partners, but most of our partners are local blockchain companies. And that will ensure that we gain traction as much as possible, because people see government as always operating at this strategic level. Policy, policy, policy every time. Do this, don't do that. But nothing is seen on ground. And that is why we're also focusing on that operational level. Let's see results. Let's see the solutions. Let's see people use them. Let's see people benefit as in from them. So prior to the launch of the national blockchain policy in 2023, NIDA trained over 32,000 Nigerians under the program NIDA Blockchain Scholarship 2022. And this was done in collaboration with Dominion Technology Solutions. And I believe some of us know Dominion Technology Solutions. It's a local blockchain company. We partnered with them in 2022, even before the launching of the national blockchain policy. And we were able to celebrate the graduation of over 33,000 Nigerians, as at the same day, we launched the national blockchain policy. So, just like the DigiSec mentioned, if we don't trust you, we won't partner consistently with the private sector. In addition to launching the national blockchain policy, a steering committee headed by a representative of the private sector. I mentioned earlier that I have my chairman as in here. So I'll now tell you why he's my chairman, because he is the chairman of the national blockchain policy. I thought someone was giving a round of applause to him. Mr. Chuta Chibeze He doesn't work for government. He doesn't work for NIDA. But we elected him as the chairman of the National Blockchain Policy Steering Committee. And this was done deliberately because we wanted to leverage the innovativeness, the speed, and the agility of the private sector. If we were to be headed by an entity, from the public sector, the kind of success we've achieved as in so far may not have been achieved. And I'm using this opportunity to commend him because he has done wonderfully well in the short period of him being the chairman of this steering as in committee. He has worked with speed. He has ensured that all the requirements of the committee, are implemented in an effective and efficient manner. In fact, we are always playing catch up as in with him. He's always ahead of us, just to ensure that, the responsibilities of this committee are as in carried out. And aside from having the chairman from the private sector, as members, we also have a combination of entities from the private sector, the public sector, the academia, and civil society. SEC is a member of the committee. CBN is a member of the committee. And this was done deliberately just to ensure that there is effective collaboration. And I say this a lot. Anytime I have the opportunity, to address audience, such as yours, effective collaboration is what we need in this country. Because if you look at it, as far as technology is concerned in developing Nigeria, we have all the opportunities, in terms of the policies, strategies, in terms of infrastructure. But the problem is that to synergize all these opportunities, we are more focused on problems. The challenges, that is what you see us, being focused on. And that is why we carefully ensured that members of this committee, will help us achieve, the right, recipe, for success. So, the steering committee is saddled with the responsibility of overseeing the implementation of the national blockchain policy. And I also use this word carefully. So the responsibility of the steering committee is oversight and not operational. The operational aspect, we'll leave it to you guys, the blockchain industry, the blockchain ecosystem, and other relevant entities. And so far, under the oversight of NIDA, the committee has achieved the following. Number one, organization of a blockchain dialogue conference in Lagos on August 9 to 10, 2023, in collaboration with CBAN. I thought someone was clapping for CBAN. The event had over 300 participants from blockchain ecosystem, and it was an opportunity for them to contribute to the development of the national blockchain policy implementation strategy. Number two, development of a national blockchain policy implementation strategy plan. Without a plan, a policy is useless. So, one of the achievements of the steering committee is to also, develop a national implementation strategy plan. This strategy identified different initiatives that will be implemented to achieve the purpose of the national blockchain policy. These initiatives cover areas such as talent development programs, baseline study. Have I spent 20 minutes already? I can continue? Blockchain research development, funding, incentivization, regulatory sandboxes, partnerships, collaborations, hackathons, use case implementation, and digital public infrastructure support for blockchain. Number three, we've achieved collaboration with ingenious blockchain solution companies to provide viable blockchain solutions for pilot implementation in different sectors of the economy. We have identified sectors such as land management, finance, education, health, and agriculture. Then number four, we've been able to create public awareness on the national blockchain policy on different platforms, such as social media, traditional media, and conferences, such as this one. I know the chairman of the committee may have one or two things, to say later about the achievement of the committee. So while the implementation and adoption of the blockchain in Africa is beneficial, it also has its challenges. Africa encounters challenges in digital infrastructure, digital literacy, and regulatory frameworks. And for blockchain to deliver our expectations, we need to address the digital divide, ensure access to reliable internet, and build talent needed to implement these solutions. Moreover, governments must create supportive regulatory environments that encourage innovation while protecting citizens. If we are to build a blockchain-based future, we must also invest in education and upskilling, ensuring that African youths are equipped to lead this digital transformation. However, these challenges are not immutable, borrowing from the lexicon of blockchain. In fact, they represent opportunities for collaboration between governments, the private sector, academia, and civil society. Already, we are seeing African startups and innovators at the forefront of blockchain adoption, from digital currencies in Nigeria to land registries in Ghana. These are promising signs that Africa can leapfrog traditional development models and create systems that are tailored to its unique needs. We've missed out on the first, second, third industrial revolution. This fourth industrial revolution gives us that opportunity to leapfrog in terms of social economic development. And the good thing about the fourth industrial revolution is that it requires less of natural resources. It requires less of natural resources, but more of brain resource. And as the last time I checked, we have so many brain resources in Nigeria. So I want to sincerely appreciate Business Day for inviting me to this conference. I also want to commend Business Day, CBAN, and other partners for organizing this conference. This underscores your commitments to development and growth of Africa's digital economy. In conclusion, blockchain alone will not solve all of our African problems. No, we have so many problems in Africa. So let's not see blockchain as the silver bullet. But it offers a powerful tool in our collective efforts to build a brighter future. It is not just about the technology, it is about empowerment, inclusion, and creating systems that work for all Africans. Africa has a history of resilience, innovation, and ingenuity. Today, we stand at the threshold of a new era, one where we can leverage technology to transform our economies, strengthen our societies, and build a more prosperous and equitable continent. But it requires vision, collaboration, and a commitment to ensuring that no one is left behind in this digital revolution. As we continue with the proceedings of this conference, let us remember that the future we build today will define Africa of tomorrow. Blockchain is not just a buzzword. It is a key to unlocking the potential of our continent. Thank you, and do have a very pleasant and rewarding deliberation.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for a wonderful keynote address. We appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, we've heard from the regulators. We've heard from the government. But it's time to hear from us, Business Day. You see, Business Day, we have an intelligence unit. And these intelligence units have carried out a research on blockchain. And we have a presentation here for you today, right before we go over to our first panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome Mohammed Akonji. He is the Senior Research and Data Analyst at Business Day. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. So good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here this morning to interact with us. And I am Mohammed Akonji. I am a Senior Research and Data Analyst at Business Day Intelligence. I have my team members here as well. And then we have a little bit of a research of what we have done and what we wanted to be able to show to you about the trends, the prospects, and the trajectories that's going on in the world of the blockchain. But before I start, I would like to be able to engage us. Really, July 19 this year, something happened globally, if most of us are very much aware. The global internet outage of what happened. There was a CrowdStrike event. In fact, airlines, banks, hotels were shut down. And in fact, globally, about $5 trillion were lost between July 19 of a Friday and July 22nd of a Monday were lost as a result of that. I don't know if any of us are aware of that, what happened. In fact, major banks in the world, London Stock Exchange, HSBC, airlines were shut down. Hotels were shut down, and nothing could actually be able to operate. What was the reason for that? Generally, we attribute it to centralized system when it comes to global internet. The whole internet was actually with CrowdStrike, an internet company that is responsible for airlines, aviation, hotels, tourism, and things like that. And since then, at the intelligence unit, we are thinking about how, just like people are talking about decentralizing things, governance, healthcare, education. And when this conference came on board, we felt like it is quite apt for us to be able to discuss about our research and what we have done. Secondly, before I begin my presentation, maybe August 12th this year, similar thing happened to GT Bank. Most of us are aware about what happened. Most of the GT Bank customers complained here in Nigeria, even though there was a disclaimer later about, oh, it is not an ethical hacking, it is not this, it's not that. But what we knew then, when we have SEC regulators here, the process they finished their IPOs, their public offering, that was August 12th, and they were about to be able to liaise maybe with the SEC. We had that internet breakage. And then, so where I'm actually going about all this is really the need to be able to decentralize our activities. And that's exactly how can we be able to harness blockchain technology, this BCT as we're able to call it at the unit. How can we be able to harness it for economic and social transformation? And I think we will try to be able to back it up with data. I have just very few minutes. I'll just quickly be able to run through my slides and I show us some of the potentials that we have the regulators, the other key stakeholders that could likely benefit from the unimaginable potentials that this particular sector can offer. So, I mean, I don't need to be able to take us through this. We have the exchange technology market size over the last 10 years. The period of 2023, the next 10 years, we did that projection together with that research company in the US, in New York, Precedence Research, and we are able to look at that growth. But we should also know that 2020, maybe about 3 years ago, this is a market of about $1 billion globally. Between 2020 and 2023, this market has grown to about $30 billion. Look at that cumulative average growth. And then we are projecting something to be able to go from 2023, that about $17 billion, I mean, conservatively. But in fact, we have a report that shows about $30 billion. And this is a market that could go to as high as $1.8 trillion by 2034, just in the space of 10 years. And it's because of that awareness and that involvement of a lot of players in this sector. So we believe that there are a lot of potential that are involved there. And how can we be able to distill down this to Africa? We're also able to look at the blockchain contribution by region. And then we can see Latin America, for example, North America contributed 46% of that market share as of last year. Africa and Middle East, in fact, combined together, was just about 2% of the total market. And then we see this as a gold mine where we can be able to venture into. So if economy, I mean, of all of them, the North America of the 46% and that donut chart that we can see there, we in Middle East and Africa combined, that's North Africa, all African combined, as well as the Middle East region contributes, 2% of that. And then this is what we see as an opportunity that we can be able to invest, or that we can be able to venture into, and we see the potentials, especially from the socio-economic angle, which I'm going to be able to project when I get there. This year indicates to us some of what has actually happened between 2022, this was a report of 2023, when we were to observe the market. The public cloud segment, for example, which is, these are talking about clouding system, things going to the cloud. The cloud, as in terms of type of what happens in the blockchain, time is not there for you to be able to break them down into the components. So the public cloud accounted for about 61% of the market share as of last year. The infrastructure and protocol section of the blockchain, in terms of those components, was about 63% of what total market share of what happened last year, of the $30 billion. And finally, the financial services, most of the banks in Nigeria, most of the banks globally. In fact, from our report of 2020, most 77% of CEOs, C-suite executives, indicated their readiness to be able to transit to the blockchain. And that was 2020. And with what has happened between 2020 and now, in fact, I'm sure the data would have actually be able to jump beyond that level. So what are the economic potentials that blockchain can be used for? I'll just be able to cite 2 examples. You'll be able to see that there. If you remember the World Food Program in 2018, what they did in Jordan, the World Food Program is the United Nations arm, where they're trying to be able to end global hunger. And for the first time, when they adopted blockchain to be able to distribute their cash for AIDS in Jordan, in fact, from that policy, I mean, if you be able to check through what they did, one, they were able to cut out intermediaries, one, and two, World Food Program, WFP, claimed that by deploying blockchain to be able to make food available to the Jordanian refugees, they were able to save about $1.5 million in intermediary costs. And since then, there are a lot of involvement they're actually getting into using this. That's maybe for humanitarian aid. When it comes to economic aid, maybe I think the DG mentioned that about World Bank estimated that globally 1 billion people of the 8 billion people in the world do not have possible identification. 1 billion out of possibly 8 billion people. And how well can we be able to identify them? The centralized system has not worked. Maybe in Nigeria as well, our NIM system needed to do a lot of upgrade. But we believe that with blockchain, this 1 billion people globally that are unidentified, what are the ways I can be able to get them identified? Because to achieve our SDG target of 2030, the global index, the global figure needed to actually be worked out. So this 1 billion people, we believe that as an economic empowerment, a means of empowering them can only be achieved through adequate investment and adequate involvement in blockchain technology. So apart from that, we mentioned things that blockchain can really do in finance. We've heard about the DFI, decentralized financial system. In fact, a lot of people are using them now. Beyond the traditional banking system, people now rely more on maybe OPay system, for example, or money points. You tend to be able to see people expressing their reliance for some of these decentralized peer-to-peer systems that people are doing, the P2P. So that growth of that market itself is something that is very, very tangible that we feel like we would also be able to work on. In supply chain, for example, in fact, we were talking about that yesterday with my team. And then we were talking about Dangote Refinery, for example, the 25 million liters. The major problem the federal government is actually still having till now is how to be able to trace smuggling. People, for now at the time, we're saying about 60 million liters is what we consume locally in this country. Okay, after subsidy removal, maybe 38 million liters. Now, Dangote is telling us it's 25 million liters. And that shows something to us at Business Day. So maybe if Dangote is supplying us 25 million liters every day, then of the 38 million NPC claimed the last year that we're perhaps consuming, 10 to 15 million liters of those are going across the borders. Are we really tracking all those ones? How effectively are we tracking all those trucks that are taking Nigerian crude, for example, that Nigerian government subsidized there to neighboring countries in Chad, in Niger, in Benin Republic, and other countries? So with proper supply chain, we believe like a blockchain can actually be able to trace this. And if government is heavily involved, and that's why we're able to thank SEC for at least be able to change their policies. As of 2020, just like Dr. Agama said, about SEC said, no, this is not going to be able to fly in this country. And now we are having that venture, that penetration of blockchain. At the same time, we see that these can actually be deployed. And one way of deploying that is the supply chain. Most especially, let's start with our petrol and see if government can be heavily involved in monitoring the consumption of liters of fuel that we consume in this country, and those actually be able to move across the borders. Blockchain can actually be able to help us to be able to get that. And I think that will actually be good. In the area of healthcare, I think the expert have mentioned about that, in real estate and some other sectors where this can actually work. Okay, so generally now, and these are the services that we feel like Business Day can be able to offer. The key market drivers of what is actually driving the blockchain industry right now. Now, there are more venture capitals. There are more seed investors who are coming into the country. And we have the regulators here as well. So the venture capitals are more interested in disruptive ideas that can be able to disrupt. We are looking at, and if these can actually be well considered, if the blockchain can actually be well considered, policy documents released, and properly shaped, we feel like, or we believe that these will also be able to be well adopted in Nigeria. In Nigeria, there are more of banking and cybersecurity issues. I told us about that. For example, there's one cybersecurity firm in Canada that came to us when the GT Bank issue happened, about how prepared, because just like InterSwitch was responsible for the banks in Nigeria. If anything happened to InterSwitch today, what's going to happen to them? Just like the case of GTB. We were so concerned about Zenith Bank, for example, when the IPO ended on Monday, just this Monday, that maybe they could be able to suffer the same fate as what GT Bank suffered on the 12th of August. But maybe, but in the similar vein, our concern is how well prepared, what's the defense line of our cybersecurity system, especially for the financial system. So we also believe that blockchain could play a very important role in that. More market players are venturing in, government investment is also coming in, key market drivers that are driving this. Okay, and I think I've mentioned this area already. We can be able to see some of the social and humanitarian impacts, just to be able to quickly run through. But in the final stretch of that, and that's where we feel like, what can Business Day intelligence offer? So first, blockchain as a pathway to inclusive development. I think we mentioned here. So the blockchain has the power to be able to capitalize, okay, to be able to do this, and then most of all these benefits are the full-fledged that we can be able to get from blockchain. Now, about BDI, let me just quickly be able to talk about that, and the services we can be able to render, some of the gaps that we feel like we can help with. And I bucket our services here majorly into three. And one of them is really about advocacy, creating the knowledge. Just like if you ask, in fact, the report or extant record shows that less than 20% of Nigerians know how blockchain works. Less than 20%. And so for players who are here, we can be able to help with advocacy in terms of market research, market insights as to what go on in that research, into what are the possible areas that we can be able to get, what are the possible benefits, the upsides and the downsides that are actually there in blockchain. And finally, the possible skill transfers, trainings. We have well-researched and well-researched people at the department that can actually be able to help us. And we feel like we have our stand outside, and we'll be glad to be able to interact with us further about this. Thank you very much for listening to me.
A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Business Day. Thank you so much for that very wonderful presentation. We'll move things very quickly to our very next activity. We're moving on to the panel session. Ladies and gentlemen, many of you have held back because there have been many questions on your mind. You want to ask questions. Well, this is the opportunity for you to ask your questions just when we're wrapping up the panel session. This panel session is going to be looking at beyond crypto, exploring blockchain application for African businesses. Of course, we have business owners, founders in the house, and they will be joining us. The first person I'll be calling forward is Buchi Okoro, who is the CEO of QDAX, represented by Ezechim Onwengba, the Director of Partnerships at QDAX. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please, as he comes on stage. Thank you very much. We move on to Deborah Ojengbede. She's the CEO of Afen Blockchain Network. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And we call upon Nathaniel Luz, who is the CEO of FlinkApp. He's here with us. He's here with us somewhere. We'll get him on stage, ladies and gentlemen, but a round of applause for him as well. And we call on to Ms. Jane Nkechi Egantin Idehe, who is the MD CEO Nigeria Communications Satellite Limited, who is being represented here today by Abiodun Atta, who is the Executive Director of Technical Services at Niger Comsat. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And also we have here with us one of the names that we've heard while walking in. You've seen their banners around, you've seen people with t-shirts. We're calling right now on Mr. Fure Eriosa Kofa. I hope I got that correctly. Yes, he's the CEO of Forex Technologies. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And again, we're going to be having Ayo to moderate this section. He is the head of tech and entertainment at Business Day. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. You're looking wonderful. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for them.
Sorry, just hold on. We just want to sort out this. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, and welcome again. Yes, I think we're back to we're down to the business of the day now, where we ask questions, we interrogate what is happening, and people get to give us feedback too with questions. Okay, I'll start with Deborah. Hi, Deborah. Hi, Deborah. Do you still drum? Do you still drum? Yeah. Huh? Okay, so your mic is not working? Okay. You still drum?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You know, when I was researching you, I saw that you're a drummer, and it's fascinating. And I'm not going to ask you any drumming question, because we'll just go straight into it. We had the set DJ, okay, so around now. We had him speak about the role of regulators and how important they are to blockchain adoption. But how important do you think collaboration between different stakeholders, that's the private sector, regulators, academia, because I think we always miss out on that, academia, how important is this collaboration to driving the growth of the blockchain industry in the country?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Hi, everyone. So I believe that collaboration between these stakeholders that you've mentioned, so the government, private sector, and academia is very, very critical in the development of the blockchain industry as a whole. On one hand, we have the government that has a role in creating regulations, right? And also strike a balance between innovation and also user protection, compliance and user protection, right? That in itself helps to create trust within the ecosystem and also create a more trusted and enabling environment for innovation long term. And then on the other hand, we have the private sector. We have, builders that are innovating these blockchain solutions and turning them into commercial products and services, right? And then there's the academia, as you raised and as you rightly mentioned, are usually left out. But I feel by collaborating with the academia, we're able to access necessary research that that's important for further development of blockchain technologies that actually can be implemented in real-world use cases, and also further development of the blockchain industry as a whole. So I feel this is a symbiotic relationship that's very essential, and I believe that a synergy between all of these stakeholders will definitely go a long way in long-term scalability and development of the blockchain industry in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, Deborah. I know Puchi is not here. I know Puchi is represented. Quidax? Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
My name is Ezichim.
Ezichim.
I work with Quidax.
Oh, with Quidax, yeah. Sorry, they murdered my name. I'm not going to murder your name when you called me up. Yeah. So, still picking up from what she said, one of the most crucial piece of, policy for the blockchain is the Nigerian blockchain policy. Do you think it covers enough? In terms of implementation, are we doing enough? Is it fast enough, or is there still a long way to go?
So, any technology think about technology as the human body. Any emerging technology, you have your arm, you have your head, you have your eyes, you have your feet. The national blockchain policies the feet. And we have different parts. Everyone has a different part to play. The regulators have a different part to play. The operators have a different part to play. The users have a different part to play. I think the policy has been very robust. When you compare it against other countries' policies, you find that a lot of thought, a lot of research was put into that. Quidax also participated in the formulation of that policy, and it was very extensive. So I think a good foundation has been built. It's not perfect, but I think it's a good foundation. I think it's something strong enough to build on. And as we move, as we progress, we'll continue to tweak and tweak until it becomes perfect.
Yeah, I mean, an idea is never really fully, as it doesn't start out fully formed. That's what they say.
Exactly.
When it starts, yeah. I mean, I just want us to quickly finish the bit about policy and the role of regulators. What are you doing? I mean, you're the only sort of government agency on the seat. Yes, sir. I'm not putting you on the hot seat, don't worry, it's fine. I'm not putting you on any hot seat. But what role has NICOMSAT played in fostering public-private partnership to drive blockchain adoption? Are there any specific initiatives that you're championing currently?
Okay, thank you very much. So NICOMSAT, I think sometimes last year and this year, we started a lot of things in terms of growing this, a lot of acceleration program that we're currently doing. I think we have the first batch of the acceleration program was done, I think, about 2 months ago. There's another set which we're dealing with. Now, the idea for us is not just only satellite. We're also trying, we have an innovation department who is also actively working on something like this as well. So we have team who are building blockchain, who are into the blockchain industry currently that we're financing and also growing them as well. So government is actively playing a lot to
Are you partnering private sector?
100%.
The private sector?
There was, I think there was an announcement sometimes back that people who are interested should participate. So we're partnering with private investors, not just government.
Thank you. Furex, hi. Yeah.
How you doing?
Yeah, good afternoon. I mean, now we've said a lot about regulation, we've said a lot about policy, but there's a bit about self-regulation that we don't really hear people say. How does Furex, I mean, as a player, how important do you think self-regulation is? I mean, I know there's something that the DJ for SEC said around trust. I mean, before you can even tell anybody to trust you, you need to have like proper infrastructure, you need to have like proper systems. How important do you think self-regulation is for blockchain adoption?
All right, good afternoon, everybody. Well, for me, I believe that self-regulation for blockchain adoption is actually very crucial because, trust is actually the foundation upon which every financial system is built. Right, and it's very important, to be able to ensure that, okay, yes, I am dealing with something that I can trust. I am dealing with a system that works, and I know that, this is something that I can, fully bank on, right? So, it's very important for us to have systems, like, for example, in Furex here, we are actually protecting our users at Furex. We protect the user funds. We do everything for them. They don't have to take care of their security. We do everything for them, right? So, because, case in point myself, I think a few years ago, when I ventured into cryptocurrency, I didn't know so much at the time, and I got into a wallet system that had me to, back up my own private keys. I didn't have to depend on the exchange for trust. However, because of my lack of knowledge of the time of cryptocurrency, I lost my keys, and I lost a very substantial amount of money, at the time, and it actually affected my journey. However, platforms like my company, Furex, right, is doing that for you guys. You don't have to worry about, protecting yourself. We do all that for you, and we've built trust in the industry. We've been here for about 9 months now. However, we metamorphosed from WhatsApp. We played on WhatsApp for about 7 years. So with that, we were able to build trust, and we've been able to get a lot of users. So yeah, trust is really important.
Thank you so much for that. Nathaniel, hi.
Hello.
Yes, hi. How is your book doing? You have a book. Digital is cash. Digital is a cash.
Yeah, I have books. You
really
have to do this. I have books. Digital is a cash. Bitcoin is cash. And so every technology, like he rightly said, is going to take time to gain adoption. To be fair, I think Nigeria is doing fine. Right? The only challenge we've had has just been the fact that it's good the DG is not here. Don't tell him I said so. The regulators have not really worked in sync. For instance, NITDA has been pro blockchain since day one, The SEC has been, they've been our friend, but the CBN has not really been that friendly. You understand? So we have the SEC saying, everybody come buy licenses. The CBN is saying, until you do, I'll block your account, So that's just been that challenge. And it's not really just regarding crypto. It's a general challenge in Nigeria. There's just a way how we do things that is special, compared to other parts of the world. So that brings education. That makes education to be key, right? Education is like number one. We are all talking about AI. When you ask people about AI, even if they don't really understand AI, they know what ChatGPT is. Right? I don't need to understand hydraulics and the mechanisms to understand how planes fly. We need to be able to communicate to people how they want to learn it. Nobody wants to, I have a master's degree in blockchain and digital currency, right? But nobody cares to know those deep details. They just want to know that, how does this thing affect us as users at our own level, which is what we're basically trying to do. I'm simplifying education.
So, still picking up from what you said, but now away from regulation, as you said, education is crucial, and since morning, everybody was just hearing blockchain, like terminologies up and down. Sorry, my Nigerianness came out, my Nigerian English came out here. So, but what are some specific opportunities and challenges for small and medium scale enterprises to adopt blockchain solutions? What are specifics? There's general, but what are some specific challenges and barriers to this adoption for SMEs especially?
Okay, thanks for that question. So when we talk about technology in general, people in Africa, we don't really have a choice, right? It's not whether we adopt, whether we don't adopt. You can't receive money with PayPal if you're Nigerian. Most of the world has already blacklisted us. They've cut us away. We are not connected to the global financial economy. You understand? It's so difficult to date to still make and receive payments. So when we talk about technology, we are in a period whereby most people are jackpotting, our best minds. It is what it is. But I think there's a way out, and that means we just have to use technology to leapfrog Africa. So if most doctors are jackpotting, how do we integrate AI into healthcare to ensure that we can reduce waiting time in hospitals, to ensure that the remaining doctors can cover everybody? One way or the other, we have to find a way out. Bringing it down to blockchain, how can we ensure that we can use blockchain to solve everyday issues, beginning with payment and remittances, right? Let me make this as simple as possible. Right now, it's becoming almost impossible. The economics of fashion is making it impossible to keep importing clothes. I think it's a smarter decision to start exporting some of those things because of the exchange rate. Because the quality of the suit or tie has not really increased, it's just the exchange rate. So we can leverage on that like what China has done. Most of the devices we use were coupled by people who are literally teenagers or early adults in China, right? So we can look at that and do a reverse back by being export focused. Question, how do you receive payments? Right now, if I'm to sell this suit to someone in Singapore, how do I get paid? Right? That's the thing. We have people who are freelancers, who work and earn in foreign currencies. That is only possible because most of them receive payments with cryptocurrencies. Because how do you walk into a bank and start undergraduate and explain to them that you need a domiciliary account to be receiving dollars to and fro without speaking too much English? Right? So it's simple. Let's reverse the import-export stuff. Let's become export-focused. How do we streamline that? By receiving payments. Let's use blockchain. Let's use digital currencies.
Can I speak more on that?
Yeah, sure.
So, I used to be an SME business owner, and the major problem I faced was access to credit, right? You go to the bank, you ask for a loan, they will tell you to bring 4 things. Your mother's maiden name, your grandfather's secret surname somewhere. They ask you for things that are very difficult, right? Now, a big part of access to credit is ID, identity, data. And that's why you have things like BVN. Shout out to CBN for implementing, that data system, BVN, NIN. It works. Like, we use it today. You can onboard on apps easily. But we can go a step further with that. I think blockchain technology helps with this. It helps with the identity issue, right? As an SME owner, with blockchain, I can access credit anywhere. One, as a financier, as a bank or a financial institution, I can trust in blockchain to give me data to provide credit to businesses, I think is a very strong use case. And not just in Nigeria, it goes beyond the borders, right? For example, I have uncles who export and import tires in Africa and used clothes, right? Because I'm Igbo, I come from Imo State. And they're moving goods from Nigeria to Benin Republic, to Togo, back and forth. To pay and to receive payments for those goods is extremely difficult. You can't imagine the pain they go through. Blockchain technology can ease this, right? It's very easy for us to integrate. Imagine if all of West Africa, and we talk about AFCTA all the time, we talk about PAPs, and we talk about a lot of ideas to integrate all of West Africa into one, right? But how do we get it done for real? I think blockchain can help with this. Simplifies it. We already have the framework for it. We have a good foundation to build on top of. If we take the bold step to do this, it'd be extremely, extremely valuable for SMEs.
Thank you so much. I mean, I was going to get to that, and I mean, now that you've got into it, I'm going to come to Deborah. Deborah, it seems as though, I mean, I'm going to be saying some things, maybe specifics, yeah. I'm not a prophet, yeah, and I don't have the gift of prophecy, at least not on this stage. But you used to be a business analyst. Am I right?
Yeah, correct.
Oh, okay. And it seems as though like there was a lot around credit and risk assessment on your job. I might be wrong, but if I'm right, I mean, these people here, they have to pay me. I mean, they have to pay me something. I mean, well, I mean, that works too, because I might be able to see something about them too. But I guess you used to do something around credit and risk assessment. And now that we're on the subject of SMEs, credit is essential. And as we know, it's not easy for businesses, especially SMEs, to get credit in Nigeria. Not easy. How can blockchain simplify that process and make credit a lot more accessible for these businesses?
Okay. All right. To clear the first point, you're right. I was once a business analyst. I worked in banking. I mean, at a very interesting time. The bank was going through a transformation phase at the time. And so I was a fresher, started with training school, and I was deployed to retail banking, actually. So I didn't get to really work with SMEs, but the unit where I worked was called retail segment. So the bank at the time wanted to create buckets, value propositions tailored at specific buckets of customers. So youths, mom and pops, individual business owners, women as well. And I think one of the critical things, I mean, because we had to do a lot of research, I personally had to do a lot of traveling, conduct one-on-one focus sessions with these customers, because it was one thing to sit at the head office, create solutions. It was another thing to actually interact with these customers to really understand their needs, right? And one of the major, issues that came up in some of these sessions was access to credit. For instance, women, because we noticed through data that women didn't really take loans, and we were wondering why. We actually take loans, but I'd rather go to my cooperative to take a loan than come to you, because you're too complicated, your rates are too high, and I feel interest rates are somewhat a factor of trust, right? And so bringing it down to how blockchain can really solve access to credit, I would like to focus on the idea of smart contracts. So what smart contracts do is they enable you automatically trigger certain actions based on predetermined factors. So take, for instance, as a bank, you can easily integrate, I'm trying not to go technical, I'm not technical. As a bank, you can easily integrate blocks of alternative sources of data. So your mobile transactions, e-commerce, utility, in such a way that the loan agreements can be programmed in such a way that it triggers actions like, releasing of funds or adjustment of interest rates just based on your credit performance or based on market conditions and all that. So I think smart contracts, for instance, definitely plays a huge role. And also the fact that you're able to integrate different, trusted sources of data to make meaningful decisions in actually issuing credit to consumers. I think what that does for the banking sector is it improves overall process efficiency and also, the quality of service that you then offer to your customers, basically.
Okay, you want to have
Yeah,
something?
so essentially, when you do a job people will not run with your money, basically. Yeah, so just, to add to what she said, trust is a big part of financial services, right? Your funds are safe at all times. It's a big part of it.
Okay, to Nikom start, I mean, we can say everything we want to say on this stage. I feel like we can talk and talk and talk, but everything still boils down to internet connection. I mean, if everything boils down to internet connection, and 27 million Nigerians do not have access to internet connection. They don't even have access to telecom services at all. A huge part of our rural areas, internet is bad. I mean, I think that when you leave Bega, Moe, the internet quality you get in Nigeria drops drastically. What is Nicomstat doing in terms of improving access to this underserved and unserved areas to be able to boost blockchain adoption in these areas?
Okay, thanks. I think apparently Nicomsat is Nigerian Satellite Communication Limited. So what it means is that we own and operate our own satellites in space. And the beauty of it is that we cover Nigeria 100%. Now, before, you can't run fiber microwave to some rural areas. It's not economical. And then what we are doing currently, we are already in partnership with some agencies. We are doing some contract with MTN and contractors to roll out what we call rural telephony. Now, what that means is that in some local governments, in some rural areas where you don't have the 2G, 3G connectivity, we're partnering with these partners to help bring those connections to life and bring Wi-Fi to those communities. If you're also aware, we're also doing a project with the government for Project 774. Now, Project 774 is relinking all the local government areas through satellite connectivity. Now, what we're doing different from the former predecessors is that we're giving a whole solution, which means we're bringing the internet connection, we're also bringing power. So the local government will not complain of no diesel, no fuel, so the internet is not up. No. So everything is full, package, power and internet connectivity. And what we're also looking at is to extend beyond the local government, which is also to bring in Wi-Fi connectivity around that area. So by the time we're done with this, most local government areas will be fully connected. And by the time we're also done with the likes of partners who are already doing the rural telephony project, most underserved and ultra rural locations will now be fully connected. So a lot of people who are doing cryptocurrency, who are doing blockchain, can have access to do this even in the rural areas as well.
Okay, thank you. I mean, Nathaniel, we just spoke about one gap. I mean, that's internet. Do you think we have a skill gap when it comes to blockchain adoption and blockchain technology and innovation also?
I don't think we have a skill gap. But if our skilled people were going to work for Nigeria or in Nigeria, it's another conversation. Nigeria, I believe, has some of the highest trained. I mean, the Lightning Network is headed by Nigerian. How many of us know that? The city of Lightning is headed by Nigerian. And Nigeria has reached some of the best, I mean, in terms of blockchain, you understand? In terms of countries adopting blockchain. And thanks to our guy here, Mr. Chuta, I think a lot of people don't know him, but he's been the foundation of blockchain and crypto in Nigeria. And I don't say that I don't say it lightly. I mean, as early as pioneering multiple conferences from Lagos to Abuja to Port Harcourt to Abeokuta as early as 2017, right? We have the skill set. We are not lacking in skill sets. So I don't think that we have that. But if that skill set with the uncertainty of regulation, with Jackman and all of that, if they want to do that, it's a different conversation. I mean, but there are people like us here now. Anybody here could have Jackman, right? except maybe Nick comes out. Any other person here could have. But that we're here shows that we care about Nigeria. And we think that, the great thing about entrepreneurship in Nigeria versus the West is that in the West, we need the government to support us to do things. In this part of the world, we don't need anything from the government. All we need for them is just don't strangulate us. Just let us be. Do you understand? You're talking about internet. It's great what you guys are doing, but we already have Starlink. You talk about power, we have solar. We're going to make everything ourselves. Just let us be. It is what it... am I lying? It is what it is. You understand? Thank you.
So, as you were speaking, you said something about, does anybody have Jacob plans? And I'm like, yeah, we are Nigerians. We don't disclose. You notice, like, next week you can call me and I'll say, bro, Alpha, now, you can't do, Furex, well, you didn't agree.
Exactly.
You didn't agree with what he said. I mean, I'm here and I could see that too. I mean, you could contribute, yeah.
Yeah, I'm glad to actually chime in on that. Well, I don't fully agree that we don't have a technical know-how problem in Nigeria. And my reason is because, because of my humble beginnings, right, and how I happened to build Furex as a startup, right, I personally know the experiences, the failures, the faith I exercised, to build it. And at the time, right, when trying to build it, because I started building Furex, I think in the year 2017, right, for those of you who have not heard the story, right, the first guy who I contacted, yes, it didn't end well. I paid this guy money, he eloped with my money. But because of my determination, I moved on to the next person. This next person did not have an issue of trust, right? He opened up to me after many months of delaying me, telling me, I cannot do it. And I was like, okay, what do we do? And then, I said, okay, let me change my route. Let me go corporate. Let me open an organization so that I can attract talents instead of me running to, talents everywhere. And then I opened an organization. I started, recruiting people. I can tell you that today, even at Furex, right, I'm not really proud to say this, but it is what it is. We don't even have up to 5 blockchain engineers. Yes. We don't even have up to 5, right? Many people would say they are good. Oh, I'm a blockchain engineer. I'm so good, I'm this. But it's not about talking. It's about, doing the work. Because if you were really that good, so many companies that experience the problems they're experiencing today would not be where they are, because nothing happens by mistake, right? Everything, when a company is successful, it's not really about the CEO. It's about the people. It's about the engineers, the developers, the blockchain developers. So honestly, I do not really believe we are there yet in terms of technical know-how. However, I believe that we're on the right path, and because, we are still in very early days, right? This is just like, to me, blockchain to me is just like in the 1800s when electricity was actually invented by Michael Faraday, you understand? And at the time, not so many people had actually understood it. So we're still early days. So I believe that in the coming years from now, we would have a lot of experienced blockchain engineers and developers who actually know their onions.
No, I'll give a quick response. When electricity was invented, like he was said, like an exhibition was done in Paris where the mayor of Paris said electricity was a facade and it was going to go away, right? But that's not the case we're having here. If I worked with Paxful, I worked with Dash, Paxful. I've worked with some top companies. We have people from Quidax here, and Quidax was built by more of Nigerians. We have Afen blockchain here. Amsterdam's Afen blockchain, more of Nigerians. What we're witnessing is a case in which you have a highly skilled set of people. No. And somebody already earning USD. Maybe he's in part 4 as an undergraduate. How do you employ the person as a Nigerian startup founder? Crazy. So we are looking at something whereby something that's also a blessing begins to have a downside effect. How do you poach? When I used to work at Paxful, a number of Nigerian companies tried to poach me, and it was almost, if I had quitted and come here, even the king in my village would not agree. Because it's almost the reason you see a rise of remote work in places like Africa, India, it's not like those guys in the West love us, is that what they're paying here would not pay rent there. Do you understand? So when people here already work there, it now creates a kind of system in which you don't have the experienced hands for your startups to even employ. That's like the downside of this whole remote work thing, this whole jackpot wave. So we have the qualified people, but they are already exposed to something that our people, I'm also a startup founder. I know what you're saying. To get talent now, go and train them from the scratch. Andela tried to fix it, but training talent is NGO, it's God's work. Your reward is in heaven. Ask Andela. Just mentoring is God's work. God will reward you in heaven. But that's a long conversation.
Yeah, so So I think that everybody wants to say something to this. I'm sure everybody wants to say something to this talent thing. So I will let Quidax, just say briefly, 30 seconds. We don't really have time again. Yeah.
On talent, right?
Yeah, just on talent, yes.
So the way we approach talent at Quidax is, water finds its level, right? And when you think about the world now, we're in a global economy. So in terms of markets, we're in a global market. We're competing with Facebook, Amazon, Google for talent. But what market are we addressing? We're addressing just the Nigerian market, right? So you want to transition from addressing just the Nigerian market to addressing a global market. And that helps you compete for global talent as well. Because if you look at your revenues, you're serving just Nigeria, you look at your revenues, and you compare that against Google that's serving everyone in the world, and you look at the revenues, how do you want to do it?
Okay.
Right? So expansion is having a global strategy and approach is important to getting great talent.
Okay, you can.
Okay, on the talent issue, I think I'm totally with him for just two reasons. We have abundance of talent in Nigeria. The truth of the matter is, I work with NICOMSAT for now, and I'm as an executive director of technical services, for example. We run NICOMSAT 100% Nigeria. No expatriates in NICOMSAT. Before I joined NICOMSAT, I've been working with multinational satellite company, and it will interest you, I was working right here in Nigeria. And I was trained in Nigeria, and I grew up in Nigeria. So I don't think the talent thing we do have is ability for us to understand and harness those and empower them. And you'll be amazed how you get that talent from Nigeria.
Okay, so he still doesn't agree, but we are not going to come back to it. I feel like after this panel, everybody here can go outside and then we'll have this back and forth here. So like for a final question before we then open up for one or two questions from the audience, I'll start with Deborah. Deborah, it feels like I've been starting with you quickly too much, but so they said ladies first. Okay, I didn't want to say that. I mean, chivalry though, but it's fine. So, what is your vision for how blockchain technology can transform our economy and society? I mean, in just 2 words. I mean, 2 words is too short. 2 sentences, that's fine. Yeah. What is your vision?
So I believe that blockchain technology as an industry is poised for significant growth over the coming years. And I mean, the major bottleneck that I would see as a blocker is regulatory clarity, of which I think as a country we're progressing on that front. So, I mean, a future I would love to see is one that is a regulatory environment that enables innovation. I mean, I'm really excited about what the SEC is doing, what NITA is doing. I mean, we sought the framework around ARIP and, setting up the blockchain consortium and all of that, working closely with stakeholders. That's really, really impressive. And I mean, I think it's been a long time coming. And it's also exciting when we listen to, our leaders, the government speaking our language now. Right. So the vision I look forward to is, a sustainable ecosystem where everyone works hand in hand to make sure that we're able to create a more robust industry moving forward.
Thank you so much. I was counting, it was more than 2 sentences. So I'm going to Quidax. Yeah.
Okay.
2 sentences.
2 seconds. Okay,
yeah.
2 seconds, real quick. So we're looking at it in 2 different ways, right? The first part is, so from government point of view, right? So it's not a mistake that free and democratic countries are one of the most prosperous countries, right? There's a direct correlation. So blockchain technology, we think, will be very useful for elections and simplifying the democratic process, right? That's on one hand. On the other hand, and this also ties to economic prosperity of Nigeria, the African continent, when there is democracy, when there is fairness, it's easy to attract investment, right? And cryptocurrency is a digital asset, right? You want to deepen the capital market, you want to bring in, we talk about FDI, we talk about investments into the country, right? We think cryptocurrency gives an opportunity to deepen and widen the economy in different ways. FPI, you have a lot of crypto companies starting up in Nigeria, you're getting employment, you're getting salaries, and it has a ripple effect on the economy, right? So we're thinking about it in that way, and we're thinking about it from the government point of view as well. So we think it's going to be very, very impactful.
Thank you so much, Nikomsat.
I think it's the future. I think that's just it.
Thank you so much. That was fast. Nathaniel.
Okay, so I think blockchain and other emerging technologies, AI, big data, and the sisters, machine learning, represent the only opportunity, I mean only like ONLY, the only opportunity Africa has to catch up with the rest of the world. So, and secondly, I think we'll see a rise of startup. I think this is planting season, this is building season, the licenses are coming out, it's time to build. Fun fact, it's cheaper to get licensed in Nigeria than anywhere else. Like, when I mean anywhere else, I mean the West, you understand? So, I think it's building seasons. I think, again, we'll see a reversal, like what he was trying to say, global expansion. We'll begin to build products here that will become B2B nature and would power the other B2C products all around the world. Thank you.
Okay, Ferx.
Yeah, I truly believe that cryptocurrency and blockchain is the future. I strongly believe that great things are going to happen, especially for Nigerians, right? Because a good case in point is myself, right? Where would I be if not for Firex, if not for cryptocurrency, if not for blockchain? Maybe I'll be working in a lab today, earning a very little stipend. But, with Firex and cryptocurrency, we've been able to build livelihoods, right? Apart from technical roles like blockchain engineers, and we have marketing roles. They are here seated in this audience. We have human resources, product management. Apart from that, even influencers, right? Every day you see them putting their stuff on Instagram. How much are they paying them? They ain't paying them nothing to do that, right? But with blockchain, it is possible, right? You can literally get paid, right, when you put your stuff on the blockchain. Apart from that, even voting, I think someone mentioned that today about voting, right? Things are more verifiable, it's authentic, it's transparent, right? And it's even faster. What about remittances, settlements, right? So I see a very bright future with blockchain and cryptocurrency, and I'm excited to be part of it.
Thank you so much, everyone. So we just have space for one question, only one question. So this one question here, I'm going to plead with whoever it is, straight to the point, and whoever I pick, okay, is the only one, his hand? Yes, straight to the point. What's the question? It's just like testimony, God healed me. I fell, I rose, that's all, no story. Thank you very much.
No special number.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Ebuka Michael. I'm a radio presenter with Jordan FM. My question is to Deborah. I came across a book titled The Missing Crypto Queen about a Bulgarian woman that cashed out with $4.8 billion. And, everybody has been talking about trust us, like the Forex guy. So what are you going to say to us here, apart from talking, because talk is cheap, in practical terms, so we don't have another Nigerian missing crypto?
The question.
Yes, the question is, we don't want to have another Nigerian missing crypto queen. So what are you bringing to us, to Nigeria?
But why Deborah?
She's the lady. So.
Okay, Deborah, do you want to answer that? Okay. Okay.
Thank you for that question. So, I'll just start off with what we do at AFN, for instance. We started off sometime in 2021. With the backing of some really, really amazing investors like Quidax. And we started off with actually educating people, because we say we want to innovate, we want to disrupt, right? But I say this all the time, we can't necessarily adopt what we don't understand. right? So it's important that as we're innovating, we educate people, we equip people with the necessary skills to participate in the blockchain space. And so one thing that's very essential to, in ensuring that we don't have that situation is that people are well informed. But most importantly, I think I've talked about regulation a lot. The regulators are doing amazing work in creating policies that strike that balance between innovation, compliance, and also user protection. So, because to be honest, and I feel that's why there's a little bit of, we have a couple of blockers, as it relates to blockchain innovation, because the regulatory landscape is not so clear yet. I mean, there's a lot of work being done, but I feel at the point where we have that clarity, I mean, we're at the point where investors are now asking you, initially you see investors just throw money into crypto. Oh, you're building in the Web3 space. Awesome, this is the technology of the future. They just, give you money. And a lot of investors have been burnt. Right now, I tell people, builders that ask, oh, I want to start building in the blockchain space, I tell them, like, if you don't have the grit, don't bother, go and get a job. You don't have to be a founder, right? You actually need to be passionate about what you're building. So I believe that we are, getting to a better place in terms of awareness of this technology and how to better participate. But I believe that with, better regulatory clarity, it would take us to that point where we all understand what we're getting into, and we don't have, that repetitive case of the crypto missing crypto coin, as the case may be.
So please, a round of applause for this wonderful panel.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Sorry, we're out of time. We're out of time. You get time for more questions. We still have other panels. You still get time. And so does this rise for pictures? Thank you so much for that. Yeah. Please, a round of applause again for this wonderful panel.
Thank you so much, Timmy. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, once the picture is off, Timmy, please remain on stage because we're going straight into the fireside chat. Yes, you're at the start of the show, don't worry. We're going straight into the fireside chat, and we have a crypto king in the house who will be on stage with us and who will give us much more information about crypto space and all of that. We have with us, ladies and gentlemen, Buchi Okoro, who is the CEO and founder of QDEX, here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, please a round of applause for him. He will be joining us right now on stage. He'll be joining us right now on stage for a quick fireside chat, a very quick one, and then we move on to the next panel session. Crypto King. Welcome. Please have a seat.
Okay, so I didn't leave, but you can still give me a round of applause. I didn't leave, but you can still give me a round of applause, yeah? Okay, yeah. So a very fast one. Okay, sorry, just trying to get this. And congratulations, you just got a license.
Thank you, Timmy.
Congratulations, and I think I'm going to start from that license place because I'm sure everybody here wants to know, what did you do? I mean, just so you got a license, and according to SEC, a lot of other people applied also. So, Buchi, what did you do differently?
So I think about 5 licenses were given out, and it's a win for the industry. It's not about Busha or Quidax and the people who got the license. It is a step in the right direction. So the plan for the SEC was to, at least as far as I know, was to do it in batches, right? So we bring some people in, check what's happening, and then you bring another set in. So it's a lot of great team effort from the beginning, and great work on the part of the SEC to understand what's going on and then take the step to actually regulate the industry.
Okay, but still on regulation, what do you think is the pace of regulation in Nigeria? Are we fast enough? Are we always playing catch up? Or are we being, is there space for proactiveness?
So, regulation, as far as I remember, Nigeria is out of significant African countries in terms of size, economic impact, and stuff, Nigeria is second to actually license crypto players. We could have been faster, right? But we are not where we were. We're very far from where we were, so we're much closer. So at this point, we can't complain, right? We can't complain. At least we have a step in the right direction. If the licensing didn't happen and we are having this conversation, it's an entirely different thing, right?
But how do you see this impacting adoption? That's now we are licensed. As you said, we already have one of the largest markets. But how do you see this impacting adoption? Do you think this is going to make crypto a lot more mainstream?
Certainly, yes. When you think about the Nigerian market, right? So Nigerians have been burnt a lot by different scams, MMM, name it. They're ones that are much older than MMM. And then a lot of people started to associate Bitcoin with scams, right? I remember in 2018, I got up to give a speech at some place, and then I said, I want to educate you guys today about Bitcoin. And then I heard someone very visibly. It was a very loud hall. It was a big hall. So you have to imagine how loud it would have been for somebody in the middle of the hall to stand up. He made sure I heard that is, and then he said MMM and walked out of the room. So we've come a long way. Regulation helps to put checks on the operators to make sure that they are doing the right things. The real purpose of regulation is to give comfort and protection to the investors, right? So that's really what regulation is doing, and I think that comfort and protection helps to increase adoption, not just from the retail, but also from institutions.
Okay, and I think that will bring me to another question, and thank God you even touched on it, fraud. There's a whole lot of conversation around fraud, but from an operator's perspective, how is fraud in the space? What are the specifics? Should I say specific? So I'm looking for the word. What specific fraud do you think has been growing, and are operators doing enough?
That's a tricky question. So fraud. I want everyone to think about fraud, right? And how much fraud occurs in the world. Let's say yearly it's $80 billion. I'm just throwing figures. Of that entire number, right, how much of it do you think is crypto?
I don't know.
8 billion? 5? 10? Second question, do you think there is more fraud with crypto than with the US dollar? I don't think so. Not even close, right? So a lot of terrorist financing, illegal activity happens with actual fiat currency, whether it's Naira, whether it's crypto. So whether it's the US dollar. Now, what crypto has done, right, and crypto is a new technology, and for criminals, they typically adopt new technology faster than everybody else, because that marginal advantage is so important for them to get ahead of lawmakers, to get ahead of everyone that's trying to chase them. The cars we drive today, one of the first use cases was as a getaway vehicle for criminals, right? I think it's more efficient to drive a car away than to drive a horse after I finish robbing a bank, right? So for crypto, there's a lot of, of course, there's fraud, but it is over-sensationalized for shock value and for news value, right? But then fraud happens. Are operators doing enough? I think we're all learning. Operators are learning, the market is learning, the regulator is learning to put all of the checks in place to make sure that fraud doesn't happen, right? On our end, on Quidax Day, you can only deposit from an account that is in your name, right? It wasn't always so. But we've looked at the data and we've learned. But guess what? There are still people who will do fraud in an account that's in their name, right? So everyone is learning. We're still putting in stuff. We're learning from the market. We're learning from what we're seeing and the data we're getting. And the hope is that we all improve. The whole market improves in fraud, combating fraud.
I mean, now we're still on this topic, and as one of the major guys in that space, I want to touch on, I mean, today everybody speaks about AI. I mean, I don't think there's anything we mentioned today that we don't mention AI. Do you see AI impacting your space? And how do you see AI also impacting your space specifically?
I believe AI will change the world. If you've watched any movie about the future, or Black Mirror more specifically is a TV show, you would get a glimpse into some of the things that AI might be able to do in future. AI is still in its infancy today. AI will even change the way we think, right? In terms of crypto more specifically, I believe there's a lot that will happen. Of course, today there's a lot of apps that are built to help people trade. AI trading bots, right? And trading, why that's interesting is because trading is the biggest use case for crypto today. That's not the initial vision, but today it is to trade and to make money, right? So you have stuff like trading bots. In combating fraud, you have a lot more AI used to learn about fraud patterns and also used to now design solutions. We have chain analysis doing a lot with AI today to help combat crypto fraud, right? So in both the revenue generation side and so operational back office stuff with KYC, AML, which is a very big part of what we do to try and bring sanity and combat fraud and bad money getting into the system. You see a lot of AI, and then just with our lives in general, which I think is much bigger, right? You won't need to look as hard. Think about what Google did to search and finding information, right? Now think about having a conversation with a person that helps you gather everything Google knows, gather sources from everywhere that's not Google, and then gives you the information in a format that's simple for you to understand. But that's just information. There's a lot more. So I'm personally very bullish on AI, and I think it will affect the whole world, not just crypto.
I like that you're an AI guy. I am also. Central bank digital currencies. Sorry, that's a tricky one. I'm not going to mention the name of one in particular so that everybody is safe. But why has the adoption of central bank digital currencies not picked up? I mean, especially for a country like Nigeria, where, I mean, we are crypto crazy in a way. Like, will I say, our adoption has been so good, but central bank CBDC has not picked up. I mean, what's slowing down? You see, I didn't mention the name of anything, so you're safe. So nobody can hold, including me myself, they can't hold us, yeah?
Yeah. Okay. Now, let's call an imaginary country Wakanda. Also, let's call an imaginary currency, central bank digital currency, F-coin. One of the biggest problems that you find is that Wakanda Central Bank, I personally don't believe that Wakanda Central Bank should be building products. That's the first challenge, because as a business person, one of my goals is to make sure I make money to pay the people who are working with us and to also pay our bills. Now, if Wakanda Central Bank launches a product, it might do well, it might fail, right? My incentive as somebody in Wakanda to make my product successful is because if I make it successful, it will make me money, right? So one of the duties of Wakanda Central Bank is to create the environment for people like myself, for people like Deborah, to build those solutions, right? Now, coming to central bank, because there are a few central banks that are experimenting with stuff. I think it's valuable because the world is going digital, right? If you look at screen time, screen time over the years has increased dramatically, where today the average screen time is 7 hours. 7 hours. That means of people's waking hours, your 16 hours, they're spending over half the time facing a screen, which means interactions are going to be increasingly digital, right? So I think it's a move from central banks to move to where the world is going. But there are now nuances to implementation, and then also trying to bring it to retail. Instead of central bank could do something wholesale that works across banks, works for settlements, help them move money around. But for retail, they are probably other ways that are a bit more efficient to get the technology to retail, which might not be the central bank bringing it directly.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that. I was going to ask one around talent. You see, we had like an entire back and forth on the last panel. Yeah. And I mean, I would like for you to just share your experience, your thoughts, and maybe solutions also as regards that.
Okay, yes, that was quite an interesting conversation, and we face it every day. So one of the biggest complaints we used to have was on regulation, right? Now that that's taken away, the second part is now, the second number 2 was always people, right? So how do you find talented people, especially in an industry that's just growing, where you don't have a lot of people that have learned technologies? I mean, crypto is a bit further along now, but when we started back in 2018, right, it was entirely different. Maybe you had a few blockchain developers and they were not that good. So what we did was we built people, right? So we'll bring in people, maybe they have adjacent skills, maybe they do not have any knowledge of crypto, but when we bring you in, we try to, sometimes business moves very fast, so there is a lot of pressure, and I'm saying it because there are a few Quidax people here, so there's a lot of pressure, honestly, but we try to give people time. We bring people in, we give people time, and then let them learn about cryptocurrency. Some of the people in our all of the people in our finance team never touched crypto before they got into Quidax, right? But we had the patience, and we understood that in a market where you don't have any player, when we came in, there was maybe one other impactful exchange, but they were not in Nigeria. So you couldn't even go and say, oh, I want to hire someone from the organization. So for us, it was bringing in people and training people. And I think that's what we would continue to do while we supplement with global talent. So we also think globally when we're thinking about bringing in people, right? How can we take experience? Because right now, thank God, by God's grace, we've gotten to a place where we can start to afford global talent, right? So we have a few of them working with us now. So how can we bring in those people and use it to do knowledge transfer? Well, we now have a lot more people who are from Nigeria and who are from Africa that are learning from those people, learning all of those things, and then they now use that to implement, right? So for us, it's bringing in people, training people. We've done that for 6 years quite well. So right now, what we're also doing is bringing in foreign talent, because then there is a limit of our own knowledge, right? You don't want to create a world where someone comes in and thinks they're doing the best job, right? Meanwhile, there is what Binance is doing, which is probably much better than what you're doing, because there's a reason why they're the biggest, right? So how can we bring in some of that knowledge and use it to improve what we're doing and use them to train some of our people as well? So that's how we think about it.
Thank you so much, Buchi. Thank you so much for listening. I think we've come to the end of this.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Buchi.
Thank you so much. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We'll move on to the next panel session for today. So I have to give honor to whom honor is due. The man I'm going to call first on the panel is actually the first person that gave me a stage to talk about blockchain, cryptocurrency here in Lagos after I came in. And I remember the very first time I interviewed him, he had to come all the way from Abuja that very Sunday morning, and race to the studio to make sure that he was able to meet up for that very interview. Ladies and gentlemen, help me welcome the founder of Blockchain Nigeria User Group, Chuta Chimezie. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. He's literally a father to many, and has been advocating for blockchain use in Nigeria for as long as I can remember. Next we have on our list, Etienne Okeke. He's the MD CEO, another story for me, BitBatter, but he's not here today. He will be represented by Edward Ibekwe, the sales manager at BitBatter. Edward, are you here? A round of applause, please. And we have also a very popular one as well, Ogochukwu Umeokafor. She's the Director of Product Management at Yellow Card, and she'll be joining us virtually. Please, a round of applause. Last but not the least, we have the CEO of Geroid, Jeremiah Mayowa, joining us also on this panel session. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. This session will be moderated by one of our very own, our tech journalist here, Boluwatife Omotayo, joins here to moderate this session. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. If not, you'll not leave here on time, or please clap very well for your moderator. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Whew. It's been a long day, and it's time for the second panel session. Now, on this panel, we'll be talking blockchain for financial inclusion, economic growth, and governance. Now, before we go further, I'd like to speak to our gentlemen here. Thank you for coming. Now, I think for us to start, I'd like you all to speak about yourselves in 1 minute, just for us to understand how these conversations are relevant to you and your place in the industry as a whole. Mr. Chuta, would you like to go first?
All right, so like I've already been introduced, my name is Chimezie Chuta. I am founder and coordinator of Blockchain Nigeria and also a major participant in the entire blockchain and crypto space in Nigeria. Part of my role is also as the vice president or vice chairman of Blockchain Industry Coordinating Committee of Nigeria. And we have an association called Blockchain Experts Association of Nigeria. I also chair that board and also chair the board, the National Blockchain Policy Adoption Commission of Nigeria. So I do this because it's something I'm very passionate about, to helping to drive adoption and engagements around policy and regulations. And we've been on this path since 2016, and it's fantastic to see us gathering in different places. I still think that we don't have enough blockchain conferences as we should, but we're not doing badly. We're trying, and the tempo is rising, so I'm super excited to be here with you guys today.
Thank you, sir. So we move on to Edward.
Thank you. So my name is Edward Ibekwe. I work primarily in sales, covering the African region. By virtue of my work, I get to interact with various stakeholders, B2B players across the continent, and collaborate with them to drive innovation and adoption, and also try to fill some infrastructural gaps when it comes to adopting blockchain technology in financial services.
Thank you so much. Jeremiah, it's your turn.
Okay, my name is Jeremiah Mayowa.
the CEO, Gerard Limited. We've been in existence since 2017, and our goal has always been to solve problems in the digital landscape. We've been doing this for the past 7 years, strongly and firmly. We've been solving the problem of the end users in the crypto space in Nigeria, trying to convert these digital assets to Naira. We've also tried to create crypto adoption in so many ways, because we believe when you start from the grassroots, you grow further. We've been doing this by making sure we provide content in even local dialects to reach these people that are not really familiar with English, so to say. So we've been doing well, and we are yet to stay.
Thank you so much. So without further ado, we'll get into the conversation. So I'll start with you, Chuta. Now, you're the founder of BNUG, right? And BNUG has been instrumental in blockchain advocacy in Nigeria. Now, how can blockchain technology be leveraged to improve financial inclusion in Nigeria, especially for rural communities?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'll first of all start by saying that there needs to be sufficient education first for people to understand blockchain technology, its application, and how to interact with it. Because it's entirely new, and not many people have the patience to learn before they try to earn. And that's a wrong approach, and it has led to so many people losing their money. So the very first thing is for us to acknowledge the need for education. We are not having enough of it. And there's need for us to deepen that. Then you also look at the fact that when it comes to access to finance in a digital age, you need a lot of investment on the infrastructure side of things. The gentleman that was representing Nigeria Satellite Commission was here, and he was talking about rural telephony and communication. And that's a vital part of driving adoption for financial inclusion, because without people having access to telephone, even if it's basic 2G or 3G, then it's almost impossible for them to participate in the financial future, talk less of blockchain. So we have these two things that are extremely important for us to really sort out very well. Then, fortunately, we also know that regulation is already taking root after so many years, and we are beginning to see that these regulatory agencies and policymakers are giving into the demands that have been on them for a couple of years now, and it's helping a lot. So by and large, I believe strongly that if we are going to be seeing people really come into the industry and make use of the new tools that are available, especially DeFi, then we have to railroad the two things that I mentioned as the first things that we need to do. But by and large, we are seeing a whole lot of interest, especially among the youthful population, to take advantage of these new types of products and services that blockchain technology is bringing out. So why is it important? Because this is the future. I always talk about the fact that the crypto industry is something that is designed to favor Africans more than the rest of the world, because here we have a whole lot of infrastructure issues that have not been dealt with for us to compete with the rest of the world. But with the availability of the blockchain solutions and the tools that are being created every day, we are definitely able to go over them using the terms that is very popular among people, which is leapfrogging. We can go above all those other takes and go straight to using the best of what the future has for us.
Thank you so much. I'm glad you spoke about education, because at the end of the day, that's the bedrock of everything. People can't go into things they know nothing about. People can't delve into rivers that they have no knowledge about. So I'm really glad you spoke about that. Thank you. So now we'll move on to Edward. Now, Edward, you work at BitBarter and you focus on crypto, obviously. So how can blockchain technology be used to simplify cross-border trade within Africa? Now, before you go on, we know that cross-border trade outside Africa is doing better than within Africa. So please, can you enlighten us on how blockchain can help improve cross-border trade within Africa?
Absolutely. So, first of all, blockchain has a lot of benefits that it brings into trade in general, and particularly in Africa, where some might consider to be a low trust environment, it even plays a more critical role. But the areas I'd like to focus on would be the cost, right? Transaction fees. In traditional remittance services, you often have high transaction fees, sometimes as much as 10% or even more. But with blockchain, we're able to significantly minimize or cut that cost to fractions of a percent. And then secondly, we look at the faster transactions, right? That's something that you get with blockchain technology. And currently you are able to experience near instantaneous transaction times. And with blockchain, we're able to boycott the multi-day wait periods that are customary to traditional remittance services. And then I think a final area we can look at would be transparency and security. The esteemed DG pointed out, the importance of being able to have visibility into some of these transactions that are going on. And that is something the blockchain also provides for us, because you have a transparent ledger that records transactions in a way that there's an audit trail from source to destination. So this is particularly important to ensure that bad actors are not utilizing these rails to, perform illegal transactions. Yeah, so absolutely. And then I think something else I'd just like to add is, for example, when it comes to transaction times, a lot of us that have been able to interact with cryptocurrencies can say a thing or two with the transaction times. And then when it comes to settlement times for the bank-to-bank transactions, I'd like to commend, a Nigerian company here represented, Zone. I think they've been able to also crack instantaneous settlements, and I expect that to be live within a couple of weeks. Yeah.
Thank you. So we'll move on to Jeremiah for Geroid, right? So how has your organization been able to improve blockchain adoption in Nigeria and on the continent as a whole?
Okay, as the first speaker said, education is key in this space, because we are just adopting this technology, so many people don't really know about it. And as I said while introducing myself, we have tried as much as possible to take this to the grassroots. We are for the grassroots. So we provide content. I think we're the first to do that in native dialects. We provide our marketing contents there too, so that these people can understand what this also means. Also, we're also coming up with a learning platform whereby people from different parts of the world, even in the traditional way, can learn about cryptocurrency. Okay. So by doing this, we believe we're going to make sure everybody adopts these currencies. And lastly, we're also working with local businesses. We have a solution, the corporate business stand, whereby even market women today can accept payments in these cryptocurrencies without even knowing much about them. They just need to put their barcode the same way they put the banking system on their shops, receive the payments, and on their app, they get Naira immediately. So they don't even need to know about crypto before they receive the payments in crypto. What they just know is, I'm withdrawing Naira. And I think they are safe with that. So we did that for them.
Okay, I think that's really innovative, considering the fact that there's still a lot of education, as he said, to be done in Nigeria generally. So back to you, Chuta. You wrote the book, Seizing Opportunities in Blockchain and Digital Currency Revolution. So what are some opportunities for businesses in the digital currency revolution?
All right, so when I wrote that book in, I think, 2017, probably that was the very first physical handbook that people could lay hands on. in Nigeria to like read and understand what cryptocurrencies are and how much opportunity it holds. And I try also to explain that there are several ways that you could participate in the crypto industry. So it's actually very, very, very vast. So it depends on what works best for an individual or for an organization. Starting from an area that most people don't talk about most of the time, which is the infrastructure layer of the technology, where you become like a node operator or a validator, or in the Bitcoin era, we call them, on the Bitcoin, we'll call them miners. Okay, so that is an area that is open for people. So you might not be able to currently mine Bitcoin today and make money, or probably run a Lightning node like I do and make money out of it. But then you would have been able to identify an area where you're playing a significant part, which is providing some kind of security, expansion, and support for the protocol that you're supporting. But beyond Bitcoin, you have other blockchain networks where you could be a validator. There are a couple of startups in the industry that are helping people to easily set up physical infrastructure at home. Thankfully, we have some better internet services available today, where you could probably hook up Starlink, and in less than 30 minutes, your server is up and running. You're able to download an entire blockchain and delegate some of your own asset and start making money as a validator. So that's on the infrastructure side. But if you don't want to mess around with these hardware stuff and all those kind of things, you could choose to be an entrepreneur. And as an entrepreneur, you could look at the existing problems that are out there in the world, and you start looking at, or especially in Nigeria, you come and start looking at the problems that they are already having. The first panel, someone talked about issues that had to do with centralization. I think it was the BusinessDay research person who talked about the problems of centralization, especially in banks. You could start looking at that and start looking at how you can use blockchain technology to solve those kinds of problems, or maybe supply chain. Okay, so as an entrepreneur, there is a place for you to identify the use of new tools of the technology to start redefining solutions for existing problems. I'm not talking about building something and then going around looking for the problem that it will solve. I'm talking about identifying problems that are being solved using traditional systems, and then borrowing or leveraging the innovative tools that are available via the blockchain technology to redefine the solutions and solve it better. So you know that you are building something that solves problem. Then of course you have other opportunities like speculation of the assets that are traded by virtually every blockchain has its native token, and people speculate how those tokens are going to be performing. That's exactly what people do in crypto market. They speculate them and they hold them, and when it's seems as though the things are going to be doing very well, they hold them and sell them when it's at the peak. So you have those trading things that people do and they make money out of it. Then of course there are other career paths that you can also choose to venture into. For instance, during the last panel, they were talking about talent, the talent gap. Let me tell you something. We have a huge talent gap in the industry. Very huge one. I mean, so huge that you can't even bring out sufficient number of people in Nigeria to solve existing solutions that entrepreneurs within Nigeria are looking for. So when we saw that this problem exists, we started building platforms that will enable people to learn. See, when you are talking about blockchain skills, we're not talking about people who go to probably YouTube and see videos by YouTubers and their project-based learnings that they are taught. Now, beyond what you are learning based on the fact that copy this and paste this here and you get the same result. Entrepreneurship doesn't necessarily go in a straight line. People are going to want you to solve a specific problem, design a solution, bring out from your head the mathematics and the algorithm that you use to solve a specific problem that you've been given. That's where most of them run away. Okay, so, and it's not sufficient to say that we have 100,000 people who understand the basics of blockchain technology development, and you now conclude that we have talents. We don't. Okay, so there is a huge gap going from that level to the level where you will now be able to build practical solutions and be able to deliver value in the organizations that are engaging you. So that one there is also an opportunity. Then non-technical based opportunity also exists, where if you're a lawyer, for instance, you could choose to specialize in blockchain technology kind of laws. Maybe you are an accountant, you may choose to specialize in blockchain-based kind of accounting system. Maybe you are, whatever industry that you're in, you find out that there is opportunity for you there to leverage blockchain solutions, like find a new ground for you to deliver value to your world.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. You spoke about something on talent, and I was going to ask you what BNUG is doing as regards talent. And I know you said you have some trainings or something of some sort. So could you just speak a little about that?
Okay, so 2020, we launched a Blockchain Day 1000 initiative, which was focused on helping to skill people who are interested in blockchain-based kinds of talent. I have a background in software development of over 15, 20 years. But what I found out is that most people who are already in the traditional software industry, and they are really good, they don't pay attention to blockchain solutions because the industry is still very young, and they are looking for something that they will build, and probably it will help them to be fulfilled, because most people who are software developers, they do it because it's about solving problems. Okay, so when you are in that category and people are coming and they're telling you, okay, this is blockchain technology, let's go into it. You are a typical software person will not be attracted to something like that because it's a buzzword. I mean, everybody wants to just say that, oh, we are blockchain this, or we are building a blockchain that. But what problems are they solving? And how useful is what they are building is to the environment where they are? So we found out that that's not going to work. So it's not easy to bring them over from traditional software development environment into blockchain. So we began to talk to new people who are basically in the Web 2 space and they are just starting out, so that we can move them from Web 2 into Web 3 and build them up. So we were doing most of that. We had partnership with IBM and a couple of other organizations, and COVID came and we couldn't continue it. But fast forward to the last 1 year or two, we've been able to solidify, and we're now running physical trainings. And those physical trainings are basically focused on moving people who are in the Web 2 space and bringing them into Web 3 and grinding them practically and exposing them to the real technologies that people are using today. So when they come out from that category, they're not able to work with senior developers, because being a software engineer that will build applications is not just what you are taught. You need to engage with those who are already in the field. These are senior developers who can show you the things that you don't know. They discovered by use and by experience. And that is one of the things that most people who brand themselves as developers don't have, because they have not been mentored. No senior developer has been able to carry them into that level where they can pass beyond intermediate developers and also become senior developers themselves. And that's what we want to always do, and we are doing them right now.
Okay, thank you so much. That was really expansive, so to say. So I'll move on to Edward. Now, Edward, how can blockchain tech be leveraged to improve supply chains? within Africa. And you may recall that the other question I asked you was also within Africa. So how can blockchain tech improve supply chains generally in Africa?
All right. So I introduced an idea earlier, and it has to do with transparency within the sector. I think everyone here can relate to cases where, you know, you have, what's the word? You have fake products, right? Maybe it's drugs, or maybe it's, you know, drinks you're consuming. There's a lot of issues like that. And like I said earlier, we live in a low trust environment. So one of the benefits that the blockchain provides for us is that ability to track, you know, the products from source to destination. Why? Because the blockchain provides you with an immutable ledger, right? So it means that every transaction, when it comes to the movement of goods, every process is captured within that immutable ledger, and it's possible for you to audit. There's an audit trail, and you can track from source to destination. So in cases where you have some of these products that are going beyond borders, okay, you don't have to worry about trust anymore. Why? Because you can verify, you know, the provenance of some of these products. Then also there is a side to compliance. You know, when you're talking about trade, how can we make compliance and then some of the interactions that are required more efficient? And with the blockchain, we have what we call smart contracts. So it's possible to put or to automate the compliance process within the smart contracts. Even things like trade agreements, you know, tariffs, you have them running on a smart contract. And then by doing so, we reduce room for human error and even manipulation, right? I'm sure we're very familiar with having to scratch people's backs and all, but with the smart contracts, we can get rid of things like that. Then also, overall, stakeholders that are involved in some of these processes can have visibility with real-time tracking, right? So they're able to track products moving around in real time. And I think another thing would be facilitating trade. So what do I mean by that? In certain regions, we have unstable currencies, right? The blockchain gives us a framework or an ecosystem to build a reliable means of exchange. So a common example would be stable coins, right? So with stable coins, for example, you're able to trade with, you're able to trade across border, and you know, your trading counterparties wouldn't have to worry about the value of your currency, which is something that I recently experienced. Okay. Yeah, so those are some of the ways that we can improve.
Okay, thank you. So we are running out of time, so I'll move quickly to Jeremiah. What are some of the opportunities or challenges you think that blockchain adoption will bring, opportunities or challenges to Nigeria's informal economy?
Okay, looking at Nigeria's informal economy, let me first talk about the opportunities it will bring. Okay. In terms of opportunities, it will bring about security, in the sense that in the informal sector, there's a lot of fraud and corruption. If we imagine using the blockchain system, that's the ledgers, the immutable ledger, as my colleague here also mentioned, we can imagine we are able to see how the budget is being passed into different ministries and how the ministries spend the funds. Just imagine how transparent that would be. So with the blockchain adoption, that can help the informal sector in achieving this. That's one of the benefits I can see. And let me quickly run through the disadvantages I see. I feel like we have a challenge in terms of technology. In terms of technology, we've not gotten to the point where we need to get to. We have a little bit of gap in terms of technology proficiency. Most of these old folks don't really know how to use this the blockchain system, even their gadgets, any form of tech. So that could pose a big problem Also, in form of infrastructure, we've not built the infrastructure we need as a country or in Africa as a whole, to be able to teach people, educate people to get to this level. Okay. So imagine adopting what we don't even know about. So I think first things first, we need to start from the education. So once we do that, we can now adopt this.
So I think one central thing we can take home from here is we need to do a lot of educating. Grassroots levels, everywhere, we have to do a lot of educating. Now, to wrap up, I have one final question, and I'll just appreciate if everyone can give answers to this particular question, starting from Chuta. Now, Nigeria is slowly adopting cryptocurrencies, and like the SEC DG said today, he said it's not like Nigeria is slowly adopting, it's just that people are now, the youth have to come and collaborate with the government and all of that. Now, but I'm curious, what are some of the things that you look forward to seeing in the coming years following this gradual acceptance?
Okay, blockchain technology is a very unique kind of technology, and all over the world it poses significant problems for government. Because governments are put in place to organize society and also regulate how people regulate and relate with each other and monitor transactions that people make for so many reasons to keep us safe. So you have to understand that blockchain technology and its application in the monetary system poses this clear problem. And every government views it with a very critical eye. So it's not something they want to easily throw their doors open because it doesn't serve their interests. And also it's also not also very good for their citizens because it's not everybody that is in the industry that is using this technology is an honest person. It's not everybody that is sincere in his dealing. It's not everybody that is intending to create a product that solves problem with the technology. A whole lot of people, in fact, more people are likely to misuse the technology for a very wrong purpose. And it is the job of governments to be able to look at all these things and gradually allow their proliferation. Now, the first steps that any government takes is to bring out a policy. And fortunately, Nigeria has a policy direction. And it doesn't look as though the policy direction is for every single thing that the technology is supposed to be all about. But what they did in their own reason is to outline 3 major focus areas and say, okay, right now, we think that you guys should go and drive innovation of this and develop talents, and let's see how it will go. Now, in order to do all those things, many other things has to be in place, which regulations are part of what those things are. So what I'm saying is that in the next couple of years, when this implementation of the policy has been allowed to run the way the industry expects it to run, then we're going to start seeing institutions trusting the technology and coming in. We want to see people like Dangote clearly say that, I'm now an investor in Droid or in QDAX or in XYZ blockchain company. We want to see Otodela come out and say, we are significantly investing XYZ amount in this business. That's mass adoption. And that's what we need. It's not every time a blockchain company wants to raise money, they are ringing their bells, nobody's hearing locally, and they are running to VCs abroad to come and invest. And anyone who invests significantly in a company owns the company. Okay, so if 90% of the funds that are on CUDAX are from foreign VCs, it means that the company doesn't belong to Nigeria. Okay, so there is a whole lot of things that we expect. So one of them is this institutional acceptance and investment coming into the industry is really very, very important. We need to go to Nigerian Stock Exchange and we'll see that there is now a category called blockchain products, and people are investing in them. We need to see money flowing locally, because there's a lot of money in Nigeria. Let no one deceive anybody here that we don't have money. There's a lot of money in Nigeria, so much money. There's a big screen somewhere in Central Bank where they're seeing all the money that you people are moving every day. That's why they know that if they increase the fuel to 1,500, you will buy it, because there's liquidity. I'm telling you, they see it. They see all the transactions that are going through NIPS. They are seeing all the money that you guys are using to apply for visas to go to Canada. They are seeing all the money that you're sending to embassies, different parts. They are seeing all those things. Nobody has more data than government. Do you understand me? And they know that these funds are there. So what we want to see is a future where some of these funds significantly find its way into the industry itself. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Edward, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, so like Mr. Chuta has said, regulation is a very important aspect that will allow for the progress, right, of blockchain technology within Nigeria. And off of that, I think we can expect to see more widespread adoption in the area of payments, where maybe stable coin payments become more mainstream. You're using it with things like e-commerce and a lot of other sectors. Then we can expect to see deeper integration of more blockchain products within traditional financial institutions, where your banks are literally giving you or offering like blockchain-enabled products, to their customer base. And yeah, I think we can expect to see those kind of things.
Okay, thank you. So Jeremiah, what are your thoughts?
I feel the regulations is really going to help, especially business owners like myself in Nigeria. This regulation is going to give us peace of mind to grow our businesses, and for some of us that are bootstrapping, and as the first speaker also said, it is going to also help us with local funding, which is the main thing. Key in, as I said, if your company is now being, if you're seeked for funding and you now have more percentage from there, many people don't want to do that, but they are forced to do it because of the way the system works. So I believe this adoption, this regulation that just came in place would really help to get local, to fund companies like myself and other exchanges in Nigeria, and this would help us grow into bigger companies.
All right, thank you so much. It's been a very well spent 30 minutes or so. So before we round up, does anyone have any questions? Okay, one. All right.
Yes, you are running a crypto-related platform. Are you, who licensed you? Is it the SEC or CAC?
Okay, I appreciate your question. Yeah, so in terms of SEC, they've only approved 2 companies, QDAX, Busha, and I think 3. And currently, we're in talks. Their licensing came in about 2 weeks ago, so ours is also coming. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your attention.
Very beautiful session that was. I'm hoping that you learned a thing or two.
very much, Bolu. That was beautiful. And for our next agenda on the paper brochure right here, we have the Fireside chat, or rather the panel 3, and that is on regulation, security, and sustainability, which will be delving deep into building a trustworthy blockchain ecosystem in Africa. And this is going to be hosted or moderated by Jayola Temitayo, who is the head of tech and entertainment at BusinessDay. Please let's give him a round of applause as he comes up. It's too early to be tired. Thank you. All right. Jayola Temitayo, are you here? All right, while he comes up, I'd like to also welcome the people on the panel. First, we have Francis Obuka. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing that right. Francis Obuka. If you're in here, please kindly come up. And he's from Zone, the VP Sales and Business Development. Please let's give him a round of applause. Also on the third panel, we have Ms. Hafsat A. Bakari. She's represented by Miss Lucy. All right, thank you, welcome. Please let's give her a round of applause. And yes, the next, still talking about this panel 3, we also have Obinna Iwuno. I'm hoping I'm pronouncing this right. Just let's give him a round of applause. And Oluseyi Akindele as well. Please let's give Oluseyi a round of applause. He's the founder, Hyperspace. Please let's give them a round of applause. Thank you. And yes, moderator, Mr. Jayola Temitayo, kindly come on stage. Or you were waiting for your chair to be set? All right, thank you. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Hi, good afternoon. Okay, hi, good afternoon, yeah. Sorry for the mix-up. Seems as though I've been running tense. Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to have you on this panel. The last time I was told I would introduce myself well. Sorry, can you hear my voice? Sorry, okay. Can you hear my voice? Can you, is it better now? Yes. Oh, okay, that's good. So I'm Temitayo Jayola. I think I will allow everyone just to introduce themselves. I think just introduce yourself, what you do, that's just all, and then we'll pick it up from there.
All right, thank you. Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Very interesting conversations today. My name is Francis Obuka. I am the Vice President for Business Development and Sales at Zone. I've been working in financial services for a long while, but particularly blockchain and its applications to how we can provide better efficiency in financial services systems for the last 3 to 4 years. I'm happy to be speaking here with you today. Thank you.
All right, hi. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Lucy Onwuka. I'm from the Nigerian Financial Intelligence Unit. Currently, I head the division, I'm a division head for emerging technologies and innovation sector. We're not up to 6 months with the new restructuring based on the last mutual evaluation exercise that was carried on in the country. And we found out that emerging technologies, of course, crypto was something of a concern globally. So when the director came on board this year, she restructured the organization. So we have a division that is looking at that. But with regards to money laundering, terrorism financing, and more recently, proliferation financing. Formerly, I used to be in the gaming sector for the AML-CFT, but this is where I am now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Obinai Uno. I am the president of the Blockchain Association, CBAN, and also a founder of CBC Blockchain Services, a service company for the blockchain and the Web3 sector. And I have been in this blockchain industry for about 7 years now, advocating and also pushing the frontiers of blockchain technology for more development, advancement, and adoption. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sheyi Akindende, and I'm the founder of Hyperspace Technologies. So what we are trying to do is we're trying to solve critical problems with blockchain technology. I mean, almost everybody is talking about, you know, the financial aspect of fintech, or you know, the currency aspect of cryptocurrency. But if you notice, there's crypto, there's currency. So we are focusing more on the crypto aspect, which is the cryptography, leveraging that technology to solve some of the fundamental problems that we have. I have a cybersecurity background, and we see that there is technology in there that can actually solve a lot of the cybersecurity issues we have, including things like identity management, as well as, you know, things like, you know, product authentication. So that's what we're trying to do. And I'm sure as we go along, we'll be talking more on those aspects. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, panel. My name is Timoteo Jayola. I head the tech and media team at BusinessDay. Shay, you recently just got a patent for a blockchain multi-factor authentication, if I'm not wrong. Could you elaborate on that and how it will strengthen security in blockchain technology?
Great question. So I have a cybersecurity background that I've said. And one of the challenges that we've seen in cybersecurity is that of, you know, why is hacking so prevalent? It is because the hacker wants to steal something. And you see, in cybersecurity, they always say there's this notion of authentication. So when you're authenticating, typically anywhere online, you have something that you know. Then they say the second factor is something that you have. And the third factor is something that you are. So something that you know is username and password. Now, the truth of the matter is that if a hacker, if someone gets access to that, they'll be able to steal your identity. Now, if you look at the second factor as well, they tell you it is something that you have, which is like a phone and OTP, when they send you like a second factor. Now, if you look at that OTP itself, it is actually something that you know. So guess what hackers are doing? They will call you and they'll tell you to send them their your OTP. You know, they'll just pretend to be your bank. Now, the third factor, which is supposed to protect that, is biometrics, which is something that you are. Now, have you also noticed that if you want to log in on your mobile, your banking app, if your biometrics doesn't work, what happens? It has a fallback to something that you know. So if you look at all those things, they're a variation of something that you know, if somebody has access to it. So we now looked at it and said, the blockchain exists now. By default, the blockchain comes with identity management. If you understand, that's why we don't focus on the financial side of, you know, fintech. We look at the technology side. It has cryptography, and then it has digital signature. Why can't we leverage that? Now, if you use crypto, the reason why crypto is very secure is that identity. When you have a blockchain wallet, it gives you a string of characters. Now, in cybersecurity, that is like your identity. We even think that you can use that as identity. Now, that identity is different in the sense that all the identity management systems that we have are centralized. So if you go to Google and you have a Gmail account, for instance, if Google locks your account tomorrow, that's it, because it is centralized. Secondly, it is not portable. In the real world, the way identity management works is that you carry it around yourself. So if I ask you, what's your name? It is with you. You don't entrust it to any other person. Your passport is with you. Your driver's license is with you. So we now thought about it that why can't we use that facility to authenticate on the internet? So instead of having a username like a Gmail account or an account number, why can't I generate a key on the blockchain that is immutable, that can never be taken away from me, and use that as my username. Now, as my password, I can now use digital signature so that when I sign, I am combining that my private key. Because it is with me, I only have access to the private key because that key has private and public. So we now leverage that to build something we call a cipher key. I'll probably bring it out and show you where instead of logging in with a username and password, you now log in with an identity management that is tied to the blockchain, which now makes it something that you do, as opposed to, it now makes it more secure in that nobody can steal that identity because it's now completely passwordless and you cannot use any. So that's the patent that we got. We also got another one. It's also in the works. We actually have two. We have one for product authentication. Now, in the last panel, they were talking about supply chain and how to tie. Now, you see, the question you ask is, if I want to use it for supply chain, how do I track the product? What technology would I use to track the product? So what we came up with is if you go online, you see all these microchips, these chips that you can actually put. Now, all those chips have a unique code that you can tie to a blockchain address through smart contract. That now means that I can tag any product in the world. So if I am a manufacturer of this phone, for instance, I have an identity that is tied to the blockchain. Remember, it's public-private key. Now, so if I now tie it, I will now put a chip on here on the product that I digitally sign, such that if you want to counterfeit the product, unless you have access to my private key, you cannot. So you can build products, so you can use it for product authentication, you can use it for even voting, Let me give you an example of how you can use the blockchain to vote, and it will be completely fraud-free. But you see, the problem is, technology is not the problem we have in this country. The problem we have is that, do we even want to have a free and fair election? Because at the end of the day, there will be someone who wants to change 0 to 1 back at the back end. But when you implement blockchain, let me give you an example with even crypto. Let's assume we're all here and we have two parties, party A and party B. What do? On the blockchain, you give party A, you open a wallet, they have an address on that wallet. So let's just use the Ethereum blockchain. So they have an address. Party B has an address. Every other person here, when you go and register for what's it called, maybe your voters registration, they give you an address as well, and they deposit on that address one Ethereum to everybody. So 1 Ethereum to you, 1 Ethereum to you, 1 Ethereum to you. Then you write a smart contract that says on the day you can't spend that 1 Ethereum. That 1 Ethereum is 1. They now write a smart contract that says you can only spend this 1 Ethereum on this day of election between this time and this time. So on the day of election, what do? Now, if you want to vote for party A, send your 1 Ethereum to party A's address. It is traceable on the blockchain. If you want to vote for party B, send your 1 Ethereum to party B's address. We all have the block explorer now. So as we are saying, and number 2, you write a smart contract such that you cannot have 2 Ethereums coming from one address. It's a smart contract. The day when you see 2 Ethereum, you mean it's that somebody has bought food, and you can't even buy it. You would even write it in such a way that the only place you can send your 1 Ethereum to is either party A's address or party B's address. As people are sending it, we see it on the blockchain. We see the voting. We don't even need professors to go and be bringing professors to Abuja to come and count vote. We all know the winner, and we all know that it is fraud-free. The technology is right there for us. So that's what we have as a second patent that you can use. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shay. I see that you're very passionate about the elections, but we're going to try not to get into conversations there. To Lucy, NFIU, I know that for a lot of people here, they don't really know the job that the NFIU does, and it always feels like something that is in secrecy. And we had a conversation, and you told me that now you have an arm, which you had for emerging technologies. Could you just briefly, just let people know, okay, what is the NFIU doing in terms of risk assessment in this emerging technology, that's blockchain?
Okay, thank you. One of the goals of the division is to detect and deter technologically enhanced crime, fraud, through timely actionable intelligence to relevant competent authority. That's whichever stakeholder or law enforcement has the mandate of fighting the predicate offense that is found being used through crypto. And of course, feedback to whatever, we call them reporting entities, the operators, when they report. Now, I want to state that FIU, we're not a police, we're not law enforcement. We are partners. What we want to do, what we do is help, your platform is not used to perpetuate crime. So what we do is money laundering, terrorism financing. You report, maybe there's a suspicious transaction, suspicious activity, you report to us when you register via the government. I know the DigiSec is gone. Before you get registered there, they say you come to us, you register on the reporting platform. We give you like a receipt or a notice that you've registered, then they onboard you. But after you get onboarded with us, so because we're working, it helps with the cooperation amongst us and the public, oh God, what do you call them? Public, the public sector, yes, thank you, sorry. The private and the private sector. So what we do is you report, we do analysis, we have access to a lot of databases, then we have access to over 170 financial intelligence units all over the world. What happens is like recently we're getting requests from other countries. They say Nigerians are involved with crypto fraud. They send the address, we check it out, check other databases. If there's anything suspicious or any crime, we get back to them, and of course we inform the competent authority that is responsible for the particular crime. For example, okay, let me use one that happened recently. A request for information was sent to us, and kidnapped for ransom. Someone was kidnapped, and the ransom was requested in crypto. He said to pay into the wallet. So how do we trace that if we do not do from our own part, do what we have to do? And of course, whatever platform is being used, when we are done with the analysis, we always send the feedback to, I don't know, the exchange. You say, okay, this is what we're seeing. So you have to do a risk, maybe enhance due diligence on your customers, because it's from the risk-based approach we got certain things and why we had to create why the division was created. Another one that happened, which was in, I think it was Italy, because they sent us something, and they said, is it Italy or China? They said somebody was paid. That went to this was actually the deep web, paid in crypto to go murder somebody. You know, it was the US. You know, it was a law enforcement agent. So that's how they were able to get the person. So for me, what I want to hammer on is effective communication, collaboration, cooperation amongst us, not just amongst you guys, but the public sector, the private sector, the regulators, the government, law enforcement, the operators. If you can get, if you can work together and you suspect that maybe this particular transaction or this person, something is off, you report to us. It's not just the transaction, the activity too. You report to us. When you report to the FIU, be rest assured that whoever is being reported will not know that the person is being reported to us, because we have to do our own analysis, get information from other places, turn it to actionable intelligence, and then we send out what we need to send out. And we try and keep the financial space in Nigeria clean, because it's best for us. If you go all over the world, the top guys everywhere, even in crypto, they're Nigerians. So what is wrong with us in this part of the world? Why can't we just get it right? We need to be willing, because we're only as strong as our weakest link. But in order for us to get strong, we need to work together and be transparent and tell ourselves the truth. If we're open to each other and don't have this closed mindset, things will work out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lucy. Francis, Zona has been in the blockchain space for a while, and I know you guys are one of the pioneers when it comes to using blockchain for financial transactions. Yes. So can you give us some key lessons that you've learned since you started? Key challenges, especially when it comes to implementing blockchain technology for financial institutions.
All right, thank you. So I think speaking to the lessons, I'm just going to start with just explaining what Zone does for the benefit of the audience here who probably doesn't know. So Zone is a regulated company, it's regulated by the Central Bank of Nigeria, and it provides payment infrastructure to a host of participants, financial institutions, and the likes. One thing that became clear when the concept for Zone when the idea was being conceived, that how did this come about? There's a lot of inefficiency in payment today and how it is orchestrated. I think everyone sitting in this room, you have at one point or the other either sent funds from your mobile app or something to a third party, and they confirm to you that they didn't get value. Or you have taken your card, you've gone somewhere to make a payment, you were debited, you were charged for that particular payment, and they told you, oh, it was declined, and all of these inefficiencies. Anyone who understands blockchain and understands the fundamental elements, the unique properties of blockchain, sees that these are specific challenges and specific problems that blockchain can solve for, because it enhances trust by providing visibility and transparency into the records that are being orchestrated on chain. But in doing this, I think one thing that became very clear, regulatory participation is key to adoption of blockchain, right? Financial services is underpinned by trust. You want to give money to someone, or you want to exchange goods to someone, you want to trust that the person has the ability to be able to pay you for that, and all of that is underpinned by trust. And in engaging with regulated financial players to drive adoption at scale, it became clear that there was really no way we could execute this and do this without having some sort of handshake or interaction with the central bank, which became very clear. In our journey, we began to engage with some of the biggest banks, engage with some of the biggest fintechs. We put out an announcement today of some of the biggest fintechs in the country who have just joined the network. And by doing this, we've been able to solve that trust gap that existed, especially on the infrastructure layer. So today, I'll tell you for free that we have about 12 banks today on our blockchain network orchestrating payment transactions on the blockchain. We also have some of the largest fintechs currently signed up and still orchestrating transactions on our blockchain. Beyond that, recently, I think a milestone that we just recently uncovered, because it's been a learning phase. There hasn't been any model we're learning from. What we're doing is new in this part of the world, and it's even new globally, getting this sort of participation from regulated financial institutions, right, to carry out transactions on blockchain. Recently, we just got NIBS, Nigerian Interbank Settlement System, we sort of like acts as a settlement agent for the CBN to join our network. So effectively, we also now have NIBS on the blockchain. What that means is we're able to solve for transparency and visibility issues at scale. It's going to be a thing of the past when we're able to get the sort of adoption we're looking at. It's going to be a thing of the past when you go, say, to make a payment somewhere, and you have doubts that this isn't going to be concluded, right? We're only able to achieve this through the very strong backing of the central bank. We're only able to achieve this because the regulated players trusted in what it is we're going to do. So we've been able to solve for this on the infrastructure layer, and as part of our roadmap, we'll be looking to see how we can replicate some of the successes on the application interface. Just deviating a bit from this and just speaking to other use cases as well. I know one of the most prominent use cases for blockchain is digital assets and how everyone uses it for trading and all of that. And I think you asked a question. Someone from the audience asked a key question, and he was asking that to the CEO of Adire as to, are you regulated, right? What we're soon going to begin to see amongst users, are going to begin to see a lot of flows and a lot of adoption with regulated players. The likes of Quadax and I think Bumper and the rest of them who just obtained licenses, you begin to see more users moving their tokens and moving their value towards this platform. And there's a reason for that, because they can trust these platforms. They are regulated, and I mean, I never really see it as a possibility to build a fully parallel financial ecosystem without having regulatory backing. You have that. We also, what happened in 2000 2022 with FTX, the second largest crypto exchange at the time, going under, with Luna and Terra as well going under. We even have our own domestic use case here with Patricia when they reported a hack on their systems. All of this speaks to what we can begin to see when we had that trust deficit, right? And this is how regulatory participation is also. So for us as Zone, we quickly identified this, and we've gotten the regulators to be a very key participant in what we're trying to achieve, and that's how we've been able to solve for adoption.
Okay, thank you. So I kind of like have a follow-up question for Nibs, but I'll probably come back to that if we still have time. So Obina, the last panel, they had that conversation around education and why it is very crucial to educate the public first and then the government. But for CBAN, I mean, you are the industry body. You're one of the industry bodies, and I know advocacy is one of your key selling points. How important is educating policymakers, the public sector, the private sector, to improving the regulatory landscape for cryptocurrency in Nigeria? How important is that?
All right. So education is one of the projects that we have to take even more seriously than regulation. Why do I say that? If the regulator is not educated about what they are regulating, what are they going to come up with? You know, so you might end up with a regulation that will strangulate innovation, you know, or a regulation that would lead to strangulation. And that is not in the interest of the industry. So we understand the importance of education, and that education has to be a holistic one, putting all stakeholders into consideration and in the same box. What I mean is this box can have different compartments, but everybody has to be in that box, all right? There is the policymaker in that box. There is the regulator in that box. There is the practitioner in that box. There is the operators in that box. There is the professionals. There's even the enthusiasts, you know, those who are just interested because the industry has to keep growing. And for it to keep growing, more people have to be onboarded into the ecosystem. So when you educate the regulator, what happens is that you get a clear regulation that helps the industry to grow. Because the idea or the goal of regulation is not just customer and user, investor and user protection. It is also how can this industry grow and develop. So regulation should support that growth. If regulation does not support the growth of the industry, then the regulation is faulty. Now, why is the policymaker important? Because the policymaker is responsible for coming up with action plans or legislations that is going to enable whatever proposal it is that you are pushing to them. And also the laws that would guide and protect these things. So you have to educate the policymaker to understand so that they can come up with policies that are in line and for the benefit of the industry, both serving the policymaker, the nation at large, and also the operators included. Then, of course, those who are carrying out the operation, you cannot be carrying out an operation of something you don't fully understand. That's one of the things that I would say about the early stages of exchanges, you know, that we had. Majority of the people who started exchanges in the beginning didn't quite understand this thing, how it works. But you can see now down the line from about 2017 till now, you can see that we had gotten better, and you can also find a couple of exchanges that have stood the test of time. Which one of them is Quidax that has become licensed now? All right, these are the things that education does. You know, you get to know more about this thing, or you understand it perfectly and how to engage. And then the professionals. This is a new sector. If we do not have professionals serving the sector, then we are not going to be able to maximize the benefits that will come from whatever economic value this sector will produce for us. So it is important that these professionals in the sector understand what their goal is, how the businesses in this sector works, and how it operates, so that they are able to offer their services or carry out their roles and responsibilities in the most globally obtainable standard or industry practice. All right? And then you talk about the enthusiasts, you know, those ones who are interested. These ones are even more critical because they tend to be more in number. In fact, they are more in number. And so there is that risk of their voice becoming louder. And if the voice of the people who know not are louder, then it becomes a coloration of the entire industry. And that is dangerous because it's going to put the industry in a light of what it is not. Just like, for example, a lot of people who are not educated got into crypto through maybe pyramid schemes, Ponzi's, and all of that. And because they are not educated, they say, oh, they scammed me. They defrauded me in crypto. Crypto is a scam, it's a Ponzi scheme. And because they are everywhere online, you know, one person makes a post, there are hundreds of them commenting on that post. And you want to go and read a beautiful post that somebody wrote. And then, of course, comment sections should even throw you more lights. And then the next thing you are seeing is all of the complaints. And if you don't know, you begin to have this bias towards it. So those ones have to be very well educated. In fact, their education should be taken very seriously, because if it is done right, they could also become the voice that says the right thing for the industry. And when more people are hearing from more voices, it becomes their own perception of what the industry is all about. All right, and this education is not going to be done in silos or in isolation. It is going to be a collective effort. Now, Hyperspace, you are not an education company, you are a technology company or a technical company in the blockchain space. Now, you may not necessarily do the education directly, but you can support people who can do the education. You can sponsor the initiatives, because what it does is that it also comes back to you, right? The same thing with Zone, the same thing with Credas, the same thing, even the NFIU, even the SEC, even the NIDA, everybody has a role to play. In fact, the government should even have a fund earmarked for blockchain education and skill development. And that is one of the things that has made me very happy about the National Blockchain Policy, of which I am a member of the steering committee, and we have the chairman here, Mr. Chuta Chimezie. It is one of the key areas of the national blockchain policy. We have adoption, capacity development, and innovation. So you can see that we have taken a holistic approach on how Nigeria can benefit from the national blockchain policy. So education is very important. Mr. Chota mentioned something. He says many people want to earn without learning, but you have to learn to earn. How can you just wake? You want to be a doctor, and then you just wake up one morning, you didn't go to medical school, you didn't study anything about medicine, you wear a lab coat and you want to go into the theater to do a surgery. Who does that? Are they going to allow you? But the crypto space is the only place where I see people who have known nothing about crypto and they come in and they want to make money. It's absurd. And that's why we are having these kind of conversations, and it's important. So education is something that should be taken very seriously, because education is the reason why the industry has even grown to what it is today, that we are having this conversation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, I mean, we've run out of time. Yeah. And So, and I like to end on a positive note, because I know there's a whole lot, and this is supposed to be like a conversation starter. This is not where we have all the conversations. So I'm going to start from you, Francis. What do you think is the future for blockchain adoption in Nigeria? Short, very concise, straight to the point.
We're going to see a very massive adoption of blockchain in the next 5 years. It's already happening globally. Recently, Iraq Bank in Dubai just announced that they executed the first CBDC cross-border transaction, exchanging a unit of digital dirham to digital yuan. That happened, and we're now going to begin to see a lot of that happening, right? We have the players here. Now regulation has already caught up, with the operators here. We're going to begin to see significant adoption within the next 5 years. That's my prediction.
Thank you. Lucy?
Same question. Okay, I just wanted to say how serious it is. The Money Laundering Prohibition and Prevention Act, Section 13, talks about new technologies. So it's very, very important. It is the future. It is here. FATF Recommendation 15 is the same thing. We cannot run away from it. So I would just suggest we embrace it, but we do that together, transparently, tell ourselves the truth, and then we move forward. Thank you.
So much. Obina?
Okay, there is something I always say, right? And there are two things. One, blockchain technology is the greatest opportunity that Africa has ever had, and the rest of them, right? But the tide has changed. We need to understand the change that has happened and be able to flow along with it, all right? So that is on one hand. On the other hand, if we are not scaling up and running with this tech, we may end up becoming a consumer continent. In fact, there is already a conscious programming to make us a consumer continent in this technology. It's just 15 years old. There is no excuse Africa has to take the back seat. We should be a major global player. In fact, I will tell you that it has more use case in Africa than any other part of the world. And that is why it should be taken seriously by us. It has the potential for wealth creation, job creation, economic development, financial inclusion, and will add foreign direct investments to us. It would even increase our inflow. It can help us to do a lot of things. Shift your mind away from crypto for a while. Crypto is just one of the byproducts. What do you know about blockchain technology? There is a whole suite of things we are yet to explore or even do with blockchain technology. And that's why I also like companies like Hyperspace, like The Zone, showing other practical applications of blockchain technology, right? There is a new company called Asset Chain, where you could, it's a Nigerian blockchain company, network, right? Built by Nigerians, and it is very solid, where you can tokenize real world assets and you do a lot with them. They'll be launching in October. You should look out for them. There is a Shards by Convexity, which is used for humanitarian aid. So you see, cryptocurrency is just a minute fraction of what we can do with blockchain. There is a whole lot. Whatever sector that you are in, blockchain can absorb you into its ecosystem. So look out for what you can do in blockchain. This is the new economy, and it's growing very fast. And massive interest and investments are flowing in. So take your place and then represent your constituency, because every single person here is a representative. So what is your constituency? Are you in journalism? Represent the journalism constituency in blockchain. The sound guy over there in blockchain. I mean, the people who did our catering in blockchain. Everybody, you have a role to play in blockchain. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's amazing we're talking about, education, and I don't see, university lecturers here. I think number one thing is that our traditional educational system has to change. I even feel that computer science has to be unbundled. There shouldn't be any course like computer science. We've grown way beyond that now. If you're a young person and you're thinking of a career to get into, there are three things I will tell you. Get into cybersecurity, get into AI, and get into blockchain technology. And in 5-10 years, you will reap, the rewards. And for, education, people administering our educational system, universities have to change. AI, blockchain, and all these things. They are not just for technical people. They are for people that are in other departments. You have to infuse this technology, and that is where the world is going. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for this wonderful panel, and a round of applause for yourself also for staying till the end. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.